Hello and welcome to Futuroscope on the outskirts of Poitiers and to the 87th running of the Tour de France. Well, over these past few years especially, this event has delighted, occasionally disappointed, shocked and surprised us. And there's no reason to think now, as we go into the next 23 days of racing, things will change. The greatest annual sporting event is about to go on the roads of France. Yes, indeed, and we can expect more fireworks before Paris on July the 23rd. The race this year is over 3,600 kilometres, and after the time trial here in Futuroscope, we have the return of the team time trial on Tuesday. Next week we are in the Pyrenees, and in the final week we cross the difficult Alps en route for the traditional finish on the Champs-Élysées in Paris. Last Thursday the stars appeared. A fit and indeed slim Jan Ullrich walked tall, affording perhaps private thoughts of a second Tour win. The tiny climber Marco Pantani affording a smile after a fraught 12 months of little competition, yet cannot be discounted. And a relaxed defending champion as American Lance Armstrong breezed into town ready for action. But he's well aware how important a good start is in the time trial opening.
The first day is an opportunity to take what I consider to be serious time, because it's at 16 kilometers, you're looking at 18, 19 minutes. That's a chance on some climbers to take close to 2 minutes.
So Lance is the last to start of the 180 riders, and we can now go to the action in this first day time trial. In the commentary box with me is Paul Sherwin. So the arrival of David Miller as he lines up for the finish here now. He's set the best time at midway through the course. Is he going to produce the surprise now for Great Britain? There it is, a one against the leader on the board. Miller is in with a chance here now. It's not going to be by very much. It's a long way up this home straight. Miller is challenging the long-time leader of the former world champion, Laurent Jalabert. His first Tour de France. Can he do what Chris Boardman did and go out with a win in the opening day and claim a leader's yellow jersey? We're going to know very shortly now, because a lot of riders have finished, only a few to start as Miller comes up to the line. He's got the target, 19 minutes and 3 seconds. Now the rest have it all to do. Miller has set down the best time. Well, Paul, that was an outstanding ride by Miller, and one we expected, I think.
Well, I expected him to get high, Phil. Many people really felt that this man could finish in the top 10, but to put the fastest time in so far is really quite remarkable. Out on the course, though, Ullrich has now gone in at the second time check here with the same time as Jalabert and Miller as well.
And this is on the climb of the Côte de Journée Clan, which is a 3.7% 1 kilometre climb, and there's nothing in it here between the top three. Now, the winner of 1 year ago, Lance Armstrong, makes his depart. He started winning in the first event last year.
Well, in fact, you notice Armstrong is not wearing the yellow jersey as defending champion from last year, because this stage today, Phil, has been classified as a stage, not as a prologue. It's 16.5 kilometres long. Armstrong is out on course, and he's trying to go out there and rival the times of David Miller.
We're swinging around a bit now, and we're back here to number 57, Abraham Olano. As Jan Ullrich, the world time trial champion, there's a little bit of a nasty surprise. He's caught Marco Pantani.
Well, Pantani didn't start off very well in the prologue a couple of years ago today, and for him the first week is trying to survive, trying not to lose too much time. The next man we're looking at here is Alex Zülle, and you can see nowadays all of these bicycles resembling what the Union Cycliste Internationale regard as bicycles. You know, though, I have to say, Phil, Ullrich is looking very strong.
He is looking very strong, and the likes of Zülle is losing seconds, not just to Ullrich, but also to David Miller, who is still the leader back at the finish. Now, one man I thought might have challenged Miller is Christophe Moreau, and he's not going to get even near, conceding more than a minute there as he comes in 24th at the moment. Now look at this. At the 8-kilometre check, Miller best through there as well, and he's still looking good. Armstrong running him close.
Well, 3 seconds at the moment. David Miller is the fastest time at the 8-kilometre time check out on the course. 6 seconds ahead of Jalabert. Ulrich now, Phil, closing in on the line.
Jan Ulrich is looking extremely good and has surprised many by how fit he really is looking now. Mr. Pork Pie, they used to call him just a couple of months ago. He's had a reasonable Tour of Switzerland where he was the race leader, but he seemed to me to let that race run away from him. But now he's home and Ulrich is in, and a good ride. 19:17 is time. The arrival of Pantani will be considerably slower.
An awful long way down, but that's not what is important for Marco Pantani. It's the rest of this Tour de France. Abraham Alano is the next man to come to the line, and he too, Phil, has faded over the last few kilometres.
Another former world time trial champion will not be happy with his opening stage of the Tour de France. The 16.5 kilometres, and that is at 19:42 for him.
Well, he really has faded over the latter part, but this man is at the moment rivaling the time of David Miller. Miller is already in with the best time so far. Another man on the start line this year, Michele Bartoli. Good ride by him, Phil, inside the top 15.
New champion of Italy, by the way, just won his title just on a week ago. As we're now looking at the legs here of Lance Armstrong, and he is running very, very close to Miller's time now. And realistically, Paul, this man is the only rider now who can stop Miller winning, because here's the arrival of Alex Zülle. And for a man who has won the prologue time trial in the past, which this is a little bit further, of course, it's not a great ride for Zülle, but he comes in fourth just now.
Losing 20 seconds on David Miller's time, but this is the last man who can beat him. Lance Armstrong has posted great times out on the course, Phil, coming up to the line. That is the time to beat. And in fact, at the 13-kilometre time check, they're saying Armstrong was ahead.
This has come to a sprint to the line here, and Lance Armstrong could well be doing the ride of his life to win the first stage and take the race leader's yellow jersey. It is all on this finish here as he comes up the straight in Futuroscope, but it's going to be desperately close now. There's the leading time of Miller. It survived all day as Armstrong 1 second down and a few kilometres to go. Is he going to build on that, or is he going to slow down? And he isn't going to do it, Paul. David Miller has won, and Lance Armstrong will finish second.
Well, that is amazing. Over the last few kilometres, Armstrong slowed, and it would allow David Miller, the early starter, to take out the victory by a mere 2 seconds over the defending champion.
Well, the big pumping legs of the defending Tour champion Lance Armstrong, his form definitely coming good at the Dauphiné, as he now looks forward to 3 weeks on the road in the Tour de France. But he must be a little bit surprised by the ride of the British rider from Cofidis, David Miller, one of the youngest riders in the race, and coming to the first Tour de France, and he gets the victory over Lance Armstrong. Still, there's no doubt that Armstrong has laid down the gauntlet here for others to see. Look at this now. It's a good start for your defence. Just 2 seconds off the win. Jalabert taking third place. But in his first Tour de France, David Miller has done what Chris Boardman has done in the past and pull on the leader's yellow jersey. So this was a superb ride by David Miller, the first leader of the Tour de France. A powerhouse all of the way as he thumped around quite a difficult course here at the theme park of Futuroscope on the outskirts of Poitiers. And now it's off, and a round of applause from the race director Jean-Marie Leblanc. 12:10 in the morning, Futuroscope to Loudun now, 194 kilometres, and David Miller in the yellow jersey. How does he feel?
Well, he must feel absolutely fantastic, but such a slim margin, Phil, just 2 seconds and out on the course. There are time bonuses, and as you can see, an excellent day today. A 20-kilometre wind from the southwest and 24 degrees Celsius. These guys will enjoy their racing today.
And 3 riders not allowed to start the Tour de France, by the way, yesterday. Sergei Ivanov, the champion of Russia, and Houtman, and also Rossano Brassi with the too high hematocrit levels. Breakaway here. This is Eric Decker, and who else but Jackie Duron, the Lanterne Rouge of the Tour de France last year. They are out on the attack.
Well, out on the attack, Jackie Duron, not only was he last year in the Tour de France, he was voted the most aggressive bike rider of the Tour de France.
And he deserved the title too, but Eric Decker, having ridden the Tour of Italy, also there in that breakaway. And we said only to Jackie Duron during the medical test that he really, we wished him well on his lone escapes. Here is the sprint at Châteauroux at 138.5 kilometres now. The field more or less racing for third place because they're a couple of minutes behind, and David Miller, the cheek of it, is going to take himself a 2 second time bonus. Now that's a little bit of a turn up for the books. A 2-minute gap because Decker's already gone through with Jackie Durand as they continue on the way. There's the result of the sprint. Well, one big man missing from the race this year is the sprinter Big Mario himself. Let's go now to Gary Imlach, who will update us on that.
Chippo's absence will be significant, less for the lack of costume changes and dodgy publicity stunts we're going to see, as for the effect it'll have on his perennial rivals in the first week sprints. Robbie, no Cipollini this year.
No, it's sad, eh?
Robbie McEwen said it, everyone else just thought it. Beating your rivals is one thing. Doing it dressed as Caesar could be construed as taking the post-race urine sample. Anyway, McEwen, who won last year's final sprint on the Champs-Élysées, is just one of a bunch who'll be jockeying to take Mario's place on the podium during the flat opening stages. The Estonian sprinter Jan Kirsipuu won the first stage last year and held on to the yellow jersey for a week. Belgium's Tom Steels won the next two, then got disqualified to hand Cipollini the first of his record-breaking 4 in a row. He has to be considered the leading contender. Jeroen Blijlevens of Holland was averaging a stage a year before missing the race last year. And the senior member of the bunch is Germany's Erik Zabel with 7 career wins, although the last was in '97. But although they may be happy to see Mario go, there are mixed feelings about the loss of the big red Saeco train that used to deliver him to the finish and keep the race under control in the process.
It's going to make a big difference, I know, because it was the only team with a lot of experience, and all the riders, they were used to it now. And now it's going to be difficult to control the bunch for the last kilometers now.
I think this year we have a more open situation in the race, so it's hard, especially for my team, to control the bunch.
Of course, less control means more danger in a race that already has the most dangerous sprints in the world.
It's going to be some difficult sprints, I think. In the Tour, they're always a little bit over the edge, I think. But now, if there's only one team that is trying to control the last 10 kilometers, it isn't much. So let's hope that we can survive it.
Well, whoever wins today, it's unlikely they'll be using the opportunity to dress up as a Roman emperor at tomorrow's stage start. Although Chippo's latest uniform violation actually consists of getting his kit off altogether in an advert for a shoe manufacturer. Anyway, the key thing for Cofidis and David Miller is that it's a nice bunch sprint today with a bit of glory for the fast men and no change in the overall classification.
Well, I'll tell you what, Gary, that's exactly how it's going to work out now, because it looks, Paul, as we run down to the finish here at Loudun, that the Telecom team again are trying to bring their man to the front, Erik Zabel.
1,000 metres at the last kilometre for these riders now, but you can see the organisation is not here with the absence of Mario Cipollini. The pink and white jerseys on the front are for Erik Zabel, but on the right hand side the Mapei riders are also trying to line it up. There is Paolo Bettini taking the line around the corner first, looking over his shoulder. Robbie McEwen is right in there as well, and so is Stuart O'Grady.
Well, the first stage for the sprinters of the Tour, they've averaged 40.5 kilometres an hour today to keep this race together now. But Paolo Lanfranchi it is who swings off the front, and the Telecom boys are now looking around for Zabel. Tom Steels is in there, but not looking too content at all as they now move up towards the line here now. And it is Gian Matteo Fanini who again is looking to lead out Zabel. This is the man who was brought over from the Cipollini Seiko team this year, and Zabel is now in a perfect position here as they run towards the line. But Tom Steels has pushed his way out of the pack there. Roman Bainstain's on his wheel as Fanini launches Zabel for the line. This is going to be a very tight sprint, because we've also got Stuart O'Grady in there as well as he comes on the left of our picture. But I think on the line Steels has stolen it from O'Grady and Erik Zabel. But that was a royal sprint with all of them desperate for the first big win of the Tour.
Very nervous sprint as well, Phil. We saw a lot of arms and legs coming out of the way there as everybody tried to go forward. Marcel Wust caught in the middle there as well, almost losing it. This is the lead out here. You see there, almost losing it. Tom Steels comes right around Fanini, loses a lot of impetus. Weinstein's moving up around the outside as well, but once he gets the acceleration going, it's all the way to the line for Tom Steels. There in the middle was Wust in the King of the Mountains jersey, a lead that he took in the opening time trial, and Stuart O'Grady on the inside by the barriers, Phil, throws it at the line, but just a little bit too late.
Well, O'Grady will be quite pleased because he's aiming for the green jersey that Erik Zabel has won for these past 4 years, and that's a good start for the Australian, getting second. Tom Steele said before the start of the tour he'd be content with one stage win, so now I guess he can be content. Marcel Wust, by the way, wearing the King of the Mountains jersey there. He finishes 5th here because he was the best time in the time trial up the small climb. He went out in the time trial just to be the best time there and then eased back as he raced towards the finish. But he's got himself a jersey to wear. There is the confirmation of that result.
Well, that was a great result, but you know, because the time trial was so long, Phil, there's been no real change in the overall standings. O'Grady and Zabel very happily up there in 2nd and 3rd place, but the next sprints are announcing that they're going to be fairly aggressive. The overall standings, you can see Lance Armstrong losing a couple of seconds there, 4 seconds behind David Miller. Laurent Jalabert 15 seconds back, but for David Miller, it's another day in the yellow jersey, out on the road, a title he hopes to keep hold of, Phil, until we get to the team time trial in a couple of days' time.
Welcome to stage 3 now of the Tour de France. The riders heading for Nantes and into Western France. Well, yesterday David Miller found the true value of having a strong team about him. He'll expect the same again today. One thing's for sure, he's not overwhelmed by wearing the leader's yellow jersey, as he told Gary Imlach.
Everybody in the bunch is coming up and is saying well done, and it's like having a VIP pass when you're in the bunch. You just go wherever you want and do whatever you want. Everyone lets you through, and life's a lot easier basically. Plus I got a whole team riding in front, so I don't have to do much.
And at least one more, David, before the team time trial.
Yeah, I think so. No problems.
Well, that's certainly very confident, Phil. No problems, because there are always problems out on the roads of the Tour de France. The yellow jersey of Miller alongside the King of the Mountains jersey of Wust. The green jersey on the shoulders of Tom Steels. The white jersey at the moment, well, that is a jersey that is being worn by the best young rider in the Tour de France, and it's the first time it's actually been reintroduced after an absence of many years. That, for the moment, is being worn by David Cañada.
And there's the weather today, very low wind speed, 15 kilometres an hour coming in from the southwest. We are racing actually in a westerly direction today, so it's going to help them a little bit, I think. Glorious day here as we race now towards Nantes and the coast, and the riders, there's Tom Steels already in green, the jersey of course which Erik Zabel wants, and Zabel has plenty of time yet.
Well, there's going to be a big competition for the green jersey because Stuart O'Grady, the Australian, has already announced that that's the title he wants to take back to Sydney, that he wants to ride around the streets when he's going to defend and try and get himself an Olympic gold medal.
Stewie is still the only Australian ever to have worn that jersey, which he had done briefly. Now, this is Jens Voigt here in the green, the Credit Agricole, and with him is Michael Blaudsen of the memory card Jack and Jones team. They've been away. They got away at the 27th kilometre, but they are now all back together. It's been a long chase down, but you know, Paul, we're heading up here for possibly another sprint finish now.
Well, they had a maximum advantage of over 6 minutes at one stage, but you know, it's a strange tour the opening couple of days so far, because with the absence of Mario Cipollini from the race, none of the sprinters at the moment, Phil, really seem to want to control the race. We saw a lot of work done early on by David Miller's Cofidis team, but the big teams for tomorrow's team time trial, the ONCE squad, the US Postal Service team, they've been completely absent, but coming into the streets of town, it is all together.
It's a nasty approach into Nantes. There's one or two tricky little bends. The field is all together as they get under 2 kilometres to go there now. And that's the sort of example of the traffic furniture put down in the French streets now. It causes quite a few problems. And this peloton is absolutely flying now. It looks like Freddie Rodriguez on the front.
Half a dozen riders gone down there, Phil, right in the middle of the road. Some of the sprinters have gone down there. On the yellow jersey is David Miller. He too has been caught out by that accident.
Well, it was some sort of ricochet crash, a touch of wheels in the middle, and down has gone a La Française de Jeux rider. Miller is on the side of the road there. Now, we're not inside the last kilometre, Paul, which means he is losing time. He's got to get back.
Well, his teammate is right up there alongside him. He's going to have to get back very quickly. This is Markus Zerberg on the floor, the new champion of Switzerland. He doesn't look too good for the moment. He looks as if he might have a problem with his collarbone. But for David Miller, the important thing is to try and get onto the back of the main field. But that crash may well have caused a small split.
Well, this is a desperate chase now for Miller to get back on. Jean-Patrick Nazon was the rider who seemed to cause the accident. His teammates are waiting for him, but Miller's not waiting for them. That is a very fine piece of riding because he is tacked on here. It's taken him about half a mile, that's all. At the front end now, the sprint is starting. Miller is on the back end of the bunch, but I do believe the bunch is slightly split. Stefan Westermann here now, and on his wheel is Freddie Rodriguez, the new champion of the United States, trying to mix in. Rodriguez now looking for Tom Steels. He's in the green jersey, but there's a couple of lead-out men lining up for Steels now, and this could be a very good approach, because I think that's Fanini in second place, Tom Steels in third, Zabel's got a good wheel in fourth, and so too Stuart O'Grady is lined up. Once again a sprint royale here as the riders head up towards the line now, and they're trying to launch Tom Steels here to the finishing line. Surely he is not going to make it too. Look at the face of Steels as Steels comes off the wheel of Fanini now. Zabel has got him lined up on his shoulder as Marcel Vus comes on the right of our picture, but no doubt about it, Paul, Tom Steels has done it again.
He's got a big thank you there to say to Stefano Zanini. I didn't think he was ever going to come past his Italian teammate there. He was at full speed right on the wheel, but he was holding back and waiting. This is a very difficult sprint to judge. You can see how long it is. The important thing now, though, Phil, looking back down this line, is to see just where is David Miller and the yellow jersey. There was a split at the front of that main field. What we have to know now is, was Lance Armstrong in the front? There's Miller, the yellow jersey of Miller coming in at the rear end of this bunch, and it's going to be a long time for him to count and see if he's going to keep that yellow jersey, because at the start of the day his advantage was a mere 4 seconds.
Well, in fact, Paul, the first 25 riders have been given a 9-second advantage over the Miller group, but that will not lose in the lead, because in fact in that group was also Armstrong, so he will keep his race leader's yellow jersey. Ulrich was paying attention though, because he was in the front split.
Well, Ulrich being very attentive, and I have to say, I think Jan Ulrich is in excellent form there. The grey-haired gentleman talking to David Miller is his team manager, Alain Bondu, a former 2-time champion of the world. And here is confirmation of that stage result, Phil. Steels ahead of Vust and Zabel. The big sprinters are all there. Jans Koorts in 4th place, Stuart O'Grady in 5th.
And there's the confirmation of the overall. Armstrong now second at 4 seconds, Jalabert 6. Ulrich closes in to 4th place now, 7 seconds back. And the race now making ready for the team time trial today as we leave Nantes, heading for Saint-Nazaire. It's a 70-kilometre team time trial reintroduced into the race, but before they get to the start, David Miller can smile. The French are saying, well, he is a little bit dandy, which is a fine English phrase, and he says, yes, I am, and enjoying it. But how this crash almost robbed him of the yellow jersey, and what great courage he's shown and sense of positioning as well to get back on his bike and save the day. He's now achieved his ambition, Paul. He started the team time trial in yellow, but the Cofidis team here have done a ride. The best team in is Crédit Agricole. Cofidis are going to come in at best third.
Well, this has been a very difficult race, 70 kilometres. A lot of the teams have been built specifically for this team time trial, which has been reintroduced this year. Miller has looked strong throughout, although his team have lost 1 or 2 riders over the last climb of the day, the Pont de Saint-Nazaire. Miller's going to lead them over in the yellow jersey. They will lose some time, but Phil, the best teams are still to come.
They are. There are still 4 teams to come. Telecom, Festina, Once and US Postal, who are leading the team, so they get to start last. David Miller has done his best there with what we think is a reasonably good ride, but it won't be good enough, I don't think, to give him the leader's yellow jersey for another day. This is the next team in, Zabel's team, and they're racing for different reasons right now. They're racing now to put Jan Ulrich right up on the leaderboard.
Well, basically the way the race is at the moment, Phil, any one of these teams that gets first man across the line is going to look at getting the new yellow jersey in their squad. Deutsche Telekom are going to push Crédit Agricole out of the first position. What a great ride. Vinokurov is up there in first position. Jan Ulrich is safely in this group at the moment, and Deutsche Telekom, Phil, are going to come in here with the fastest time, the new best time on the day.
Well, the faces on these guys says it all, because the ride over the bridge, and we'll see it shortly, is so difficult. It's causing a lot of teams to fragment up there. There's Ulrich on the left of our picture, and they're set fair here for the best time. They're just going to creep inside Crédit Agricole, 1:27.01. Let's go out to the bridge now and look at US Postal, and Lance Armstrong is having to slow down to regroup the team.
Well, they're having a hard time keeping all together. This is Frankie Andreu riding the Tour de France for the 9th time, Phil, in succession. The greatest thing an American has ever done at the Tour de France, and Frankie has ridden and finished every one of his tours so far. Armstrong now is having to slow down for the rest of the team here, because the time counts on the 5th man across the line. He cannot ride away on his own to prove how powerful he is. He's got to wait for the team.
Well, at all of the time checks so far, Onse, who are in front here of US Postal and heading for the finish, are setting the best markers. And US Postal have been 3 seconds behind at the first check and 13 seconds behind at the next. They're just slipping away slightly. That's the latest now. Onse are still the best. Deutsche Telekom in second.
But Onse, Phil, here we are looking at them now. I've got all riders together. There's still 9 men. Look at this speed, over 50 kilometers an hour at the moment. The white jersey in that group was Cañada. This now is the US Postal Service team. They are down to 6 riders. And look at Tyler Hamilton wearing number 4 at the back of the group here. He's all over his machine. He's trying to stay in contact. This is the man who earlier this year won the Dauphiné Libéré, and they are losing time, 38 seconds behind Onse, but they are ahead of Team Deutsche Telekom.
Well, Onse are now heading into the finish, and here they come. David Cañada is the rider in the white young jersey at the moment. That's another reintroduction into the Tour this year. Now, this is going to be the best time because it's been indicated throughout the course. Now, it'll set the marker for US Postal to follow. The clock stops on the 5th man, 1:25.35. That is the time, and a whisker under 50 kilometres an hour.
All 9 men, that was the important thing. They saved themselves over the final few kilometres to keep the 9 men there, and in the last 10 kilometres, that is what counts, to have a full team working together. The face of Laurent Jalabert there in the middle tells it all, as does that of Abraham Alano coming across the line right now. This is the time of reference for the US Postal Service, but there's no organisation at all in this team now, Phil. They are all over the place.
This team was looking extremely fluid till they started the climb of the Pont de Saint-Nazaire, and since then they've been a little bit ragged. They know they've got to finish 5 men. 1 or 2 of their riders have been openly struggling, including Tyler Hamilton. Now they are racing to finish second team here, and they may not concede too much to the Onse. The Onse, of course, carrying 2 possible candidates there for victory in Laurent Jalabert and Abraham Alano, but they would like to score over the Telecom team at least. Now here they come as they're being led up to the finishing line by Big George Hincapie and Racing Ekimov in second wheel here. Remember, they're trying to bring home the defending Tour champion to keep him high in the overall classification. Well, as we said, they're not going to match the Onse Deutsche Bank, but they have got second, conceding 46 seconds. George takes off his helmet.
Well, I think they'll be reasonably happy with that. They knew they had to beat Deutsche Telekom. They may well not be too worried about Abraham Alano and Laurent Jalabert, but for this team, they were in serious difficulty, Phil, over that Pont de Saint-Nazaire. But this out on the course was a serious incident. The Onse team were actually waiting for their man to get onto the back of the group here, and this is Marcos Serrano wearing number 59, a man who could feature highly when we get to the mountains. The team car here has come alongside. Now bear in mind the wind is coming from the left-hand side. The race referees have decided to give every man in the team a 20-second time penalty.
Well, I'm afraid that was a shrewd move, but he might have saved more than 20 seconds because he was able to get him back in the group. And this happened to the Onse team about 3 kilometres after the start. There was a number of workers here protesting about the closure of a local disco and made a deliberate attempt to stop the team. They didn't even hesitate, although they're saying they lost maybe 10 seconds. But they still won the day, finishing 26 ahead of US Postal in the end, a minute 6 over Telecom and Ulrich, and 1:12 over Crédit Agricole with Bobby Julich and Jonathan Waters in that. The yellow jersey changes shoulders, and now it is a Frenchman in the leader's yellow jersey, and Laurent Jalabert is back once and for all. Cañada is in second place, Armstrong has dropped to third, Abraham Alano is now in fourth. Marcos Serrano did well to hang on because now he is up into 8th place overall, Paul.
Well, the team time trial certainly has formed the top of the overall standings for the next few days, and I don't expect that, Phil, is going to change very much on the stage from Vannes to Vitré, a fairly flat course.
Fairly flat course indeed as we're heading out, as we continue now a right inland again from Vannes. We just moved up the coast from Saint-Nazaire for a lovely start here at 12:40 in the afternoon in France. And the days have not been really hot and sunny, but they have been quite pleasant at the moment. And the new man on the block, Laurent Jalabert, didn't ride the Tour de France last year, and just that scant 12 seconds. And not surprisingly either, all of the Telecom boys are claiming a lot of the overall classifications now.
Well, the strange thing is, Phil, in their morning press they had said they weren't going to defend the overall lead, but we have seen a lot of Onse on the front of this main field. Well, the weather has changed, the rain has come down, it's still fairly warm at 23 degrees Celsius, and still the wind a slight problem, 20 kilometres an hour from the southwest.
Well, I shouldn't have mentioned the weather, Paul. As usual, of course, it does what the commentator says it won't do. We've had a little bit of a shower now. They're quite heavy storms when they pass through. As we come to the sprint now at Mohan, 52 kilometres covered. And Jens Voigt on the attack again here with Sebastian Demarbay. And in fact, these two riders, Paul, have got away again, and Voigt lining himself up for the most aggressive rider. The main field is only just behind, 15 seconds back at the moment.
Well, here's David Miller. He started this tour off in the yellow jersey. He's now down in 24th place overall. And Marcel Wustphil is the king of the mountains, which really is quite humorous for him because he really has a hard time going over even the slightest mountain on this course.
Well, Marcel's last Tour de France, by the way, was in 1992, so at least he's back here as we continue on now to the Eriac sprint. And again, a little breakaway here with Koos Moerenhout going through. But what about the man who is in the overall lead? He's still sat back in that main field and doesn't seem too keen on trying to stop these attacks today as we course through these beautiful villages on the Île-et-Vilaine in France. As we race across the Côte d'Amour and onto the Île-et-Vilaine, let's go to Gary Imlach now, who's going to tell us a little bit more about the return of Laurent Jalabert to the Tour de France.
So the French have their first yellow jersey for 2 years, and joy should be unconfined throughout toute la belle France. Things are never that straightforward on the Tour though, and this yellow jersey belongs to a Frenchman who lives in Switzerland, rides for a Spanish team, and has a very complicated relationship with his home race. Laurent Jalabert started life in the Tour as a sprinter, and almost finished it the same way.
Nelson goes on the left, the rest are following. Martinelli is here too for the Polti team as they come up towards the line. Nelson is taking, and they've gone one after the other. They've hit the barriers. Nelson was not looking where he was going.
That crash in 1994, the fault of a policeman who stepped out into the road to take a photo, put Jalabert out of action for months. When he'd recovered, he was a different rider. The top speed was lower, but the fuel economy was up. He'd become an all-rounder. On his return to the Tour the following year, he took the yellow jersey on stage 2. But although he'd changed, his luck apparently hadn't.
They realise that Mario Cipollini has got a chance to win this stage, and it looks today as if it will go. And there's somebody gone down in the corner.
Oh my goodness me, that was the roundabout we were warned about, and they've gone straight on into the barriers.
And I have a feeling, Phil, there it may well be that the yellow jersey went down there. Laurent Jalabert was the yellow jersey on the right-hand side. He's outside the 1 kilometre sign, so it may well be he's going to lose it today.
That crash, no police officers implicated, lost him the yellow jersey. But that year he wore the green of the points competition winner, won a stage in Mende on Bastille Day, and finished 4th overall, his best ever Tour. Jalabert went on to be national champion, world #1, and along with Richard Virenque, one of the twin heroes of French cycling. Virenque flash and flamboyant, Jalabert stoic, almost Jurassic, a rider out of the old mould, which made the events of 1998 all the more traumatic for him and his fans. Unlike Virenque, Jalabert was never implicated in the drugs scandal that engulfed the '98 Tour, but he was a spokesman for the riders who felt harassed by the police tactics, and eventually he left the race in disgust along with his Once teammates. Afterwards he fell out badly with the French cycling establishment, snubbing the national championships last year and boycotting the Tour. Tempers have cooled since then. This year Jalabert's back, and he's taken the second yellow jersey of his career. This one, though, is perhaps less as an individual French rider than as the leader of a foreign team.
C'est presque plus important que quand on gagne tout seul. Je crois que c'est un collectif qui gagne et ça va donner le moral à tout le monde. Et je pense que c'est parti pour nous, pour que ce soit un grand tour.
Well, there he is, and he's riding his 9th Tour de France, Laurent Jalabert now, and looking pretty cool in the race leader's jersey. He could take this all the way down to the Pyrenees, you know. The gap is 1 minute and 32 seconds, Paul. The breakaway really having got away today with that attack by Jens Voigt and Demarbay after about 51 kilometres. But they're just hanging on here now, and the bunch, they don't look round because they're almost up behind them.
This is unbelievable. Decker's the man in first position there. Jens Voigt is the man in second position, and the sprint is led up the front there by the pink and white jerseys of the Telecom team of Eric Zabel. These guys, Phil, have been trying to hold on to the slenderest of advantages, and it's coming down. It's going to go down to the last few hundred metres.
The two survivors of a 5-man breakaway, and the finish is in sight. The unfortunate thing is it's a long straight road, and as you can see it is also slightly uphill, and again it is Fred Rodriguez, the US champion, who's doing so much hard work, and I think this time they've got them.
Well, Voigt looks over his shoulder there. Freddie Rodriguez out of the saddle now. This man has really become a top professional this year, Phil. He digs deep for him. The sprint is to the back wheel of Eric Decker, and then he will swing off and lead it all up to Team Telecom. In second position is Gian Matteo Fanini. On his wheel is Zabel. Right in there is the green jersey of Steels.
Well, as they come up towards the line now, it's going to be a very tight sprint indeed, this one. But again, Fanini is giving Zabel a perfect lead out. Steels is running behind, and Steels also got his lead out man. But on the left of the picture, Zabel, and Worcester's gone across there now. Marcel Worcester, who's never won a stage of the Tour, I think he's about to change it because he's got the measure of Zabel. So he's had a third, a second, and now he's got his first ever stage victory.
Absolutely unbelievable. What a dangerous sprint though. Fanini moving across the road there, just sitting up as soon as he'd launched Eric Zabel into his attack. But this man winning the leader's jersey of the King of the Mountains competition, Phil, he's going to have a real laugh about that.
Well, he's had some regular appearances on the podium. If it's only to get a new King of the Mountains jersey every day, because we've had no mountains to contest since the prologue time trial. But look at the way he realised that Zabel had got the jump over Tom Steels on this occasion, dived across to the right, picked up the German's wheel, and this is a German 1-2, and the history books show that a very, very few German 1-2s ever recorded in a stage finish of the Tour de France. It's unfortunate that Zabel would have liked it to have been the other way around, and in fact Stefano Zanini, the lead-out man for Steels, finished in front of him and got the third place. Can you believe that?
Well, looking at the face of Steels there, he wasn't happy with his sprint today. The confirmation of Wustvin ahead of Zabel, Zanini third and Tom Steels fourth. But what a great job done there by Freddie Rodriguez, the US champion.
And a bunch sprint, and this is how you do it when you want to win a sprint. But there's a little confusion as to which domestique was leading out whom on this occasion. But even so, they found the right winner in the end, because Marcel Wust absolutely delighted with that sprint victory, the first ever in a Tour de France. But the long breakaway today, Jens Voigt was part of it, and he really was the hero of the day, I think, and so does Paul.
Jens, that was so close.
Yeah, today I was really disappointed, because it looked really like, just until the very last end, it looked really, really good for us, and I really thought we could make it, but finally they just get us, like it happens almost.
Oh, that's a shame, because Jens Voigt is really a very aggressive rider in this year's Tour. This man cannot believe this opening few days of the Tour de France. He's never come off the podium. Marcel Wust getting the winner's prize, but Laurent Jalabert keeping the maillot jaune. No change overall at all, with the big field coming down that home straight all together there. So Jalabert ahead of Cañada, and Lance Armstrong looking extremely good in third place. There's the kisses from the young ladies in yellow. And Laurent Jalabert salutes the crowd here. He is still a very popular figure here, especially in this part of France, which is a cycling hotbed. On to stage 6 now, 198 kilometres, saying goodbye to Vitré and on to the famous cycling city of Tours. And sadly, with 80 kilometres to go, Paul, this crash involving Stuart O'Grady.
Well, that's bad news for the Australian. He's looking like a serious candidate for the green jersey, which has been Eric Zabel's for the last 4 years. But the way he was holding his shoulder there, Phil, I do happen to think that he has got a problem with his collarbone.
Yes, it doesn't look good at all, in fact, and the Lanterne Rouge so far is also in trouble. Mateos, he doesn't look too good either. But the riders slowly are getting themselves underway, and Stuart O'Grady looking with the best part of 85 kilometres still to ride to the finish, and that might be a tough call, judging by the way he's looking. Anyway, he's underway, and as he's on his way, we can now go back again to Gary Imlach, who is now going to tell us a little other fable that he finds out about the Tour de France, and he really does dig deep for them. So let's join Gary.
Now, in American television terms, cycling has a profile somewhere between ten-pin bowling and competitive aerobics. But the Americans do love a good human interest story. So the fact that Lance Armstrong came back from cancer to win the Tour has made him a huge star. And to his credit, he's capitalised on that to raise awareness and money for the fight against the disease.
The first toast, and I would like all cancer survivors in the room to stand up.
Lance Armstrong was on his hind legs for most of the off-season, spreading the word and swelling the coffers of cancer charities, cashing in on a public profile even Greg LeMond in his heyday never had.
Because he's an inspiration to people everywhere, we chose Tour de France winner Lance Armstrong as the most fascinating person of 1999.
Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome 1999's ESPY Comeback Athlete of the Year, Tour de France champion Lance Armstrong.
It was major for cycling, but it was also major for cancer. And I think that the combination of the two made it a story. I think had I just won the Tour de France and never had an illness like cancer, perhaps it wouldn't have been told as much. But
the Lance Armstrong comeback tour started with a parade through his hometown of Austin, Texas, continued with a ceremonial appearance for the local college football team, and finished up where all celebrity stories do, on the talk shows.
What has your life been like since then? Just nuts, I guess,
Just nuts.
Yeah.
Just basically nuts.
And just to keep life from returning to normal, a second-generation Armstrong celebrity arrived in the shape of Luke David, conceived by in vitro fertilization from sperm that had been stored before Lance's chemotherapy.
it was hectic. I mean, there were times where I really wished that I had a whole month to stay at home and just be with my family, but at the same time, I have a responsibility to the cancer community and to the cycling community to tell the story.
Not to mention the responsibility he has to himself and his family to cash in on the relatively short shelf life of an athlete's marketability, which he's been doing with ads for everything from breakfast cereal to pharmaceuticals. He even manages to get copy out of the Whispering campaign conducted against him in last year's tour.
Everybody wants to know what I'm on. What am I on? I'm on my bike, busting my ass 6 hours a day. What are you on?
Now, as well as dealing with everything else, Lance, of course, is also trying to defend his title, and we'll hear from him again in a few days, talking about the race, his rivals, and especially the upcoming mountains. For the moment, though, let's go back to the race on the road.
So as we look down from the helicopter now, we're looking down on the leaders of the Tour de France, and these 12 riders are still there. The reason being the bunch has turned off again, and this breakaway now leading by about 7.5 minutes. They are set fair now to take out the stage, and the overall leader of the Tour de France will be either Alberto Eli for Deutsche Telekom or Fabrice Gugo for the Crédit Agricole, because they are split overall by just 12 seconds.
And that 12 seconds is on the finishing line, Phil, because it's 20 seconds for the first man to cross the line. But Alberto Eli is a very crafty bike rider. He knows all he has to do is keep an eye on the Crédit Agricole rider, Fabrice Gugo. And if, in fact, he finishes just in front of him, there's no problem for this man, who is almost the oldest bike rider in the race. On the front, though, you can see the acceleration is coming from Mark Wouters, the Rabobank rider, keeping the pace high. I think they're trying to sort it out for Markus Zerberg, the champion of Switzerland.
Well, the one thing's for sure now, Paul, Laurent Jalabert meant what he said when he would not defend that leader's yellow jersey, because the Once team were called off the front of the bunch, and this breakaway has virtually been away right from the start.
Well, they went after 14 kilometres, but the big advantage here is for the Rabobank team. Phil, they've got 3 riders in this breakaway, and I cannot believe a man from France in the yellow jersey has let a group go off the front. He has thrown away the lead in the bike race to the man at the moment in second position, or the man in third.
I'm not surprised at a big counter-attack coming here from Jose Luis Arrieta, and they're all now chasing him. This is one of the most famous finishing straights in the world of cycling, and Paul Sherwin himself has raced down here in the Paris Tours Classic. All of these riders know this sort of finish, including Mark Wouters, who is in this breakaway because he was the winner of the last edition of Paris Tour, and he's just tailed off the back of the group now as he watches his teammate come clear. So there he is. Leon Van Bon has won the stage, and in the distance there you may have noticed the hand going up of Mark Wouters, because that was the plan, and Leon Van Bon has got the stage, but the high finishing Alberto Eli will be the new leader of the Tour de France, and really that was not expected.
It certainly wasn't, but what a great career for this man. The main field, Phil, coming in 7 minutes and 49 seconds behind, and the yellow jersey of Laurent Jalabert has disappeared from the top of the leaderboard. But what a very sad day for Stuart O'Grady. He will be taken to hospital with a suspected broken collarbone.
Well, and he's come in all the way to the finish on his bike with his arm draped over the handlebars, unable to pull on those bars. Hugo 7, a brave man indeed. There is the stage result. Leon Van Bon on top, and gets a second stage victory for him in the Tour de France. He won the last time in Pau in 1998. The race goes on. Hello again and welcome back to our coverage of the Tour de France. The riders on stage 7 now leaving Tours and heading to Limoges. 205 kilometres for them today, and sadly without Stuart O'Grady. And when Gary Imlach caught up with Stewie last night in his hotel, he was understandably pretty despondent.
Yeah, I knew as soon as I landed, like on my head and shoulder, that something wasn't right, and I was pretty dazed at the time, and someone just kind of picked me up and put me back on my bike, and I knew straight away I couldn't even put any pressure on it, that something wasn't right, and kind of grovelled to the finish, and it's broken collarbone on the shoulder joint or something. So,
what were those last 80k like?
I just wanted to get off, but I don't know, and just kind of tell myself like, just a few more K, and I couldn't pull on the bars, so every time we were coming to even a speed hump, I was just getting dropped, and one of the other guys was just pushing me back on, and I don't know, just thinking this will finish and, everything will be okay.
It's always a shame when a tough bike rider has to pull out of the Tour, but the X-rays, Phil, revealed that his collarbone was broken in 3 places, and he's now been transported to Bordeaux for a special operation.
And there's the weather, 20 kilometres per hour coming from the west today as the riders head due south, more or less, away from Tours down to Limoges, so they're going to have a crosswind, but it's not that strong. The Telecom team are trying to get Zabel points at the intermediate sprint competitions, and here's the first one now at Loesch, and let's have a look if he's in the action. Well, he certainly is in the action. He's just behind the motorbike here. He gets the 6 points for the jersey. Lottie Oos is second, and Marcel Wust still challenging in that competition. He is third. So that's a good start for the Telecom, and for Zabel in particular.
Well, Erik Zabel knows how to battle for this competition, Phil. He will go out for all of the intermediary sprints and try and be consistent, as he has been over the last 4 years. But the big attempt now to make him number one is this man's addition to the team, Gian Matteo Fanini, the former lead-out man for Mario Cipollini, and he certainly is a super asset for the team.
Well, he led out Erik Zabel indeed to the win in Milan-San Remo this year, and now we've moved on to Martinzey at 75 kilometres, and Jackie Giron is causing a little bit of a ripple of concern here, with Agneluto and Vicente Garcia Acosta next in line. So no points for Zabel, and the man who has ignored them all now and gone off on his own in the rain, this is Christophe Agneluto, former winner of the Tour of Switzerland, and now heading off in rather a dreary set of circumstances up towards the third sprint here at Rusac. And his last time check, Paul, was 6 3/4 minutes ahead of the main field, so they've really allowed him his head.
Well, you know what, he may well just get France their first victory in the Tour de France since 1998, but still Erik Zabel is willing to go out and fight for more points on the road. He wants to try and get himself that green jersey, and he comes across the line nicely.
Beating Marcel Wust there, who's now out of the lead in the King of the Mountains competition. So there's the result of that. The bunch time through at precisely 6 minutes 40 seconds. So Zabel is the man of the day again. He's picked up 10 points towards the green jersey competition, but he's still not done what he dreams of doing every Tour. He hasn't won a stage, in fact, since 1997. The bunch all together, with the exception of this one rider, Christophe Agneluto, who got away at the 77-kilometre point, and his lead has gone up now to in excess of 8 minutes, and the peloton do not seem concerned with chasing him. Overall, he's 82nd, 11 minutes behind. Let's hear more about Zabel.
Last year, the green jersey competition was a straight fight between Stuart O'Grady and Erik Zabel, with the German eventually coming out on top to take an unprecedented 4th straight points title. Well, of course, Stuart O'Grady has already gone this year, sadly, and although Zabel will take no pleasure from that, it certainly increases his chances of doing what no man has ever done, either consecutively or otherwise, and that's win 5 green jerseys. The Zabel family don't bother with pencil marks on the kitchen wall. They just put young Rick on the podium in Paris every year and let the world's photographers check how much he's grown. His dad, on the other hand, appears to have been on a sort of brilliant plateau the last few years as the Tour's most consistent rider. But really, that's not the whole picture. When Erik Zabel won his first 2 green jerseys in 96 and 97, he was out sprinting the likes of Mario Cipollini for stage wins. In the last 2, he's been shut out of the sprints, but still had enough overall strength and speed to rack up the points long after Chippo's packed his hair gel and gone home. Maintaining that kind of effort for a 5th straight year is going to be hard.
Yeah, maybe too hard.
That assessment is a combination of genuine modesty and the knowledge that the green jersey isn't his team's top priority.
We have also with Jan Ullrich, the men who have the possibility to win the Tour in overall. So
Eric may not have the whole team riding for him, but he does have some very specialised help. Last year he was second in no fewer than 4 sprint finishes, usually to Cipollini. This year Telecom signed Cipo's lead-out man, Gianmatteo Fagnini.
I think he's the best man in this position in the cycling world, and so we wait for the chance.
The chance looked like it had come a couple of days ago in the sprint at Vitre. Fagnini doing his usual kamikaze job of setting up his man and sitting up with 200 metres to go and getting in everyone else's way. Unfortunately for Eric, his fellow German Marcel Wurst was the one to profit, taking his wheel, then him in quick succession. For most of the season, though, the partnership has been working perfectly. Zabel stormed through the classics, winning the likes of Milan San Remo and the Amstel Gold Race. As he goes for a 5th green jersey, the question is, how long can he stay that strong?
I don't know. I hope that the legs are still good enough to win, but it's also possible that I'm going too tired, and that's the tour, so we see.
Well, we'll almost certainly see Eric Zabel in contention for the stage win today because it's his 30th birthday. He'll already have told Gianmatteo Fagnini what he wants, and I don't think it'll be a record token.
Well, indeed. Thanks, Gary. As we're now going back to the lone leader of the race. He's under the 10 kilometres to go banner here. His gap has come down, Paul, and he's being chased at the moment by Michael Sandstad, but he's still enormous. He's struggling now, Christophe Agneluto, but you know, he's being drawn by the fact the Frenchman hasn't won a stage of the Tour de France for 2 years.
And the last man to do that was Jackie Durand. There's confirmation of the gap. Michael Sandstad at 2 minutes 49 and the main field at 3.5. I can't really understand that manoeuvre by Sandstad. He's been caught in no man's land, and he's actually at the moment not actually approaching the lone leader, as he now can see on the horizon the finishing line, and he's still riding fairly well.
Just over 70 kilometres an hour on this flat piece of road here, and this is Michael Sandstad, himself a very good rider against the watch from Denmark. But as Paul has said, I think it's more a case of grabbing publicity rather than hoping. He got away with 35 kilometres to go when the gap up to the leader was 7.25. He is pulling him back, but he's pulling him back nothing like quick enough.
Well, when your gap is that big, what you really have to do is go across a gap like that in a small group of riders. At the front of the main field is controlled by US Postal Service, but victory today is going to go to France.
And he's going to enjoy this, every minute of it, because they've always said the first Frenchman to win a stage in this year's Tour is going to be remembered a big time. This is the 3rd Tour de France for Christophe Agneluto. He was 94th in 97, 31st in 98, but he's never before has featured as a stage winner. He's putting that to rights now, and he's going to go down as the first man to win a stage since 1998, and he keeps looking over his shoulder. He knows the field are closing. The last check we got, it was 1 minute and 30 seconds, and that should be clearly enough. Plenty of time to enjoy it.
Absolutely. Even Jean-Marie Leblanc, the director of the Society Tour de France, in the car behind, was out of the car as well. Happy to know that the French have broken their duck at last, because last year not one solitary stage victory.
Well, there's the clock on the right as the riders come over the top of the climb here. I think that's Anthony Moran who swings off as Cofidis look over the shoulder. Very strange bunch of sprinters here, but now Robbie McEwen's trying to break in on the action on the far left as all of it starts again now, and Marcel Wurst has hit the front on the left of our picture as well, and Zabel too has come, so it's Wurst, Zabel, and it was the order over the line. Wurst, Zabel and Roman Veensteins 2, 3 and 4, but about 1 minute and 11 seconds down.
Well, that was a great sprint there by Marcel Wurst, but a great day for the French as well, Phil. Marcel Wurst, what an incredible character he is. He races all over the world, and he really is a man who has got a special talent for languages.
So there's the winner, Christophe Agneluto, 1 minute and 11 over the rest of the race today. Just a couple of riders off the back, and he is all smiles. I'm not surprised. Celebrations tonight. This man is always on the podium. He gets a green jersey now as leader of that by 3 points. And as soon as he gets down off the podium, Paul Sherwin will be with him.
It's a bit of a ding-dong battle between you and Zabel, though, because the lead actually changed sides a couple of times today.
Yeah, it's true. Eric was really flat out competing the sprints. In the first one, I just followed him, and then in the second one, I tried to come around, but I couldn't. But basically, today I had one of the worst days I had so far this year. Now I have a little throat infection. My nose is sort of blocking up, And when the team was asking me, how do you feel, should we bring him back? I said no. I just said I'm really stuffed, I'm really tired, my muscles ache everywhere. So, well, finally I won the sprint and now I'm second, so it's kind of a bummer, but you know, the tour is 3 weeks, so you don't want to really stuff up the team in the first week. It's good that the boys had a rest.
So because you weren't feeling so well, that's why the team didn't chase, but why didn't some of the other teams chase, like Mapei?
Well, I've seen Tom Steels today quite a few times, and well, he was not feeling much better than I was. You know, we were going backwards, both of us in the hills, and you know, the tour is like it's like the surf in Australia. It's up the waves and down the waves, and today I was really down, so it can only go up again. And this green jersey, I think it helps a little bit.
Well, what a great first week Marcel Wust is having. Alberto Elido is still in yellow, heading towards the Pyrenees. Fabrice Gugo in second place, 12 seconds down. Mark Wouters having a very, very good tour. He crashed out, remember, in the Passage du Gois last year when he broke his collarbone. So Ellie in yellow. Be careful how you say that, as he now heads off today from Limoges to Villeneuve-sur-Lot. Normally an area which is very hot and humid, but the weather is so strange this year, it's not that way at all. And David Miller in the field of 174, leaving Limoges this morning in overcast conditions. About 5 hours more in the saddle for them on a fairly hilly ride down to Villeneuve. And one man beginning to sharpen his sprinting legs is Robbie McEwen. Here he is as we roll away.
I'm going to ride my own little Tour de France on this side of the street. See, mostly I do these little interviews during the neutral, because after they drop the flag I normally can't speak anymore. But 1 week gone, we've only had 3 bunch sprints, which is really not many. I guess there's a little bit of lack of sprinters, there's a couple missing, there's a couple sick. Tom Steels is sick, Kusapur has a problem with his back. Telecom don't really want to ride hard to keep everything together. So I think today is an even bigger chance of a group going away. Everyone's seen that Telecom doesn't want to use too much energy. So here we go again, attack, attack, attack. Hopefully someone will bring things back together.
And we're at the back of the group here now, and they're watching the leading group ride away from them. Our camera seems to be convinced that they've gone as he goes up towards the leaders here. Good split, done primarily by the superb hard riding of Decker, who has just put himself on the front and kept himself going. And a question of anybody who can reach me can join me.
Well, it was the Banesto rider who made the junction. There he is. The other white jersey was Xavier Hon. But there is the counter-attack going off the front of Eric Decker. The Rabobank rider has put the hammer down completely, and he's decided he wants to make sure that this is the decisive part of this bike race.
Well, he's having a superb tour so far, Eric Decker, and determined to stick at it here as he races now, thinking of the third and final climb of the day, which is only 12 kilometres ahead of him. Well, I'm not so sure he'll survive this one, but he's taking a big gamble here, Decker, but he is a time trial champion of the Netherlands, and he's holding off the whole field. This breakaway, Paul, of some 17 riders got away right at the start, and now Decker himself is not going to be caught. He has put the best part of a minute into the remnants of that breakaway, which has split up on the run into the finish. Well, he's ridden the Tour de France 7 times, but he has never, ever won a stage, and he is absolutely delighted. There'll be no change overall tonight because that was well controlled by the Telecom boys, but Decker doesn't care. This is a breakaway he is going to remember for the rest of his life, as he now gets ready to give a 2-armed salute here in Villeneuve-sur-Lot.
Not many bike rides get a chance to do this, Phil. A stage victory at the Tour de France, and it is a lot sweeter for this man because earlier this season in Paris-Nice he broke his elbow.
Yes, and he's come back big time. I guess he softened his form up in the Giro d'Italia, and now it's come good in the Tour de France for Eric Decker. Great day out for him, by the way, because he's also taken the lead in the King of the Mountains competition. Here's the sprint now, which will be for 4th place because Rodriguez is heading up the line here, and he gets into 4th place. Behind came Xavier Yon and Garcia Acosta. They got the major places. There's confirmation of that. Let's have a look at the results. And there is the man in the new leader's jersey of the King of the Mountains. And again, once he stepped down off the podium, Paul Sherwin was waiting for him.
What a fantastic win for you today, but to attack almost 30 kilometers from the finish must have been a pretty brave move.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's a dream come true. It's my really first big win, and I'm so happy.
How was it riding down the final 500 meters there? You seem to be pretty much enjoying it.
Yeah. A few days ago, I was caught back on 400 meters to go, and I knew I needed another chance to prove that I can win a big race. And I suffered a lot this year. I broke my arm in Paris-Nice, and it's unbelievable.
An emotional occasion, certainly, and why not? Eric Decker getting the biggest win of his career today. Overall, in the end, though, no change in the top 5, and Alberto Eli keeps his lead for a third day, but Jens Voigt now appears in the top 6 in 6th place. Among those who fall back for the moment at least are Lance Armstrong to 16th, Jan Ullrich to 28th, David Miller down to 40th, and Marco Pantani down to 87th. Eric Decker's win, well, hasn't really helped his overall position. Another good day, though, for Alberto Eli. Just a minor fright at the midway point when that lead was well in excess of his overall lead of the Tour, but tonight he's still on top. Hello and welcome now to stage 9 of the Tour de France. The riders pedalling the way to Dax in the southwest corner, and then they'll be in the shadow of the Pyrenees. So far we've had 6 stage winners of the Tour, the road race legs, and they now know what it's like to join the elite band of riders who've won stages in the Tour and experienced that great emotion.
Well, the joy of victory, but you know, Phil, this is the last day before the big mountain stages, and all of these riders will be worried about that, because for the first time the big names of the Tour de France will have to come out and play tomorrow, but still another day in the yellow jersey for Alberto Eli.
And the race now heading towards the first sprint at Nérac, all together at 23 kilometres. Not much wind blowing again today, and pleasantly warm at 24 degrees Celsius. Heading into the southwestern corner of France, just north of the Spanish frontier. And the field have made a very rapid start today, and this should be one for Zabel if he's chasing points for that green jersey, and I'm sure he is. Currently worn though by Marcel Wust, and Marcel is going better and better. Wust over the line first, and interestingly Jan Kirsipuu second there, and Robbie McEwen of Australia getting third.
Jan Ullrich looking very concentrated before the big mountains, Phil. He's currently 28th overall, 6 minutes and 37 seconds down, but he has slimmed down a lot since we saw him racing in South Africa in the early part of the year. Also the big question mark over Marco Pantani, 87th in the standings, but he's certainly going to fly in the mountains.
Well, he has improved from 136th, I suppose, which is what he was after the time trial. Moving on now to the second sprint at Paul Bosc. 68 kilometres in now, and this time Zabel gets the points back. Apollonio and Magnon, no sign there of Wust in the points at least.
This is an interesting move at this point as well, because the group had actually split, but the big crash is happening once again, and we can see several riders going down there, and many of them all over the road.
Well, that was a real shunt. It happened, a ricochet effect right in the centre of the field there, Paul. And as so often happens on the stage of the Tour de France, it's on a long straight road, and when the field are not racing.
Well, that's the most dangerous time. Everyone relaxes just a little bit as we come up to the next and final sprint point of the day. And now Festina completely in control, trying to set up this sprint for them, and Marcel Wust, who currently is looking very comfortable in the top of the leaderboard with the green jersey on his shoulders.
Well, let's see now, because this is a real challenge coming from Marcel Wust against Eric Zabel. Two German riders fighting out the green jersey. It's almost unheard of in a Tour de France. Zabel is just back there with Fanini, keeping an eye on him too, as 132 kilometres is where we are now. An attack on the left there by Jackie Giron. Festina seem to be all over this race right now.
Well, Jackie Duron's stolen a march over the field here. He surprised everybody there. The response behind coming from Moreau. He's the man from the Festina squad who is actually looking for a high place in the overall standings, Phil, but I think a little despondent after a not very good performance in the opening time trial. He's onto the wheel of Durand and the sprinters started in earnest.
Well, Christophe Moreau is going to get over the top of Jackie, but that's really spoilt the sprinters at their own game with that attack. And Moreau has done well to take the points away from the Lotto rider. And in third place, Mark Wouters keeps it in the camp of Rabobank. All of the field still together.
On the run into the finish, though, this is the situation on the course. 4 riders have managed to get just off the front of the main field. Paolo Bettini is in this group. Gert Verheyen is the rider from Lotto. Jose Vidal is the Kelme rider. And Didier Roos, the man from Bonjour.
And Bonjour looking for a win here now. A French team brought into the Tour de France, and they really want to give themselves some credibility. There's Didier Roos on the far side, and a little man from Mappe, I suspect he is the most experienced here. Paolo Bettini, winner this year of Liège-Bastogne-Liège.
Well, their advantage inside the 30-second mark at the moment. All of the cars have been brought out, and in fact less than that. 11 seconds as they are now inside the outskirts of Dax, and the crowd is absolutely unbelievable. But Phil, in the main field behind, the hammer is on, and I think these guys just might get caught in the final straight.
Well, let's hope not, because it looks like we're being treated here to a carbon copy of the situation the other day when Eric Decker and Jens Voigt were swept up with about 500 metres to go. Now they are wasting time here because they are so close to the finish. Freddie Rodriguez is trying to hook up with Tom Steels. He keeps looking for him in that blue jersey. He may have him now. And Didier Roos goes underneath the Spanish Basque flag there. He starts the sprint for the line now. But that field is coming so quickly, and Bettini is gambling. But going off Bettini's wheel is Gert Verheyen in the red and Vidal in the Kelme colours. And Verheyen has started the sprint, and the speed behind is Zabel on the left and Steels as they come up to the line. Bettini is going to get it right on the line, but you know they're so close, Paul, they must get the same time.
Well, Zabel came out of nowhere there, right onto the tail of that group, and I think they will all be given the same time. A perfectly timed sprint there by Paolo Bettini, getting himself across the line ahead of Verheyen and Jose Angel Vidal. Zabel in 5th.
Well, that's the result, and it was an excellent race, but they were all given at the same time. They crossed the line together, and what a result, though, for Paolo Bettini. Finally a stage winner in the Tour. This is his first Tour de France, by the way. And there is the race approaching the line. We can now go and speak with Gary Imlach.
Nice job. You seem to come to the front there and slow everything down for Paolo.
Yeah, I just got to the front, act like I was going to lead out to sprint. At the same time, I was just waiting for surges, and I just go in front of him and act like I was going to keep going, and they kept on falling for it. And there was a lot of corners, so I was able to take the front and maintain a slow speed. And then, I mean, we had confidence in Bettini that he could pull it off, and he pulled it off, so it was perfect work for today.
Sneaky.
It was sneaky, but it works.
Congratulations.
Well, I'll tell you what, he is having a marvellous Tour de France and a great season. But Alberto Eli has brought the race now down to the first big mountains of this year's Tour, leading Fabrice Gugo by 12 seconds and Mark Wouters by 1 minute and 15 seconds. Well, he wanted to lead to the Pyrenees. He's done just that, but he'll have a fight on his hands now because this is a real tough day. But no time to think about that just yet. He can collect his 4th leader's yellow jersey. The Pyrenees have awaited the Tour de France every summer since 1910, and today their angry mood promises a difficult day for most of the field. Heavy rain threatened on the Col d'Aubisque, possible snowstorms near the high peaks, and cold winds have been forecast. The Tour de France now is ready to reshape its leaderboard. 171 survived since Futuroscope 10 days ago, and their departure from Dax at 10:45 local time heralded the toughest days so far, with climbs of the Col de Marie Blanc, the Col d'Aubisque, the Col de Soulor and the Finnish mountain of Hautecamp, enough to frighten the most experienced. Overall, it's the Italian Alberto Eli, the surprise leader for 4 days, who heads Fabrice Gugo, Mark Wouters and Pascal Chanteur. But today the favourites must come forth. Names like defending champion Lance Armstrong, Spain's Abraham Olano, former winner Jan Ullrich, and our own David Miller. Who knows what little Marco Pantani will try over his favourite terrain. Hello and welcome back to our extended coverage on Tour Plus of the race in the Pyrenees today. We're at the top at Hautacam, and as you can see, despite the weather here, a large crowd waiting to see the riders come up. This will be the third time we've finished here, and without doubt this will be the toughest. We're coming through the heart of the Pyrenees to get to the line. Well, for the last 9 days, Lance Armstrong and indeed all of the pre-race favourites have remained somewhat anonymous, but that hasn't stopped Lance making a few notes. Here he is now assessing his main rivals and also the chances he has himself.
But there's no doubt he's a serious contender. He's anybody with talent like that and experience. He's won the Tour de France before. He's been second 2 times. He's a young kid, but he has a whole lot of experience. So of course he's a favorite, and his team is, I think the last time I checked, they're the #1 team in the world. So there's plenty of depth. Alex is going to be a threat. He's going to be a factor in the race because he has the talent, he has experience. I raced with him in Dauphiné. I saw him. I know that he's strong. He has a strong team. He could win. He's clearly the best climber in the world, and this tour is a lot harder and has a lot more mountains than it did last year. So it's yeah, he's a threat. It's can he put it all together for 3 weeks and climb consistently? I don't know what he's been doing. He hasn't raced in a month, so Giro form isn't. How does it transfer to this? I don't know, but we have to keep an eye on him, and it's something that there's not an individual time trial before the mountains, so he won't be at a deficit trying to make up time. He will, technically he could have the yellow jersey going into the last time trial, and the time trialists could be trying to make up time. You get into the Alps and climbs like the Madeleine, like Jouplan, Courchevel, Morzine. Those are hard climbs. They're a lot harder than what we did last year, and the stages are the stage to Briançon, 250 kilometers over the Izoard just before the finish. It's a heavy course, and so we'll find out if I'm a balanced rider or if I can truly climb in the high mountains.
And the action today coming to you from a wet and dreary Pyrenees here. It's the only day the riders are in the Pyrenees, and they are far from happy because on this 205 kilometers ride from Dax to the top of Hautacam, just outside the city of Lourdes, the rain is falling steadily. The riders having left Dax in the rain, had a couple of little bits of respite, but since then it's come down again. But it hasn't deterred an initial attack coming from Jackie Giron, who got clear after 32 kilometers. He was joined about 8 kilometers later by the Spanish rider Javier Otoya and Nico Matan of Belgium, and the biggest gap, 17 minutes and 30 seconds over the field as they passed through the feeding zone at 95 kilometers. Well, it's good to see that Banestra have come out with some sort of a plan here. They haven't had a great season, but in fact they are trying now to establish them as a force to be reckoned with in the Tour de France. They're one of the few teams who've got 2 likely candidates with Jose Maria Jimenez, who certainly was riding well just before this tour started, but like many of the big names, we haven't seen him since the tour did start, so we don't know quite what his good condition is like right now.
Well, another big name being dropped from the main pack here. In fact, Tom Steels, the man who took out the first 2 flat stages of the Tour de France, he also has been dropped behind. They'll soon be forming at the back of the race field, the Autobus, as the man at the front here is going to go over the top and get maximum points at the Col de Marais Blanc.
So a good climb then by the Kelme rider, getting his own back after all the pain they've caused him to suffer on the flat roads. And I think he's going to probably wait there for Nico Matan, because no point in going on alone at this stage. The bunch is thinning out, Paul. We're getting down to about 40 riders here.
Well, another attack going off the front there from Team Polti. I would think the Polti rider in the middle of the group there is going to be Richard Virenque. We haven't heard his name too much on race radio at the moment, but he shouldn't be put into difficulty on this first climb of the race.
Just trying to catch a glimpse of the yellow jersey of the Tour, Alberto Eli. Don't see him there in that initial shot, but I think he's pretty much there. Back together on the way down. Sorry about the pictures. We're going to have a few problems, I think. We're in the woods as well, which doesn't help with the links that go up to the aircraft above the race. But here we have Matin has come back up to the Spanish rider. He knew he'd wait, and now they'll head off across the valley. The next one, they'll go down to Larens, and there's a sprint down there. Then we're back onto the climbs with the Col d'Aubisque.
Another move, trying to get a little sortie off the front of the main field there. That looked like a rider from the Seiko team. He's only got about 40 or 50 meters off the front at the moment. But you can see the main field has reduced in size sensibly. No major attacks yet, Phil, coming from the big contenders. They will wait until the latter part of the race. We might get a couple of tests of the waters on the ascent of the Col de l'Aubisque, but I reckon the big fight will really come on this final climb up to the finish here at Hautacam. The man going off the front here for Polte, in fact, is Pascal Hervé, who wears 156, and he will be looking to get into a small breakaway group off the front of the main field to be of help to Richard Virenque later in the stage. There's the summit banner indicating 1 kilometer to go, so Pascal Hervé has put in a fairly fine performance here on the early slopes of the first mountain of the day.
Well, we've got Hoy back in. Sandstad rather, we think must have gone over the top of the climb already, and it's going to be Bottero and Hervé racing out 5th and 6th to the top of the mountain.
Hervé is riding a very strange race here. He's looking back over his shoulder all of the time. He really wants to know what sort of reaction is going to come in the main field, and he's looking back to see if Richard Virenque is coming forward. He wants to check and make sure the position of the Frenchman, because he wouldn't want to take the points away from his challenge to try and take that King of the Mountains competition again.
But it's almost as if he's a reluctant boy on the attack there, Pascal Hervé, as we see riders now.
That's Frankie Hoy, the man who was caught in the middle. He's about to get caught by the group of favourites. The next man coming through there is Mancebo, and these riders have got a nice advantage over the group of contenders for the Tour de France at the moment. They're all pretty content to just watch each other and stay together until we come to the bigger mountains later in the day. Well, these two riders, Phil, they actually have kept a fair amount of their advantage, because over the summit there they still have an advantage of 13 minutes over the rest of the main field, so they're doing a good job. They've only lost 4 minutes on that climb, so I don't think the major contenders yet have really turned up the gas.
No, it's good because they came to the start at 16:20, so a very good climb by Ochoa. He's only lost 3 minutes to the main part of the peloton on the climb of the mountain. That's very, very good. This man now, who's had trouble with his knee since a bad crash on the right of our picture in the Tour of Germany last year, Michele Bartoli, has come back with a win just before the Tour started in the Giro d'Italia. That looks like Virenque sprinting 4th and just snicking a couple of points. I think he's gone over in 7th.
Welcome back to Tour Plus, our extended coverage of the Tour de France action. Every day we try and bring you a featured rider, and as we head into the mountains, here's one man we're likely to see a lot of today. Fernando Escartin was born in Biesas in Spain 32 years ago. He measures in at 1.74 meters and 63 kilograms. He's actually been professional since 1990. With 25 wins to his career, the early part of that career was spent as a domestique for Tony Rominger, but he soon learned that on the big mountain passes he was often stronger than the Swiss leader. He's ridden the Tour de France 9 times, but over the last 4 years he's been the most consistent man in the overall standings. In 1997 he was 5th, 4th overall in 1998 when he withdrew with all the other Spanish teams in a protest. He was 3rd in the Tour de France last year. At the moment he's 100th overall, almost 12 minutes behind the leader, but everything shows he's in perfect condition for the big challenge this year.
And conditions on the Col d'Aubisque are very similar to that on the climb of the Marie Blanc here. This is the main part of the peloton, riding some 15 minutes still behind a number of riders out front now. None of them the likely candidates of final victory in Paris, but they are causing a number of surprises. Mainly all of the projected favourites still in this big bunch, and including the yellow jersey of Alberto Eli, Paul, because on the descent of the Marie Blanc he has got back into this group.
Well, you can see this group has actually swollen in numbers since the Col de Marie Blanc. A lot of riders really taking risks on the descent to pull themselves back into the front part of the main field. This main field, though, Phil, I feel once we start climbing more up to the summit of the Col de l'Aubis will explode once again, because the weather conditions out here really have been atrocious. It's only around about 6 or 7 degrees Celsius over the top of some of these mountain passes, and it's not much more than 14 or 15 in the valley roads below.
2 more riders have given up that we know of. Meyer from the Seiko team has gone. He's taken with him his teammate. I'm surprised at this one, Dario Pieri. He's also abandoned the Tour. And sadly for the Crédit Agricole team, out with a crash in the ambulance is Jonathan Vaughters, crashing on the descent of the Col de Marie Blanc, and he crashed out last year as well. Well, swinging off the front of the main group here now, having done a stalwart job as a pacemaker, is the young newcomer to the US Postal Service, Stefan Gergaard. He's now done his job and he's fallen back, and he's left the rest of the strongmen of the team to keep up the tempo. But we've lost now, I think it's 5 riders that we know of out of the Tour today.
And before the end of the day, I reckon we'll lose an awful lot more. There is Marco Pantani, the man who was really looking to try and shine again when we got into this final climb of the day. But you can see who feels that he can win the Tour de France, because on the front of the main field, Lance Armstrong has put all of his teammates. Right there in first position is Cédric Vasseur, a man who many years ago was a leader of the Tour de France and wore the yellow jersey before it was ripped off his back almost by Jan Ullrich. But you can see this is a drilled squad now. They've sat down in the main field for a long time, in fact 9 days since we left the very first stage of the Tour de France and the individual time trial of Futuroscope, and now they're coming into their own. This is the mountain terrain, and this is where the Tour de France is won or lost.
Well, let me give you an update of the riders we know are ahead. Our cameras are concentrating here on the main part of the peloton, because that's where we expect to see the counter moves coming from. But as we start the climb here of the Aubis, we're a couple of kilometres up. It's still out front is Ochoa, Javier Ochoa. He's dropped again Nico Martin. And then the third man on the road at around about 7 minutes behind is Jackie Durand, and that despite a fall himself on the descent of Marie Blanc. Then we've got Michael Sandsted, who's been on his own for the whole of the day so far, in 4th. Salvatore Camesso is in a group of 3 with Botero and Manthabo of Benesto. They're 12 minutes 40 back. Odriozola and Verheyen, the rider who was in the break the other day, they are next at 13 minutes, and they're joined by Pasquale Larente in the same group. Then Pascal Hervé, who moved away towards the end of the climb of the Marie Blanc, he's on his own, almost 14 minutes down. And then comes a group of George Hincapie, Antonio Taula, and Paolo Salvadelli, and Britain's David Miller. They are in a group some 14 minutes behind the leader, while the peloton are just over 15. But back into the group now, this very select little group, as they continue to climb. Look at the face of Ullrich. We've seen that face a few times over the years in the Tour de France, and it usually means he's in very determined mood. And I think that Lance Armstrong possibly now has only 2 men alongside him from the team.
The man on the front is Giuseppe Guerini, winner last year of the Alpe d'Huez stage. The white jersey there of Benesto is Zuller. This is Virenque in the middle, bobbing out of his saddle all of the time, the climber from France, and Ullrich himself looking very concentrated. Armstrong in the black and whitish jersey there in the middle has certainly used his teammates a little foolishly, I think, on the early slopes of the climb, maybe over-assuming on the strength of his squad, because now the only 2 men who could be remaining in this group to help him will be Tyler Hamilton and Kevin Livingstone.
As Richard Virenque going through, and then there's Michael Bogart here. There's a real good chance today, this Dutch rider. But I don't know whether he's got the form, Paul. There's a big question mark on Bogart. He's having not a good season. Last year he had a brilliant season, came to the Tour de France, and it was a disaster for him. Maybe he's going to reverse the trend this year. This is him here, having had a poor start to the season. Maybe it's now he's going to come good.
Well, one other rider who's the big star of the Tour de France, Abraham Olano. I haven't caught a glimpse of him. We haven't heard from Race Radio whether or not he's been left behind, but this, for the moment, is a very large group of riders, still around about 25 men. Alex Zula will be very happy, though, by the performance of his teammate here, number 15, Jose Maria Jimenez. He's out on the attack, putting all of the other leaders under a certain amount of pressure.
There's Hervé on the multicolours at the back of this little group now, further up the climb, looking to see. He's always looking behind, and he is expecting to see sooner or later the arrival of Richard Virenque, his teammate. But at the moment, Virenque is a captive of that group.
Well, Fernando Escartin certainly had to do something very special on a day like this, which is why as soon as the slopes started to get difficult, he went out and launched the attack. The main group, the main contenders at the moment, Phil, are very content just to watch each other and mark each other. And you can see that the breakup really is quite awful. It's because we're not able to use the helicopters out on the course at the moment, and the reason that we are actually getting these pictures is because they're being beamed up to a fixed wing aeroplane flying more than 10,000 feet up.
Well, let's hope he can locate the race below him through the cloud, because it is getting pretty bad down there. The headlights are on the vehicles now, and remember, what goes up has to come down, and that is when the danger bells will ring. We've already had at least 4 riders fall on the descent of the Marie Blanc. One of them, Jonathan Waters, reportedly in the ambulance and out of the Tour de France. I'll give you a little roundup, but I'll be honest with you now, it's getting rather difficult to know exactly who is in the front on today's stage in the Tour de France. Our computer is got blue smoke coming out of it here, but Ochoa, we haven't seen anything of him, is still ahead, and then he's being chased by Nico Matan. They were the 2 men that started all this chaos many kilometres ago now. Then there is a group of Francisco Mancebo, John Odriozola, 2 Banesto riders there, then another Kelme rider, Santiago Botero, a Seiko rider, Daniel Atienza, and 2 of the Seiko boys have abandoned today, by the way, and the Lotto rider, Gert Verheyen. Then we've got George Hincapie, Pasquale Lorente, Antonio Tauler, and Salvatore Camesso, and David Miller was in that group as well, but I think he's in a little bit of trouble.
I think David Miller has actually been picked up by the group of the main contenders here. I caught a glimpse of a tall, lanky Cofidis rider, and that could only be David Miller. He's in around about 15th position at the moment, and riding in his first Tour de France with a certain amount of authority alongside some of the great names of the sport of international cycling.
I think also Gert Verheyen has long since left the company at the front.
Problem
There's been a crash here, is there? No,
this is Pascal Hervé who's had a problem. Very quickly changed of machines there by his team mechanic, who was right up alongside there. He hasn't got too much to worry about. He's at the front of the bike race at the moment, around about roughly 10th place on the road. But his major concern really is the position of Richard Virenque.
I think that was a planned change, because we saw Polti team car stopping earlier, and that might be while he was looking around because he had a problem. But we've now got an attack from the front of the group by Virenque, and here he is trying to ride away now from that group. This has to come sooner or later, I think. And we know that Lance Armstrong now has been left alone in that group. All of his teammates have been dropped at the minute.
This has been completely planned, because in fact he's right on the back wheel of Hervé already.
Absolutely.
They have both changed to lighter machines, and they're going to try and do something pretty special here on the Col de l'Aubisque. Now, he was obviously looking over his shoulder all of the time, waiting for this move by Richard Virenque, which is why he wasn't really insisting in the breakaway that he was in there, Phil. He wanted to be there as a leapfrog for Richard Virenque, and now he will give his all to try and open up their advantage over the main group.
This is the leader of the Tour de France at the moment on the road, as he's about 3 kilometres from the summit. And it looks like, in fact, he's coming up to the summit here, and he is, of the Col d'Aubisque. So he has a lead of some 4 kilometres over the principal bunch, which contains Lance Armstrong and Jan Ullrich. But this group has got away from that bunch now and contains Richard Virenque and Fernando Escartin and Jimenez. So 3 very good riders in this group, and they are riding ahead of the Ullrich-Armstrong pack.
Polti obviously had a plan too, because that was a very clever move just a few moments ago. Pascal Hervé, since he'd been in front of the race, was consistently looking over his shoulder, waiting and looking back to see if he could see the shape of Richard Virenque coming up through the clouds and the mist. And once he did, he just opened up the throttle and accelerated away, dragging Virenque up to that leading group there, where in fact they joined Fernando Escartin and Jose Maria Jimenez, the Banesto rider, as well. Lotto, Phil, must be pretty happy, because they've got their overall man up here in this group as well. Mario Aerts is the rider in the red and black jersey of Lotto, the leader of the Belgian squad, really a man who in the past has really revealed himself fairly well here at the Tour.
Well, here we are now with Ullrich in the second place here, being paced by Guerini. David Miller was up the road. He was caught by this group, and I'm not sure whether he's still in here. If he is, he's right on the back of it. But certainly it is a very, very select bunch of riders now, as they try to limit their losses, because they've watched riders go off the front and form a group ahead, and they haven't been able to react to it. On the lower slopes of the climb, it did look as though Lance Armstrong's team had control of the day, but one by one they have been jettisoned, and only Armstrong is out. Now, as we're looking up here, we're looking back at Mario Aerts here, And I can tell you, which isn't good news, we've had problems with horses in single-day races this year, including Gent Wevelgem, when one knocked Erik Zabel off. Well, there's now one been reported loose on the descent of the Col d'Aubisque. Well, if they haven't got enough problems with the wet, slippery roads, Paul, the last thing we want to see now is a horse running loose down the mountain. Let's hope they can do something about that.
Well, let's hope somebody can get out there and catch it. This is the group of the major contenders in there. Christophe Moreau, that's why earlier on in the day we saw a bike change coming from Laurent Madouas to the man who is now becoming the leader of the Festina squad out on the road. And this group really has been whittled down over the last 4 or 5 kilometers. And you're right, US Postal did an awful lot of work, Phil, at the bottom of this climb, and it got rid of a lot of members of other teams as well, because even Jan Ullrich only has one teammate with him for help there, but he's got a very good one in the name of Giuseppe Guerini, the winner last year of the stage at the Alpe d'Huez.
Mario Ertz here, a little pack on his back there for his lunch, but he's no time to eat it, as he tries his racing cape actually, as he tries now to limit his losses, because he's just cracked here as he comes up towards the group. I think in fact he's about 2 kilometers from the summit here, and he's just about to lose contact, but he is a very good climber, especially for a Belgian, and don't get too many good climbers from Belgium. And it looks as though David Miller now, just as he did in the Route du Sud, has lost ground towards the end of the big mountain in the Pyrenees, and he's lost contact with the Armstrong group.
Well, the last few names that I was given from the group of the main contenders, in fact there is a Cofidis rider in that group, but in fact it is David Miller's teammate, David Moncouty, the French rider. So looks as if David Miller took us somewhat of an advantage on the early slopes of the Col de l'Aubisque, and now he's been caught up by the group and probably left behind. But for David Miller, today really is a question of experience. He's learning about the Tour de France after having led the race for the first 3 days.
Gosh, what a day to go out and have to learn your Tour de France, because that is a shame. Here's Moncoutier further down the climb here, talking to his team car, I think, as now we're coming up towards the top of the climb here, and in fact that is Nico Matan, the other Cofidis rider. So he looks absolutely shattered here, Paul, but he's still going over the top in second place, but 4 minutes and 3 seconds behind the leader of the race on the road, Atjoya. Well, we're nearly at the top, and thankfully we can still see the riders, which is a great bonus, because the cloud is also clearing miraculously from the final climb of the day, which is the climb of Hautecam. They're still on the descent of the Col d'Aubisque. They make a change of direction. They have to climb over the top of the Col de Soulor before they come down to start the final climb.
1 kilometer to go for this group of climbers here, Phil, and what a remarkable movement it has been. Really, they have come out and played on the first time they've come into their little playground. The playground of the climbers is the slopes of the Pyrenees, and what a day to do it. The weather conditions have been absolutely appalling. It's freezing out on the course of the Tour de France today, but these guys certainly knew they've got to take every occasion if they want to dethrone the big leaders.
Well, take heart. In 2 days' time they'll be in Provence and having a day off, and unless the weather's gone completely crazy, they can reckon they'll have nice warm sunshine. As we're watching here, Pascal Hervé keeping the tempo. Beltran is here as well, and this little group are climbing nice and steady now, free of the stop-go tactics of the earlier parts of the climb as they find their rhythm. Don't expect to see Hervé on the front when it gets to the top though, but I'm just looking where Richard Virenque is, Paul. I don't spot him at the minute. Oh, there he is, tucked in there. So he's still in this group behind Jimenez, and Virenque will be looking for a finish and a few points over the top.
He's quite happy at the moment just to sit in this group and allow his teammate Pascal Hervé to do all of the work. But I reckon some of the guys in that group behind will take few risks on the descent off the Col de Soulor, Phil, because they will possibly see the chance of riding themselves back up to the group of climbers. Men like Jan Ullrich and Lance Armstrong are daredevil descenders, and in conditions like this you can bridge 3 or 4 minutes if you take a few risks on a descent off these big mountains.
Well, it doesn't really bear thinking about going down these mountains with a horse reportedly running loose on the descent of the Aubisque and the rain taking care of the rest. It really is going to be a very hazardous descent for everybody, and the back markers will take risks because they know that they can get themselves back into the action if they take 1 or 2 on the descents.
Well, over the summit of the Col de l'Aubisque, and these guys are not too far away from it right now. They don't really have the initial descent as you would do off most of the big climbs. They drop down onto a false flat which links the Col de l'Aubisque to the summit of the Col de Soulor, and that's then when they will start the big maneuver of the descent on the way down. Richard Virenque, though, Phil, can sense now that there are points available at the top of this climb here, and he's moving forward to go over the line when we reach the summit and try and get himself as many points as possible, because for him, one of his major goals, apart from trying to win this bike race, is also to take the King of the Mountains competition for a 6th time.
Well, gone is everybody in between now. This is the race for 3rd place at the top of the Col d'Aubisque. Over the top has gone Ochoa. Matin has gone over 4 minutes after him. And I think we're going to see around 8 or 9 minutes for the appearance here of the Virenque group. And Richard Virenque, the King of the Mountains, 5 times in the last 6 years, is now looking to join the greats as one of only 3 riders who would have won the title on 6 occasions. I'm not so sure he'll be given an easy ride, though, because Ochoa is getting himself into the leader's jersey tonight.
Well, Ochoa should be the man getting maximum points out on the roads, and this man caught in the middle of nowhere here, I would think, is Paolo Savardelli. We'd actually forgotten about him, because this race really has been all over the place, and it's interesting to note that it really has been an aggressive stage so far, Phil. People have been out attacking all of the time. These small bags that are being handed up by the team helpers at the moment, they will in fact probably contain warm drinks, warm tea that they've prepared especially for this situation.
Yes, in fact, there are still some survivors. We forgot about Little Camesso and Mantabo and Botaro, because they've gone over 10 minutes down, but the Virenque group is almost on them now.
This is the Bobby Julich group here, the group of Jan Ullrich and Lance Armstrong. Julich just at the back there in the Crédit Agricole jersey, in the white shirt with the green shorts.
Well, Mario Ertz has gone over at 11 minutes, the back of the leader. The Virenque group's gone over 10.5 minutes behind the leader. And we're waiting to see what time gap it is for Lance Armstrong's group. There they are. Just under 12 minutes is the gap from the group containing Lance Armstrong.
This is the lone leader now. He's on the slopes in between the 2 big mountains. Col de l'Aubisque has been passed by Javier Ochoa. He's now on his way, Phil, to the Col de Soulor.
So as he goes on this rather false flat on the Col d'Aubisque, Javier Ochoa still leads on the day in the Tour de France. Nico Matin, looking a bit shaky, is second at 4 minutes. And then comes a small group now being joined by Richard Virenque. They are around at 10.5 minutes back. Armstrong's group a minute and a half back of them at approximately 12 minutes. And so there are big splits today in the Tour.
It seems as if, in fact, Michele Bartoli has had a problem on one of the corners here on the Col de l'Aubisque, but he's actually back up and riding again sensibly as we approach 1 kilometre to go to the summit of the Col de Soulor for this man Javier Ochoa, who's been leading this bike race over all of the major climbs so far today. And if they don't do something dramatic behind, he could be riding himself to a very good victory here at the summit of Hautacam.
Well, let's hope that he can do this. He's still 11.5 minutes ahead of Lance Armstrong's group on the road today and riding superbly. Nico Matin, we believe now, has been picked up by the chasers, Francisco Mancebo and Santiago Botero, and so he has got company, although I think Matin is in terrible trouble now. His legs have gone and he's still got to go over the top of the finishing climb, of course. Now let's have a look here. It's time to grab a little bag here before they start the long descent. And apparently Richard Virenque has also put in an attack now as well.
Well, that's the sort of move I would expect Richard Virenque to make, but I would have thought he would wait until he got to the descent off the Col de Soulor, because the climb, in between the 2 climbs, Phil, the Col de l'Aubisque and the Soulor, is not really an ideal place to make an attack. And certainly if you want to take risks on a long descent, he should have waited 3 or 4 kilometres further to attack on the descent from Soulor down into the valley below. This is what you can see. This is what all of the Pyrenean climbs are like. They're so scary. You see, there's no protection at all at the side of the road here. And if you do happen to go round to one of these corners and you lose it, the best thing to do is to drop the bike as quickly as possible and hope that just by sliding on your backside you can start slowing yourself down, because if you do go over the edge, it really does plummet right down into the valleys below.
It's only a short descent, as you can see here now, the leader going over the top of the Col de Soulor. And it's a short descent and then a little stabby climb of a couple of kilometres, and you're over the top, still hovering at 1,400 metres above sea level here. Now he begins the plunge away from the big mountains in the heart of the Pyrenees as he swings down towards the little town of Argelès-Gazost, and there he will start the final climb to Hautecam. He's still a way to go yet before he'll feel as though he's won today's stage of the Tour.
But he's still got around about 20 kilometres of descent, Phil, before he gets down into that town of Argelès-Gazost, and then he's got that 13-kilometre climb up to the finish. And behind, the attacks will certainly start to come now. One or two riders will take risks off the summit of the Soulor, and I didn't think the Richard Virenque's group really had that much of an advantage really over the Armstrong-Ullrich group, and those guys who are very big, strong descenders may well find themselves closing in on the climbers on this descent.
No change in the weather as we go down though, Paul. Let's look at that now as the riders, the leader starts the descent. Some hairpin bends on this descent too down the Obisque. He really does want to take it a little bit easy, but at the same time he's thinking, if I can just hold the way to the next climb, I'll get away from them. And he will know the time checks, but not very often unfortunately, because nobody can get up alongside him, especially on these descents, which are far too dangerous to try and reach the rider.
Well, on stages like this, normally the riders on the dry races will actually have their tyres pumped up to 8 or 9 atmospheres, but on a day like this they will have them quite a bit softer, knocking them up to around about 6.5 to 7 atmospheres. The reason for that is because if you have them too hard on a descent like this, they really become very slippery indeed. And the speed that this man is going downhill, I would think he was very attentive this morning, Phil, to his tyre pressures. We are looking at the second group being 10 minutes 18 seconds behind on the road. That is behind Xavier Ochoa, and 2 minutes further back is the group of Lance Armstrong and Jan Ullrich. This is the very tricky part of the Col de l'Aubisque. It's been a dramatic scene of some most magnificent photographs taken of the Tour over the past years. The great history of the Tour de France has been written on these slopes, and now we can see, I think this is probably, Phil, the group of Jan Ullrich and Lance Armstrong as they go into the tunnel. A brief respite away from the rain, but not for really very long. The second group on the road is this one. There is Pascal Hervé. He's in the group here, but as you can see, Richard Virenque certainly has flown, and he's no longer in the group with the rest of these climbers. The man at the back there, in fact, is Jose Maria Jimenez. Escartin is in here as well in the lime green shorts of the Kelme squad, and they now are almost reaching the summit as well of the Col de Soulor, and they too will begin the plummet down into the valley below in Argelès-Gazost. Richard Virenque, what a superb planned move that was by him and the Polte squad. The man at the back we're looking at right now is the man who helped him to set it up, Pascal Hervé. He was kicked out of the Tour de France in 1998 in the Festina affair while he was wearing the King of the Mountains leaders jersey. At the moment though, he's switched across to ride for Polte, having spent one year last year riding for Festina, and the reason he came to Polte was so that he could ride alongside Richard Virenque one more time in the Tour de France.
Well, Paul, I take my hat off to Nico Matin right now, because he's just gone over the top of the Col de Soulor in second place and only giving a few seconds as well. And there's the yellow jersey of Elie just coming over the top of the Col d'Aubisque, so he's a little bit away behind the leader now. 4 minutes 4 seconds was the gap for Nico Matin, and we're waiting now to see the next group there. There's Eric Zabel in this back group as well, along with the yellow jersey of Elie. I think he's losing that jersey now, but to who? Well, we're not quite sure yet, because there are so many riders out on the attack. But in second place, the second group rather, of Mancebo, Botero and Virenque, they will be approaching the top of the Col de Soulor very shortly, and I reckon that they will be closing in on the two front runners.
Well, there's going to be a serious calculation trying to figure out who's going to lead this bike race at the end of the day, because looking down the list of riders who started the day in the top 10 places, I'd be surprised if many of them are still in with a chance of taking or keeping the yellow jersey today. Alberto Elie there, Phil, was an awful long way behind. I haven't seen very much of Fabrice Gougot or even Mark Wouters. Pascal Chanteur in fourth position certainly will have disappeared, and it may well be a day for a man like Jose Luis Arrieta to cause a surprise. But this man from Mercatoni Uno has decided he's not going to take any risks of taking his hand off the handlebars on the descent, and he's going to keep himself as warm as possible, because on the descents, Phil, it really does get very cold. The chill factor is phenomenal.
It really is, and very wise decision there. Riders stopping and putting their coats on. because they're not going to win the stage, and it makes sense to wrap up for the descent. Otherwise, on the last climb today, you'll lose even more time. But now the front runners of the Tour de France today are over the top of the Col de Sulor and heading down towards the valley before the last climb of the day. Javier Ochoa still heading up the race, 4 minutes 40 seconds ahead of Nico Martin. And we're now looking at the next group of 3 riders here approaching the top of the col. And Richard Virenque is going to have to keep scoring best of the rest, I think, because Ochoa is building himself quite a bag full of King of the Mountain points today.
If Ochoa gets the summit of Hautacam in first position as well, he will certainly be the leader of that competition for quite a long time to come, because he will have got some serious points in today's stage. The man in this group with Richard Virenque wearing 22 is Santiago Botero, and he really has put in a fine performance. And Martin, Phil, I really have to take my hat off to that man, because he is surviving against all odds at the moment. He's not a great climber, but in true Belgian style, he's a tough man.
Absolutely. And now Richard Virenque here setting the pace. Came out with a well thought out plan today with his mate Pascal Hervé. They've executed that plan. They didn't figure on Javier Ochoa being quite so far ahead, I don't think. And it's still a real problem for them, because that man doesn't look tired to me. He's still riding extremely well.
Try and recuperate as much as possible on the descent, and hopefully take on board plenty of food and fuel to keep himself topped up. You use an awful lot more calories on a stage like this as well, because not only are you producing the effort to actually keep your bike going forward, you're using calories to actually keep yourself warm on the bike as well. The Banesto rider in this group here, Phil, with Richard Virenque, is Mancebo. He was a man in one of those earlier attacks up the road. So now we're looking, the race situation should be Ochoa, Martin, and then this group here with Mancebo, Richard Virenque, and then Botero.
And here goes Richard. Nobody going to have the strength to challenge him as he chases up to the mountain. I think he's third over the top, but I believe they've swept up everybody in the team inside in the last couple of kilometres. So Virenque goes over third, and I think just pipping for second was probably Botero.
Now he's going to start the descent now of this second category climb, the Col de l'Aubisque, and he will take an awful lot of risks. He wants to try and put time as well, not only between himself and Armstrong and Ulrich, but also between himself and the other climbers, the climbers who are in the group behind, and that is in fact Fernando Escartin and Jose Maria Jimenez. But the organisation is actually coming into this group now, because you can see Jan Ulrich has given the nod to his teammate Giuseppe Guerini to go forward, set the tempo on this easier part of the climb in between the two summits of the Aubisque and the Sulor, and they really are hammering along.
Well, Escartin's headed up the rest now, got over the top of the mountain in 6th place, 9 minutes 21 seconds down and 25 seconds behind the group being led by Richard Virenque. So they may get back together.
Well, Armstrong is comfortably in this group. Nardello is in the group as well there, with Zule going through there. Marco Pantani in the pink is the next man to go through, and Michele Bartoli, who earlier was seen on the attack, has also been picked up by this group. So this is a pretty serious group of some of the major names here at the Tour de France, and Pantani riding sensibly right now, Phil, because he's letting the other guys do all of the work, and he's going to sit back and wait until the final climb of the day. There's no riders from, none of the leaders from Once here, but in fact David Echevarria is 3 from the back there. You can see him with the Once squad name on his back there. But his 2 leaders, the men who earlier in this tour were looking like big contenders for the overall win, Olano and Jalabert, well, they're absent.
Well, it's rather, I'm just wondering if that's David Miller on the back. It looks like his star, but I think it's his mate David Moncoutier who's just tagged on the back. As coming up from the rear here is Bobby Julich as well. Bad news for him today with the loss of Jonathan Vaughters in a crash on the Col de Marie Blanc. And these riders now coming up over the top of the climb. And that's the Col de Sulor. And they are 10 minutes 30 seconds down on the leading rider. So they haven't gained hardly a thing after the climb of the Aubisque.
Well, they're around about 1.5 minutes behind Richard Virenque, which is the sort of deficit that could be made up on this very tricky descent off this mountain. And I think we may well see 1 or 2 riders trying to push it forward a little bit to try and reduce the advantage that Virenque has at the moment. But Virenque does have himself in a pretty good situation, Phil, because he's with Botero and Mancebo, and so they will be able to share the pacemaking on this descent. The first part of the descent is a descent where you actually have to use a pretty big gear. It's not quite that technical, and you can keep the pace fairly high. But in these conditions, you have to be so careful not to overshoot a corner, because if you do, you'll drop down quite a few feet. Well, Virenque is getting some last-minute information from the team management up alongside him here. They just brought him a drink to keep him topped up with his fuel, and unfortunately he's actually losing an awful lot of impetus, because he's getting information that the group of Escartini is coming up from behind, and in fact the group of Armstrong is also closing in pretty rapidly. So we could see a general regrouping of all of these groups, Phil, right at the bottom of the last climb of the day.
What is happening here, all of these cars have got to move out of the way. The group is coming up, and in fact the team car, the Polti team, is slowing down and causing the junction to catch his own man, because they are right in the convoy of cars, and there they are. So Escartini and the boys are back up now. At the moment they are racing here for third place, but off go the Kelme again.
Well, these guys will work as hard as they can.
This will be Heras, I would think.
They certainly must knock it off a little bit now, Phil, because they've got a man up the road at the moment, although they won't be too worried about chasing him down, because his advantage on the road is so huge that even his own teammates can't really pull him back.
That's the Armstrong group there now, and they are under 20 kilometres to go. So they're approaching the last climb. There's not a big gap between the two groups now.
20 kilometres to go for this Armstrong group. Still on the front, just one man doing the work, and that is Giuseppe Guerini. But I'm pretty certain this group will smash to pieces once we get onto the slopes of Hautacam. But the major contenders, Phil, today really, as you said earlier, have been pretty happy just to watch each other. It's the climbers who've gone out onto the attack. It's the climbers who've tried to shine on their terrain. And really, it'll be interesting now to line up Jan Ullrich, Zuller, Alano, Armstrong and Pantani on this final climb of the day. Pantani, I think, will, as soon as we get to the bottom of this climb, launch an attack, because he needs to put a couple of minutes between himself and Armstrong and Ullrich before we get to the next mountain stages.
Could well be. Here is Virenque sitting at the back of his little group, and at 1:10 behind comes Lance Armstrong's group with all of the stars. They could be back up here before the finish.
Well, it's been an awful hard ride here for Escartini and his boys. At one time they were almost 3 minutes ahead of Lance Armstrong's group on the road, and the Armstrong-Ullrich group really are closing it down, and they really appear to have timed it to perfection. They're around about 1 minute now, and they may well just make the junction at the bottom of the climb.
Well, as we look here at Richard Virenque about to start the climb of Hautacam, I understand you may be getting a little bit of disrupted commentary from Paul Sherwin and myself. I'm sorry about that, but I should imagine water is in the system somewhere now, because it has been a very, very wet day in the Pyrenees. I'm amazed that we've managed to keep the pictures so well and so clear. A great tribute to the technicians out there on the course.
Quick glimpse there of the kind of gears that are being used. This is the man that was regarded as the king of the mountains, fastest man on all of the ascents, and today, Phil, he's been put into serious difficulty. He showed flashes of his former glory in the Tour of Italy recently this year, but he hasn't got it here on the slopes of Hautacam, and neither had Jan Ullrich.
No, you can't take time out in big chunks like Ullrich and Pantani have done over the past year and expect to come back and win a race like the Tour de France, because that's also Paulo Nico Matan coming by. Another bitten man here in Alex Zuller. I've never seen so many tired big names in the Tour de France for years. These fellas have all tried and have been destroyed. Armstrong let them all do it and has ridden them off.
Well, there's now Alex Zuller just trying to keep as much of his advantage as possible over the others, but he's really just surviving here on slopes of Hautacam. He's just ridden himself up to the back wheel of Christian Moreau, who really is riding a fantastic bike race, because he's not one of the names we would have given at the start of the day of a man who would be up with a chance of riding high in the overall standings at the Tour and riding high in the mountains either.
Well, this is Jimenez here. Looks a little bit like Miguel Indurain. He comes up behind Lance Armstrong. Armstrong pedals that low gear as he always does. Has good luck at board, then works out whether he can catch this man, I think, because this rider now will be 3 kilometres from the summit, the end of a long day, and I think he now knows that.
Oh, it hurts. He's really going slow. I think he had hit the wall there, Phil,
I think he
because
has.
he's having a real hard time digging those pedals over the top. He has obviously suffered today, 175 kilometres at the front of the bike race, and a lot of it in weather conditions like this. Armstrong now 4 minutes 25 seconds. It could all go down to very last kilometres. Armstrong and Jimenez here are flying up this mountain.
What an amazing Tour de France. Yesterday on a flat road, the four leaders were given the same time as the finishing bunch behind them. Then we had Jens Voigt and Eric Decker past 400 metres from the line the other day. And now, Paul, it could all happen again here to Ochoa.
Well, there's Marco Pantani in the pick of the Mertoni Uno squad. In front of him on the road, Michael Bogard, and just a little way in front of him is Jan Ullrich. But Armstrong here is showing that he is a climber. He actually said, just wait until we get the mountains if you think I can't climb hills, and certainly proving today that he is, and now one of the greatest climbers in the sport, because he's lost a lot of weight because of that illness of his which nearly took his life, but he has managed to retain almost all of his strength.
Well, the great Eddie Merckx is commentating for Belgian television here today. He's just come onto the race, day one for him. This is the way he used to win his races. He's destroyed the opposition one-on-one, and he won the Tour de France 5 times. And there'll be very few people now that won't tell you that Lance Armstrong's going to win it for the second time. Today, for sure, he'll pull on the leader's yellow jersey.
Still an awful lot of climbing to go. The Mont Ventoux, and then 3 very hard days in the Alpine passes. But the man who certainly is turning out to be the leader of the Benetton squad is not Alex Zülle, it's Jose Maria Jimenez. This man rode alongside Miguel Indurain for a couple of years when Miguel was at the top of the ladder, and he certainly learned exactly how to handle the pressure of being at the top of the overall standings here. This is SRT, and he really is a broken man at the moment. He's all over his machine just trying to survive. He went out on the attack on the Col de l'Aubis. They were a long time in front of Armstrong's group, 1 time 3.5 minutes ahead of the American, and now he's well behind him on the road.
Well, in fact, Ochoa has lost 1 minute of his lead in 500 metres. So there is every chance Armstrong will contact before finish.
Well, that is unbelievable. That young man at front, Javier Ochoa, was looking so good at the bottom of the climb, Phil. But on a day like this, you always get very strange performances. And the only thing I can believe is that he hit the wall. He's come under he hit glucose exhaustion. He's not able to keep the power in his legs anymore, and it's too late to take on board any food. Even if you've got a high energy drink, it won't get into the system quick enough to save him from the onslaught and the movement forward by Lance Armstrong. You see, he's got no power at all left in those legs. All over his machine, the top part of his body is just trying to tip by, and there's confirmation of what you've just told us. 3:36 to Armstrong.
It is possible this poor chap here is going to not win the stage, but let's hope they cheer him on, because he deserves it today. There'll be 2 heroes, that's for sure, but we wouldn't want to see now Ochoa lose the stage. Armstrong has been absolutely unbelievable on the climb of Hautecam, and let's not forget, Paul, he didn't start the action either.
He didn't start the action, he responded to the action with the reaction and the attack by Marco Pantani. The chase was taken up initially by Alex Zülle, and Armstrong matched the move. And once he saw the other 2 guys didn't have the pressure or go in their legs, he decided to go over the top. The crowd are now pushing this man forward. They're willing him to the finish. They've been watching and listening on radios, Phil, at the side of the road. They've known exactly what this man had done. He held 17 minutes advantage at one stage, and now he's losing it unbelievably quickly, almost a minute every kilometre.
Well, he's taken 37 seconds away from SRT and Veron Lance Armstrong, and that's not a lot, but it's all right way for him. So this man here is now under the 2 kilometres to go. Now there's top, you can see the cars. It's still a little lump climb yet for this man at 2 to go, but at least he'll take a lot of encouragement. Now they're the best flag of his country, and he's been cheered all the way now to the summit.
Well, Armstrong is less than 1 kilometre behind him on the road at the moment, but at this pace, it's taking around about 2.5 minutes to ride a kilometre. You can see this man, he knows now what's happening behind him. He's digging deep, he's out of the saddle, he's trying to find a little bit of energy from somewhere in his body, but he's not sure where it's going to come from. Jimenez is having a hard time, though, Phil, staying on the wheel of Armstrong. 3 minutes is the advantage for Ochoa, and 6 minutes back to Marco Pantani.
But 2:57, Paul, that's another half minute just taken off by Lance Armstrong here, who's continuing to ride away. Well, I said earlier, and I was partly joking, it was a tailwind finish for Ochoa. It might be the only thing that keeps him away now.
It's the only thing that might save him. There's been a dramatic climb up here at Hautecam, and Armstrong accelerating once again. And I don't think Jose Maria Jimenez has got anything left now to respond. The final acceleration of the American, who last year rose from the ashes, really, after that Cannes nearly took his life. He is now, he's now building up on the victory of last year and looking really to blow away every one of his contenders on the road here of Hautecam.
He is looking ahead now to see if he can spot the lone leader on the slopes of Hautecam. The roads become long and straight shortly. You might see him as he comes down to bend. Look at the massive crowd up here now. Many of them are Spanish people. They just shed this Spanish rider because Armstrong has ridden away for the US. as the Spanish rider Jimenez has lost contact. He might come back. He's still got some bite in those legs.
He's a great bike rider. You see him nudging it up a gear there. He's going to dig deep, wants to stay with Armstrong. He knows this too will drag him up in the overall ranking. But Armstrong is riding his own race now. He's riding a man against man, the man who is at the front of the race at the moment, and that is Javier Ochoa from Kelme. But Armstrong still is using a very small gear, just ticking those pedals over, keeping his cadence up high, which is really quite remarkable. This is like the climbers of old. He really is ticking it over at 80 or 90 RPM at the moment. He is now on 2 kilometres to go to the finish. He and Ochoa in the same kilometre on this climb.
I reckon they're separated by 800 metres now as Armstrong started this climb, 10 minutes behind him, and 800 metres all that remains as we head towards Red Kite.
Well, this is at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. He has to pull back 1 minute on each kilometre of this final ascent of the climb here to pull back this man, Ochoa. The crowd will look at them. They're going mad. They're going crazy. They really want this guy to win. They love and respect the bravery of this man to go out on the attack 175 kilometres from the finish in conditions that really have been grotesque.
Oh, it's going to be so close now. I don't think he's under the kilometre, but into the barriers, and that will help. But Armstrong still looking there to hunt down the last man who survives ahead of him in the Tour de France. He knows now the yellow jersey go to his hotel tonight and to his room as we come to the 1 kilometre to go for the man who has been the outright hero of the day. Although that now is highly debatable.
I think he just might do it. He's got 1,000 metres to go once he goes under that bridge, the Red Kite, the Femme Rouge in international cycling. Every bike rider will be looking for it. They look for it more than on any other stage in the mountains because they know then that relief is only just around the corner. But Armstrong is around about 600 metres behind this guy at the moment, and a sprint to the line would change it completely. This is Ochoa, Armstrong. The difference in the speed is remarkable.
Well, Armstrong is just trying to finish this off with a sprint finish here, and that might be what exactly it will be. We're 900 metres from the finish with the race leader, and Armstrong is racing up towards the 1,000 metres to go. Where he's found the strength from, I don't know. He has torn the field apart here. The crowd here cheering him on, but no, not quite the same enthusiasm because they want that Spanish ride to win.
They want to win. They want him to get over the line in first position. A lot of Basque flags out here as well, Phil. We're only just over the border from Spain, and they've all turned out in their numbers to see him. There's the American flag for Armstrong. 1 minute and 39 seconds. He's ripping into that advantage that Ochoa had. I don't think he's going to do it by the line, but it's going to be very, very close. They should be in the same straight.
They will be. There is the kilometre across the road now. In the climb of Hautacam, Lance Armstrong has taken 9 whole minutes off the leader, and it'll be probably 9.5 minutes by the line. Here he is now, living in a world of his own and suffering like he never has in his life. And will the top of Hautacam please come as soon as possible?
Well, if he looks across to the right-hand side, he'll see all the television trucks waiting for him there, but he hasn't even got to the 500 metres to go banner yet. So Armstrong is just 500 metres behind him. A long way down slopes are Ulrich, Zuller and Marco Pantani. They are losing big time on the first big mountain stage of this year's tour.
He's now soaring over everybody here, and this rider has done the ride of his life. He's never won a pro race in his career. What a way to start after a brilliant escape of 175 kilometres.
Well, it was 1 minute and 23 seconds on the final kilometre there for Lance Armstrong. If in fact Ochoa looks back down the straight there, he will be able to see Armstrong boring down upon him. Very shortly, 1:14's gone down even more. This man has got to find a bit more strength, but I think he has done it. He has survived. He had 17 minutes at one stage. He had 10 minutes at the bottom of this climb. It doesn't really matter how much is left now because I think he's going to get the win.
Never has the voice of Daniel Manjak to speak of the Tour de France sounded so good because he knows now he's coming up to line. This is a superb ride. Could never have thought when he broke away and joined Jackie Giron on the flat road outside Dax that it would lead to victory at the finishing line at Hautacam. And at 175 kilometres later, he is turning into the home straight while Lance Armstrong of the United States is continuing to close in at an alarming rate.
He's done it, Phil. He's now inside the barriers. He's now inside the signs that are ticking off the metres to go. Just 200 metres to go for him now, and the straight will be in sight.
As he comes up the barriers now, the headlights are on, but miraculously the crowd has lifted. He gets the victory, Javier Ochoa, and this is a superb victory today in the Tour de France. 6 hours plus in the saddle, but watch the back of your screen there, because here he comes. Lance Armstrong, the clock ticks down, is racing to the yellow jersey of the Tour de France. He was the first man last year to wear it and became the second and only man after that. Today he'll be the fourth man. Is the last one in this year's Tour? Time will tell. But Armstrong today has destroyed the field in the Tour de France. The minutes are ticking off once he hits the line. A determined and ultimate impression of Lance Armstrong today as he comes up to the line. And look at that time gap. 10 minutes 35 at the bottom, 41 seconds at top.
Absolutely remarkable. This man put in incredible form there. He really ripped away from everybody. All the serious contenders now had better go back to the drawing board and think about their plans. This man was the man who stayed with him for the longest possible time, though, Phil, and this could be the man who we'll see climbing higher up the rankings as we go into the Alps. Jose Maria Jimenez, a former teammate Miguel Indurain. He came here as the teammate of Alex Zuller, but I think by tonight he will be the leader of Bonetto. He has conceded 1 minute and 12 seconds.
As great result for Jimenez that. He climbs superbly here as Cloud, almost by chance, just crossed the line. The cloud has appeared from nowhere to flood over the top of Otakam. Here is a little select group that was in fact with Richard Brenk, Heras and Fena Escotin. And this rider now is Beltran, making his way up the line. The two Kelme boys, well, they got the tee today, that's for sure.
They certainly have a great ride by Kelme, Phil. Richard Brenk has also put in a pretty fine performance here as well. He's come past Beltran over the top here. He's not going to get the King of Mountains today. We'll certainly go to the man who took the stage. The fourth over the line, Richard Brenk, just ahead of Beltran.
So here's a look now at the damage which was done today. Fernando Escotin finishing 6th, Roberto Heras 7th, and Christophe Morrow in 8th place. Alex Zuller lost 3 minutes 47 seconds. Jan Ullrich, unlucky 13th, lost over 4 minutes. Michael Bogert over 5, and Marco Pantoni, who started the attacking, he trailed in almost 6 minutes back. Of others, Abraham Lana was 23rd, but indeed a good run by Dave Miller. He should be pleased with his finish of 36th. And here he is now speaking to Gary Imlach.
No, I was in a world of pain coming up. What's coming? It was just the hurting stop kind of thing. Just seeing the panos, it's 8K, 7Ks, and I was just banging my head against the wall. So I mean, it's okay. I'm happy with what I did. Probably, I think it puts me second best in rider. So.
Yeah, clear the likes of Bobby Dulick by nearly 2 minutes, Tyler Hamilton by over a minute. You must be pleased.
Oh yeah, no, I'm pleased. That's so much now. It just gives me the fear for the Alpine stages. It's going to be horrible. It's just going to get worse from here on in. So.
A first podium finish tonight, Javier Ochoa, and what a ride he did today. Overall, it all changes. Lance Armstrong claims the yellow jersey now, and look at time gaps. Jan Ullrich is second with over 4 minutes back. Ochoa in the frame now in 8th. Of the other big names, many of them are down. 11th now for Richard Brenk, 12th for Abraham Milano, 30th for Ali Guller, but the big time gaps are there. And Marco Pantoni, well, he's a long way back too, but he has come up from 84th overall. David Miller, a great ride really. He is still well up in the overall classification. This is his first tour, remember, 32nd at 12 minutes 34 seconds. In yellow tonight, Lance Armstrong, a real day of giant killing for him. And when he came down from the podium, he spoke to Paul Schick.
Lance, were you a little worried on Col de l'Aubisque when you lost most of your teammates?
A little worried. I was very worried. What camera are we looking at? On there. Yeah, I was worried. I was considered trying to go across, but you know, for the first time in my career, I had true patience.
You wanted to win the stage today, obviously, but what about a word for the guy who hung on to win?
I had no desire to win the stage. No. My ambition was to put time on my rivals, and you know, if that meant getting 10th, that was okay. You know, and the kid who won, I mean, it did chapeau. I mean, it was away all day, and it was obviously strong, a hard climb. To stay away, you have to be a strong man. A lot of Spanish people on climb. I think they encouraged him some.
And just to complete the picture, Eric Zabel in the green jersey tonight bring home the Autobus, and in the group at the former yellow jersey of the Tour, Alberto Eli. They finished almost 32 minutes back, but inside the time limit, so they get a race again tomorrow. The race goes on, and it continues now with stage 11 from Bagnères to Revel. And we're in an area now that just simply loves the Tour de France, as it courses its way past, of course, famous sunflower fields, which are bound down here, the tournesol, which means they always turn towards the sun. Gary Imlach in among them.
The man Lance Armstrong deferred to as the best climber in the world lost over 5 minutes to him yesterday on the Tour's first mountain stage. But then, considering the amount of time Marco Pantani's lost over the last year, maybe it's less remarkable that he's behind in the race than that he's in the race at all.
E io per vincere non ho bisogno del doping, ma ho bisogno delle salite.
He's done it again! He's done it again!
2 years ago, Marco Pantani was the height of a career built on it. He exploded the modern myth that climbers can't win major tour by winning two. First the Giro d'Italia, then Tour de France.
Now, clear winner.
Then last year, on the brink of repeating his Giro win, he failed a blood test and began a descent which threatened to develop into terminal decline. Pantani's medical records became evidence in various investigations into doping in Italian sport. A series of dates for his return to racing came and went.
L'obiettivo è quello di esserci al 100% e puntare a vincere.
That was Pantani sound optimistic about his chances for the World Championship last October. But 11 months on from the Giro blood test, his public appearance total read 3 ongoing court cases and 2 days competitive racing. Speculation shifted from when he'd return to whether.
Quando tornerà a correre, se lo può dire? Non lo so, quando il mio stato d'animo sarà ottimale. Questioni di giorni, di settimane, di mesi? Non faccio promesse.
Finally, in a classic piece of Italian melodrama, he appeared before the Pope at the pre-race celebrations for this year's Giro and confirmed he'd be resuming his career where he'd left off.
Credo che sia una prova difficile perché per uno abituato a fare la corsa rimanere dietro sicuramente soffrirò sotto il profilo psicologico.
On the Giro's first mountain stage, Pantani lost nearly 7 minutes. But 10 days later, he was riding at the front over the Col d'Isouard, helping his teammate Stefano Garzelli and helping himself to second place in Briançon. When Garzelli won the race overall, he dedicated his victory to Pantani. So on the Everest of the Giro, perhaps we'd all hold off a bit on the Pantani obituaries. He lost less time to Lance Armstrong in Tour's first mountain stage than he did to Francesco Casagrande on the corresponding day in Italy. And coincidentally, the terrain he relaunched himself on in the Giro over the Isouard to Briançon is coming up on this race in 4 days' time.
Well, Pantani still playing a waiting game as we now are just 12 kilometres from finish here. The red number on the back of Eric Decker, which means he's the most aggressive rider so far. Nobody can doubt that. And with him today on the attack, Santiago Botero. And when they get to the finish, Decker beats Botero after a break, Paul, of 204 kilometres.
Absolutely remarkable. A great ride there by that man, Eric Decker. A backseat in the mountains, and in the group coming to the line now is David Miller there in second position, the man who wore the first yellow jersey in the Tour de France. He's not going to get third place across the line though, Phil. That's going to go to Rick Brugger. A Lotto, a great challenge there come from David Miller.
And Miller trying desperately to get the best of this little group here, but it is Verbrugge who comes up on the right, and Eric Zaar behind is leading out the sprint here for best of the rest.
Well, Eric Zaar on the right-hand side, Phil, now wearing the green jersey, but Armstrong is still leader after 11 stages, 4 minutes and 40 seconds ahead of Jan Ullrich. Christophe Mo is third, 5:10 behind. We've had a remarkable first attempt into the mountains, but look at the gap already. Abraham Olano, 7 minutes behind. Marco Pantani, 24, 10 minutes, 34 back. But the king of mountain is Javier Ochoa. Leads his own teammate there, Santiago Botero. This man now looking seriously good as the challenger for the green jersey for the points competition, ahead of Marcel Vos and Tom Seals, the early leaders.
Right now it's time to preview tomorrow's stage, which should be a classic, because there aren't many mountains that riders talk about with genuine fear. But as Paul Sherwin reports, Mont Ventoux is one of them.
Ventoux gives me the fear, and so it's my nemesis, Ventoux.
It's like the moon, there's nothing there. Nothing, there's no grass, it's just rock. Weird.
Well, it's a mythical place, I think.
It doesn't like me, I don't know.
And this is it, the Mont Ventoux today. It's 1 degree Celsius, there's 30 metres of visibility, and as you can see, a few snowflakes in the air as well. These weather conditions will add to the fear that runs through every rider's mind when he thinks about the Mont Ventoux. But even if it does clear overnight, this is still going to be the scene of an epic battle. The Tour de France has been over here many times, but it's only finished at the top of this mountain on 5 occasions. Every win here has been a cycling hero. Charlie Gore was the first man to win here in 1958. Not only did he win the stage, he went on to win the Tour. Next great name to conquer the Giant of Provence was France's hero, Raymond Poulidor. In 1965, he rode to a dramatic stage victory at the summit. 5 years later, in 1970, the greatest cyclist of all time, Ed Merckx, raced up the mountain to victory in a yellow jersey. In 1972, a young Frenchman, Bernard Thévenet, won at the summit of the climb. 3 years later, he would win the Tour. The race waited 15 years before it returned to the barren slopes, and France's Jean-François Bernard time trialled to a victory that brought him the yellow jersey. Another name will be added to that illustrious list tomorrow. I've ridden this mountain, I can still remember the anxiety the night before and thoughts that this beast conjures up in your mind, and I know that's still the same for the riders of this year's Tour de France.
I think that it's fair to say the Ventoux is the hardest race in the entire Tour. It's 19 kilometers at close to 10%. It's an incredibly hard climb. So, and one that I don't know if I have a very good relationship with that mountain, and so I'll be happy when it passes.
Racing there, I'm convinced it's one of the hardest climbs, simply because it never changes. It's just unrelenting, and I think if it's hot there, it's just hell, because it opens up and you see the last 5Ks, and if you're not feeling good, you can just see it going up and up and up, 4 or 5 kilometers in front of you, and it's honestly is horrific.
It's a place where I think everybody who loves cycling or is a fan of cycling or follows the sport should go, because it's done like anything anywhere else. It's 1,900 meters at the top. It's not like any other 1,900 meters anywhere else. 1,900 meters on the Izoard, you can breathe. The top of the one too, you cannot breathe. At least I can't.
Apart from the excitement of a bike race, there's always a sad moment when the Tour de France visits the Mont Ventoux, because it was here on the slopes of this mountain in 1967 Tom Simpson gave up his life pursuing the sport that he loved. On that day it was 35 degrees Celsius, and as Simpson collapsed from his bike, he was held to the side of the road by the British team. Here, 2 kilometres to go to the site, is the memorial to Simpson, the first British rider ever to wear the yellow jersey at the Tour de France. Tomorrow everybody will remember the history of this strange and mythical place.
Well, it's an important day for Lance Armstrong and a real test for all 160 riders as they come away from Carpentras this morning in warm sunshine. But they'll do well to remember they are many thousands of feet below the finishing line today. Armstrong are looking relaxed and seemingly not too worried about what the day will bring. Well, it's already brought an early surprise for David Miller and the white jersey of Francisco Anthabo. They were both involved in a pile-up very early on of 25 riders, all recovered and rejoined the field within a few kilometres. And the breakaway got away 45 kilometres, and 9 riders at the moment. The latest check we had, Paul, was 4 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, these riders went clear over the first major climb of the day, the Col de Mour, and it was really started by Christophe Agneluto. At the moment, as you say, they have 4 minutes and 20 seconds advantage, and all the work in the main field is being done by Lance Armstrong's US Postal Service team. But we're still looking at around about 60 kilometres to go to the finish line.
And what are 60 kilometres to? The rider with his hand up there is Nico Martin, who had a great ride through the Pyrenees, and he's gone out on an early attack again. The other member of the breakaway, Jose Luis Arrieta of Benesto. Christophe Agneluto was a stage winner earlier last week for AG2R. Vincenti Garcia Acosta, he's a Benesto rider. The man who was on the attack going into Revel the other day before the rest day, Santiago Botero, only finished second to Deca. Nicolas Jalabert, the brother of Laurent, Alexander Vikurov and Andrea Kilev. And the other man making a breakaway is the climber from the Potti team, Pascal Hervé. And looking down now on the leader of the Tour after that wonderful ride on Monday to Hautecam in the Pyrenees, Lance Armstrong, his team looking after him. They got away, in fact, to a very quick start today. The peloton split up in probably 5 or 6 groups before it came together again. And since then, they have more or less controlled the pack into a nice one unit, Paul, with just those 9 men away.
Now, one of the early attacks actually featured Jan Ullrich, who feels a lot better now that the sunshine has come, and certainly admits that he wants to try and what he can over the next mountainous stages to try and pull back some time on Lance Armstrong. He doesn't want to lay down arms and let Armstrong ride up to Paris without any form of attack. And a lot of people think basically Lance Armstrong has won the Tour de France so far. But listening to people like Richard Virenque and Jan Ullrich, I think this race is far from over. Well, Lance Armstrong is right to be worried about this mountain, though, because I reckon it probably is the toughest mountain in this year's Tour de France. It's 21 kilometres of ascent, and the difference between the top and the bottom is 1,600 metres. That's over 5,400 feet of climb, which is pretty difficult, and the tougher part is the middle section of the climb, which averages out at 10%. But in some of the corners, they really are remarkable. In fact, I would say the percentage in 1 or 2 of the corners is pretty close to 50%.
Vicious is the word, and so this was the climb back in July 1967 when it was stage 13 that Tom Simpson lost his life just over a kilometre from the summit. He was taken off the mountain by helicopter and sadly died on his way to hospital in Carpentras. And so now the rider making the way once more to Mont Ventoux. It's a climb which doesn't see the Tour de France too often. The last time we had a time trial finish up here, and that was won by Jean-François Bernard, the same year that Stephen Roth in 1987 went on to become Ireland's first winner of the Tour de France. There's the latest check, 4 minutes 45 being shown there to the man on the front of the bunch there, and that was Christophe Agneluto. There he is. He had a stage win on his belt the other week, the first one with the French for 2 years, in fact. Pace being now by his teammate Andrei Kivilev. Andrei Kivilev, by the way, Paul, he's a Kazakhstan rider, and that's his old international teammate with him today, Alexander Vinokurov, riding a rival team now.
Those riders, most of those riders from the Kazakhstan team actually turned professional for some of the top teams on the international circuit. And Kivilev himself is a very aggressive bike rider. I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him as he develops into being a good pro. But AG2R, the French team, done a very good job for getting 2 riders into this breakaway group. And in fact, the gap now increasing to 4 minutes and 50 seconds. But all of that can get blown away on the slopes of this mountain, because we're looking at climbing the Mont Ventoux for around about an hour to an hour and a quarter.
Yeah, and I think also that breakaway went very early, and I thought for a moment it was going to go up into a double figures like it has done in the previous days. But I think Lance Armstrong, Paul, told his American Postal team, and here they are now, to lift the tempo a bit and not allow so much leeway today.
Well, I think he's probably planning something in the back of his mind too. He obviously knows the history of this mountain. He knows it's always been a scene of some dramatic battles, and Armstrong, I feel quite certain, would like to write his name into the history books. He did last year by winning Tour de France in what was the fastest ever edition of the Tour de France, and certainly he'll be looking today to do something special on the slope of this mountain, despite the fact before the start and over the first week of the Tour, he actually claimed to be wary and scared of the mountain.
Well, with reason, I think. I've never known such strong winds blow on Mont Ventoux. We had snow flurries across it yesterday, the rider having the red day down at the bottom in Carpentras, but one or two of them driving up in the car to get a look at it first hand, and it's a daunting prospect, race up Mont Ventoux. And in fact, day before yesterday, 7,500 cyclists all riding what they call the stage of the Tour weren't allowed up. They just allowed a couple of thousand up, and police closed the road, in fact, because wind's gusting too much to get the riders up the climb. So they turned them away halfway up the climb. Of course, the riders were very disappointed, but it was the common sense thing to do, sure.
It was absolutely amazing up here yesterday. I came up and had a look at the place, and in fact couldn't see very much more than 50 yards, and there were awfully very heavy squalls of snow coming across the route, and I think most of these guys are fairly happy today with the weather conditions, Phil, despite the fact that it is very windy and cold up here. At least they'll get a chance to see just exactly where they're going to.
Yes, indeed. This is the 26-page rider overall, the Vincourt here, having a chat with his team car. He is 11 minutes and 39 seconds behind Lance Armstrong. He's got 5 minutes of that back at the moment. In this group there, the man in the Kelme jersey, Santiago Botero, who rode so well with Decker, a breakaway of an awful long breakaway of 129 miles it was, and that was almost 202 kilometres. So incredible long breakaway the other day into Revel. There's the main peloton of the Tour de France. Nobody behind the race at the moment, apart from those, of course, who have now abandoned, and there's 7 of them gone.
Well, in fact, Race Radio telling us there's been a major change at the front of the main field. It's the Banesto squad come forward, and I'm sure that is all to do with the fact that Santiago Botero's in that group. They're very, very worried about this man, Phil. He's an excellent climber. Currently, he's 30th in the overall standings, 12 minutes and 50 seconds behind, but they don't want to allow him to get to the foot of the climb with a 5 or 6 minute advantage.
Well, they're in a better position to at least control him this time, Paul, because the Banesto team have got 2 riders in that breakaway, and it looks, even though they have 2 riders up there, they're still prepared to chase them down with this team here, which I find very strange tactics indeed.
Well, for them, they are very worried about him. The fact that he is excellent climber. They realise he can threaten the positions of their men in the overall standings, and that's Alex Zuller and Jose Maria Jimenez, which is why they've come forward just to help somewhat in the chase. They're not going to chase as hard as they can. What they will do is make sure that group does get too big an advantage before the bottom of the climb.
On this climb here, the Col de Notre Dame, the peloton reporting dropping Olivier Perraudot, one of the Bonjour team, first Tour de France for him, and struggling on the climb now. Well, if he struggles on this climb, Paul, he's going to be in terrible straight on the climb of Mont Ventoux. Here now we're looking back at the leading group. To remind you of all these names again, Nico Martin is the rider sitting at the back. Just ahead of him is Nicolas Jalabert. The man in the green is Santiago Botero. The other members of this breakaway are the Banesto riders, Jose Luis Arieta and Vicente Garcia Acosta. For AG2R, you've got Christophe Agneluto and Andrei Kivalev. The Telecom boys have got Alexander Nikurov, and the Pole rider team has Pascal Hervé. That's the composition of this breakaway. Very active start there. There was also a nasty crash at around 25 kilometres today. Some 25 riders piled up, and in the group was the white jersey of Francisco Mansabe, and the man who's closest to him in that young riders competition, David Miller. Though I suspect they were riding very close to each other when the pile-up occurred.
I'd like to find out just exactly how David Miller is doing, because we were hearing on Race Radio, in fact, he'd gone back to the doctor car on several occasions to receive attention. He is up and running again in the main field at the moment, but I wonder just how badly he was injured in that crash. It seemed to be quite a hard one. Looking at the main field now, Phil, you can see it starting to stretch out on slopes of this climb, so the pressure coming on really at the front because of the addition to the working at the front of the Banesto squad. Armstrong, for the moment, resplendent in that yellow jersey, is looking very comfortable. A great chance to see the petting action of him, because he does use a very small gear compared to most of the other riders in this Tour.
Yes, noticeably so indeed. I'm just looking at these riders, Paul, like the ride of Tour de France in the summer, and that certainly is what it is on top of the mountain. I'm wondering if they haven't got enough clothing on today.
Well, they won't have to worry too much, because once they start riding this mountain, they'll certainly warm up quite a lot. I've ridden up Mont Ventoux before in the month of March during the Paris-Nice race, and it has been in very cold weather conditions at the time as well. And because of the pressure of just trying to get your body up this mountain, I don't think they'll feel the cold too much. And in fact, talking to 1 or 2 riders, Phil, they are not very worried really about the fact it is cold. This man in the front here has actually stopped at the side of the road. He's with the Banesto riders. He's obviously received word from the team management to drop back. So such is the worry of having the presence of Santiago Botero, the Kelme rider, in this leading group.
Well, that's absolutely amazing. In fact, he's advantage there of time out on the side of the road, and he's waiting now for the race to come up. In fact, Jose Luis Arieta it was, and the other Benetton riders been told to start working at breakaway and sit at the back, and this will be Vincente Garcia da Costa. Now, that's interesting tactics, Paul. The rider is not allowed to turn round and go back toward the race. It is totally forbidden for anybody to go towards the direction of the race, so he can either ride along slowly or indeed stop and wait, but he's not allowed to go back towards the race.
Well, that's a lot of tactics, and all these tactics now, Phil, coming into the sport of cycling really because of the improvement of radio communication. All of these riders now can communicate with the team management, and they know just exactly what tactics the team manager wants. That is where they're heading to today. That is the summit, the climb they call the Géant de Provence, the Giant of Provence, the Mont Ventoux. 1,900 metres at summit, and it's an awful long climb to get there.
So we're looking down at 8 leaders of today's stage of Tour de France, and in case you just joined us, I'll give you the leaders again here. Christophe Agneluto, Vicente Garcia Acosta, Santiago Botero, Nico Jalabert, Alexander Vinokourov, Andrei Krylev, Nico Matan and Pascal Hervé. And the best placed in this breakaway is Matan, 21st at the stop this morning, 9 minutes 51 seconds behind Lance Armstrong. There he is now, 125. And in many ways, Paul, Matan has been the surprise of the Tour.
Well, he really has, because he spent an awful lot of time, Phil, in the shadow of Frank van den Broeke. He's actually regarded as the PR man for Frank van den Broeke, and he gets a bit upset because journalists spend the majority of their time phoning him because it's so difficult to speak to the Belgian star. Nico Matan gets 10 to 15 telephone calls a day, and he reckons the first 30 seconds are, hello Nico, how's the form going? That's very nice. And how is Frank van den Broeke? What's Van den Broeke doing now? What's he going to do? Where's he going to race? And today I think he's climbing into his own personality after that long breakaway situation. I really think he did a great ride to survive in a situation like that, because he's not one of the great climbers. He's a very strong worker of the Cofidis team, especially in the one-day classics, and here he's got the courage to go out in a breakaway situation, because you know, when you know that the Mont Ventoux is coming up at the end, you always want to hold back a little bit of energy, but these guys have certainly not done that at all. They want to get to the foot of the climb with as much of an advantage possible.
They've been in now for about 75 kilometres and working pretty hard, because in fact they've just gone clear by an extra 5 seconds. It's 3 minutes 55 now, so it looks as though the field behind have just about leveled out on them and will stop bringing them back. Interesting there, but you mentioned Frank van den Broeke, the rider who abandoned the other day. He said he had strained knee ligaments, but frankly very few people believe that. It's more likely to be an excuse. Van den Broeke is a little bit of an enigma in the world cycling. Once you do abandon a race like Tour de France, you can't go off and ride another race without getting permission from the organisation of the Tour, because you have to have a real good reason for giving up this race. Otherwise they will make sure you don't rest for the next 3 weeks if you give in the Tour de France.
I think Frank van den Broeke needs to go away from this bike race and sit down probably with a psychologist or psychiatrist, because I think he's got some mental problems and he's certainly not as dedicated to the sport as he should be. He's a very talented bike rider. He's got probably one of the biggest talents sport has to offer, but certainly if your mind is not on it, if you're not prepared to live the life of a professional cyclist, you cannot perform when it comes to a 3-week bike race like Tour de France.
Sure, riders are actually saying to it that they'd seen him smoking in the hotels, you believe, when he's riding a race like this.
Absolutely remarkable. It's a shame really, because it comes from a very long family of cyclists, and I actually raced with his uncle. You see here an attack coming at the front of the group of 8 riders. They're accelerating as they head towards the summit of the climb. In fact, his uncle Jean-Luc van den Broeke was absolutely completely dedicated to the sport of being a professional cyclist, and a pity that Frank doesn't have the ability to be dedicated as his uncle was.
It's his teammate now, Nico Matan, is making all the headlines because he wants more King of the Mountains points, and he's pretty clear. He's being chased by Santiago Botero and our camera as we get up towards the summit here. So this is another big effort by the rider from Cofidis. He really is turning out to be superb. So Matan gets the points there, and then behind him I think it's Santiago. Yes, it was Botero. So he gets 5 points for that.
It was a pretty hard sprint there, Phil, for just 5 points. But for Nico Matan's going to keep chipping away, I think, at this competition as much as possible and keep himself high up there in the ranking. And who knows, if there is a problem with one of these riders from the Kelm squad over the next few days, because who knows what the weather conditions are going to be like, he will be the rider taking over the lead in that competition, because all reports coming from the Alps right now is that the weather is absolutely atrocious. And we have heard that the 2 major climbs of the Tour, the Galibier and the Izoard, at the moment blocked with snow.
Well, let's hope it clears up. I'm sure it will. Everything stops with the Tour de France, even the snow. Let's hope so. Anyway, back to the main field here, and there we have Benetton. They've forced themselves to the front and taken all pressure off Dave for the US Postal team, who now could go into second ranking, look after their teammate and leader, of course, Lance Armstrong.
Well, this is the penultimate climb of the day. This is the Côte de Montmorin, and I have to say it's a lot longer than I would have thought for a 4-category climb, and certainly it could have done with something like a 3rd category rating. the ratings of the climbs really dependent on the length and severity. But the strange thing is, as we get into the middle of the Tour de France, the fourth category climbs certainly do seem to be an awful harder than they are in the first week.
Yeah, on the flat sections of the Tour de France in Normandy and Brittany, some of the climbs you hardly realise you've gone over them and give them a tag like fourth category. Here we have a fourth category, and it really is a bit of a tough one for riders today. But once over the top, they then get fair. Mont Ventoux are heading to Bedouin. Once that village, the road starts to go up steadily at first through the trees, then it kicks, and then it becomes an absolute brute. And there's the American flag there, and the man looking out, well, Lance has just gone past you, sir. Doesn't matter. American flag flying high and indicate to us they're now riding into a headwind.
Well, Armstrong sitting very much in the middle of the group there. He does have 3-4 teammates around, so he will feel fairly comfortable. And two of those guys are the mountain men, the men he expects a lot of on the slopes of the Mont Ventoux. Tyler Hamilton is right there, as is Kevin Livingston. And he's actually said he hoped that they don't have as bad a day as they did in the Pyrenees, because those are two rides really for who were the riders who did the most work for him last year in the Tour de France on all of the mountain stages. If they have a bad day today, Lance Armstrong will once again find himself isolated on these slopes.
Yes, that's something I think the riders are interested in noting as well, because they also felt the team wasn't quite as strong around this year. And they'll be looking for weakness now, because that's the only hope they've got of closing down some of the time gaps which were opened up on just at 11 kilometres of Hautacam last Monday. This is the bunch over the top, and they're saying it's 2 minutes 45 seconds now. 2 minutes 45, so they've had a very good climb.
Well, the main field have really put the hammer down on that ascent there, and it's all really because of the white jersey of the Bonetto squad for Spain. Over the summit of the climb there, Phil, the Côte de Montmoron, they have 31 kilometres to go to the finish. And normally, on a flat stage, they're looking at around about 45 minutes of race. Today, they're looking at around about 1 hour 10, 1 hour 15 before they get to summit.
Yes, and that's for the good ones. The others will be out there a lot longer than that, and probably struggling against elimination day. Because not just the slope of Mont Ventoux today, it is a gale force wind in the last 5 or 6 kilometres, which is just coming sweeping across Provence and straight over the top of the mountain here. It's Mistral, which blows down the Rhone Valley, which is causing the problems today, and it really is in angry mood.
This unbelievable mood, and it's very cold at the side of the surface here. And I reckon one or two of these rides, they will get away from the top of the Mont Ventoux as quickly as possible. And the Tour de France today put in a fairly intricate evacuation from the summit of the climb. In fact, the opposite side of the climb being closed to the public, and that is for the Tour de France to actually drive off the mountain once the race is finished, and they're keeping that road closed until 11 o'clock tonight. Bonetto really have been one of the great teams over the last 10 years. Well, this is the team that took really initially Pedro Delgado to a victory in the Tour de France. In those days it was sponsored by Reynolds. Then they came across here to take over Bonetto, and that became really the era of Miguel Indurain.
Well, we're all together, but now they've arrived on the slopes of Mont Ventoux, and there are 8 leaders, a minute and 20 seconds over the field. I'll give you their names. They are Christophe Agneluto, Vincenti Garcia Acosta, Santiago Botero, Nicolas Jalabert, Alexander Vinokourov, Andrea Kivilev, Nico Matan and Pascal Hervé. But the tempo, which has been going on now, if I would say, for the last 40 minutes by the Bonetto team, they're down to about 120 now, Paul. We're 2 kilometres on the climb.
It's come down even more. 1 minute 12 seconds is the last time that we've got. A little touch of the hand there going Tyler Hamilton from Kevin Livingston, just so that Hamilton will accelerate and keep them towards the front of the main field. The pace to Phil is absolutely unbelievable, bearing in mind we've still got an awful long way to go to the summit of the climb, and Jan Ullrich looks quite comfortable just now.
Well, as we speak, Paul, we've heard David Miller has been dropped. He was involved in the crash. We think he has injured his shoulder. He's been dropped immediately, but he's not alone, because the green jersey of Eric Zabel is gone, and Abraham Olano is in trouble at the back.
Well, I don't believe it. Abraham Olano started today in 13th place overall. This man has been an eternal hope for the Spaniards to finish high in the overall rankings, and he has never really been able to manage the big climbs. He's a great time trialist, he's a very aggressive bike rider, he's able to win the short stage races 8 or 9 days, but he seems to be developing a psychological problem with the big mountain passes.
Absolutely, he just gets this mental block in the Tour de France. He cannot produce best riding form. A man who can climb like Olano really should not be in trouble at this early stage of Mont Ventoux, but this is a very, very fast pace here on the lower slopes of Ventoux, and it's going to hurt an awful lot of riders. Jan Ullrich is sitting there in that pink top to his jersey, looking good and just keeping an eye on 3 Bonetto boys. So do Lance Armstrong. He's no reason to do anything other than follow the wheels, because he's got all the time he wants right now.
Well, this is a big tactic day. You can see there's Marco Pantani moving forward, wearing number 71. He will try and do something special today. He wants to get back title of the best climber in the world, a title he will have to rip off the shoulders of Lance Armstrong. Armstrong, for the moment, very comfortable. Look at pedalling style there, just sitting comfortable in his machine, ticking over at a very high cadence. And the other day, Phil, it was remarkable to see Armstrong was pedaling around about 100 RPM.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. It is really hard to pedal so quickly and to keep up speed like that. But there is Armstrong down there, and he's got the pyre on his shoulder now. And I think Antoni waiting to see if he can launch an attack here, and it's good to see that it's Tyler Hamilton who had come to the front and Kevin Livingstone. So these boys out to prove a point to Lance Armstrong, I think. And they've got control of the peloton. They've taken it off Ernesto, and Armstrong has come onto the wheel of his two teammates. Here's Alano at the back of the race. First pictures. He really is in trouble here. He's been tailed off main field.
He's going to lose time to the field because he's been dropped at the very foot of the climb. Here he is up alongside Yaroslav Ekimov, teammate of Lance Armstrong. And Ekimov, I don't want to be derogatory, is not a great climber, and he shouldn't really be up alongside Abraham Alano. Alano should be in this group right now, but he's not able to follow the pace bit set by the team from Spain, the team Nesto. But immediately they felt that they were strong enough. Two riders from US Postal, Tyler Hamilton now in first place and Kevin Livingstone in second, have moved forward to keep the pressure off for Lance Armstrong.
And it sounds as though Andrei Kivilev has now been dropped by front runners as well, so we should pick him pretty soon now. The gap can't be that far. Alano in trouble along with David Miller today, sadly for us, after that crash through no fault of his own, and also behind the green jersey of Exarble. Perhaps a little bit more predictable. This is not to the favourite terrain for Eric.
Another rider's name who's been dropped from this group of riders being led by US Postal is in fact the Italian national champion Michele Bartoli. So a lot of riders popping up the back of the group here. It looks as if that was Nicola Jalabert, who's in fact just caught there and passed by the front train of the US Postal. And Armstrong not able at the moment to ride on the back wheel of his teammates. Here, Agneluto, another man who in that leading group of 9 riders, being picked up by the fast train.
Take a good look here to see who's left in the peloton as well. And Giuseppe Guerini has also been dropped by the peloton, and that's the man who won the stage at Alpe d'Huez last year, so surely he must be ill.
He could well have had a bit of a difficult day getting over the rest and transfer day. On the other hand, Phil Ulrich is looking very strong. Remembering back to when Ulrich was beaten in the mountains by Marco Pantani on a very bad day in the Alps, when the weather was absolutely atrocious, he actually bounced back incredibly and ripped the race to pieces 2 days later. And it may well be what he's thinking about at the moment. Psychologically, he said he hasn't laid down the flag. He's actually going to keep challenging Armstrong all the way to the finish, and at the moment he's riding comfortably alongside the yellow jersey.
So we're on the climb of Mont Ventoux. There's still an awful long way to go up this climb. The breakaway has begun to split up now, and the tempo in the main field, that's what's left of it, is being led now by US Postal.
Another big name going out of the back. The challenger from Holland, Michael Bogard, has been dropped from this group, which is now starting to become a very select group of bike riders. Christophe Moreau, the French rider from Festina, in third place in rankings. He's still in there riding very comfortably, and he says he's amazing himself from day to day. He's so surprised that he's able to ski with these big challenges in the mountain passes.
Well, these two boys at front with the lips pulled down are going to go as long as they can, and then they'll peel off and hope that Lance Armstrong can look after himself on the climb to the summit. If you look in the shadows there, you'll see the pink jersey Pantani. This is Nico Martin, who's coming back in the breakaway group now, having done a pretty good ride again today and prepared to hang on. He is an amazing rider because, look, he lifted his pace. He did this the other day when he was caught in Pyrenees, and for a while found his leg to go back into the group behind.
Well, that's just to see who is in that group. The two riders at the front, Hamilton, followed by Livingstone, followed by Armstrong on Armstrong's wheel. The pink telecom of Jan Ulrich. Christophe Moreau is the next rider in line there, and very comfortably in this group at the moment, as well is Alex Zula. Moving forward as well, riders from Mapei, and in this group, Manuel Beltran and Daniele Nardello. But the acceleration is coming now from Jan Ulrich.
And this is the lead group, actually, Paul, and this is his teammate Vinokurov. The trick of the cameras that moved up to the leaders over just a few meters. We are just 3 riders left here now, so it'll be Agneluto, Vinokurov and Botero. They are the only riders left apparently at the front now as the group is coming up.
Well, Vinokurov wearing 67. I'm surprised to see, Phil, that in fact Botero is not the man setting the pace, because he is certainly the best climber from this leading group. You can see a little further down the road, you can see the front of the yellow jersey group of Lance Armstrong. Botero, Hervé and Vinokurov, the last remnants of that lead group of riders of breakaways, was going clear from the front of the main field after 41 kilometres racing, and they look like they're not going to survive very much longer.
Where they are now is really where Mont Ventoux starts to bite. It is quite steep here as the breakaways are coming back, because this is the other Banesto riders with Chetty Garcia Acosta. And there's only 3 riders left at the front now: Pascal Hervé, Vinokurov and Botero.
Well, this group has come very soon. There is Escartin at the back of the group, Kelme Rider in the lime green, and the group, Phil, had really been reduced dramatically in numbers. The two Nesto riders there are Alex Zuller and Jose Maria Jimenez. Jimenez just moving forward now on the left-hand side in the white jersey. But what a job being done on the front by US Postal Rides, Tyler Hamilton and Kevin Livingston.
Oh, this is tremendous pace racing because they've split what's left of the bunch into two. There's only about 12 riders here now, and this is giving Lance Armstrong exactly what he wanted from them. And he did say the other day that he would like to see just a little bit more effort from Tyler and Livingstone. But I must say that they're giving it now because they've got Alex Zuller in a bit of trouble too.
Zuller gasping for air there, his mouth wide open. That Christophe Moreau 101, he's the leader of Festina. He's in third place in the overall rankings. In fact, he has been dropped. Zuller and Moreau have both been dropped from the yellow jersey group. In there to help him was Leonardo Pipoli, a small climber on the Banesto squad. This is damage that's being done by Armstrong's teammates on the front of the pack.
Well, Zuller there, his own team are doing the chasing, and now they've hurt him so much he's fallen back. The group contains a number of little Kelme riders here. I haven't seen the King of the Mountain. Yes, there he is, up to the right now. So Javier Ochoa is in the thick of the action again. Had a pleasant word to say to Lance Armstrong this morning. They lined up to start, shook hands, and Ochoa is right at sharp end on the climb here.
The other Kelme rider in this group as well is a man who may well be challenger for victory at the end of the day, Roberto Heras. He wears number 24.
So we're looking now at what is remnants of the leading group here in the Tour de France on Mont Ventoux, and a vicious attack being put in by Alexander Vinokourov. Only Santiago Botero could go. So the other man, Pascal Hervé, is on his way back to the chase group of the peloton.
And in that chase group is his teammate Richard Bronc. Great acceleration there by Vinokourov, but you're not going to surprise this man, Santiago Botero. He's from Colombia. He is an excellent climber, and he's run himself back onto the wheel of the small rider from Kazakhstan on the Kelme squad. Here's the Devil, and he's probably wishing some luck to the US Postal Rides today. Maybe some more luck to Jan Ullrich, because this man is from German.
Well, it's as though Tyler Hamilton and Kevin Livingstone have really caused a lot of damage to their pacemaking today. They've got rid of Christophe Moreau, third place rider overall. I haven't seen Mark Wouters, although I think he is in this league group, and certainly the King of the Mountains leader. There's Marco Pantani. The other man in serious difficulty is Alex Zuller, and way behind now is Abraham Olano.
But surprisingly enough, in this group is the man who wears 51, Laurent Jalabert, another man who was put in difficulty on Haut-de-Camp, man who was in fact dropped on the Col de Bisque and rid himself back into the bike race. He survived for an awful long time. It looks as if Tyler Hamilton has put up white flag. His job has been done. This is the face of Alex Zuller, though. Phil, you can just see how difficult this climb is.
He's going to have some company, Paul, because look at this. Also being dropped now is Escartin, another great climber blown away. He's on his way back, and that is Jimenez. What is going on here? All top climbers are being shelled out by fine pacemaking by Hamilton and Livingstone.
Well, a few more riders. Ancasero is also high in the rankings. He's 10th. He's gone out of the bike race. Escartin has been dropped. There is Hera. This Pantani, he's not able to follow the pacemaking either. Laurent Jalabert has been dropped behind as well. We're now down to just 5 men in this group. Kevin Livingston on the front. Lance Armstrong, Jan Ullrich. The other man in there looked as it was the ride from Balti. That was Richard Virenque. In fact, Belocchi is the rider from Festina.
Yes, indeed. The surprise of the Tour in Joseba Belocchi. Because they've also got rid now of just about everybody of note here. We're going to be left just Armstrong. If we keep this up on climb Mont Ventoux, there is still a long way to go. A lot of time to be gained, and indeed a lot of time to be lost. The King of the Mountains leader, Javier Ochoa, also now disconnected from that leading group.
We haven't even come to 10 kilometres to go. There's an awful lot of climbing to do. Look now at the face of this man on the front, this Kevin Livingston. He will be riding with just one thing in his mind, just to keep the leg ticking over for as long as possible. All he is trying to do is to pace his leader. His leader is Lance Armstrong. Armstrong here in the yellow jersey is again on this mountaintop finish, doing damage to all of the other challengers, the big climbers.
Richard Virenque is the rider going through there, 151. He will wait as long as he can. I might try to think of a finish. Belocchi, this is Christophe Moreau, in fact, Belocchi's teammate, and it looks as though Christophe is now in serious trouble as we pan up towards the leaders. And still other Festina riders here trying to coax him along and keep him in touch. The Pirate is just about hanging on board the ship.
Well, the Pirate, 71, the former best climber in the world, riding himself back into contention on slopes of the Mont Ventoux. He was caught out there by the acceleration, Tyler Hamilton, but I think in fact they have slowed down somewhat because Laurent Jalabert too is recovering and riding himself back into the group of the yellow jersey.
Well, a fine return then by Laurent Jalabert as he comes back up to it. It also looked as though Pantani is in difficulty, but he's got himself back onto the group here.
Jalabert's a tough rider, Phil. I tell you, he will not lay down arms. He'll fight all the way to Paris. He actually had an article in the French newspapers over the rest day there, and he absolutely slammed all other French riders in the race. He said they don't have the courage to get out there and attack. It is really remarkable to hear them whinging all the time about not being competitive in the classics, and yet they come to the Tour de France and they're not competitive either. They need to concentrate on actually fighting to go to the front of the bike race rather than sitting at the back.
Well, Paul, we've just seen the capture of both Vinokourov and Botero, so there's nobody in front of this group on the mountain now, and it's still being led here by Kevin Livingstone.
It's a long way to go, Phil. I really worry about what's going to happen to these guys at the front of the bike race, because at the end of the day we're going to see some astronomical time gaps. We haven't come to 10 kilometres to go. There is still around about 15 kilometres of climbing to get to the summit of the Mont Ventoux. It really is a vicious mountain. They are now in the point of the climb, Phil, where they're averaging around about 10% gradients, and you can see the climbers are under difficulty here. This is leader in the King of the Mountains competition, Ochoa. He was on that long, huge breakaway, holding on to win the stage at Hautecam. Pascal Hervé has also been dropped. He was earlier in the leading group at the start of the climb.
Well, I think we've got 9 riders surviving now on the climb of Mont Ventoux. Bellucchi, Ulrich, Armstrong, Veronk, Pantani, Jalabert, Vinokourov, Botero and Livingstone, and that may be even thinned out now.
Well, Marco Pantani is going to try and recuperate as much as possible. Jalabert once again going off the back of this group. Jalabert will ride sensibly now though, Phil. He won't try to stay in that group of the major contenders. He will ride at his own pace. He'll ride to make sure he doesn't lose too much time before he gets himself to the summit of this mountain. But another rider who, if he was thinking challenging the overall standing, should have been here is Bob Julich. We have no news at all of the position of Bob Julich on this slope.
This is Marco Pantani, the man who used to dictate affairs in the mountains, just dangling off back of the group here. Jan Ulrich, second overall at 4 minutes 14, riding, looking comfortable on the shoulder there of Lance Armstrong. Here Pantani, and he's just settling in here and hoping he can survive, because he knows Mont Ventoux, it's yet difficult.
It's still a long way to go. It's unbelievable. These are the big names. These are the men who are going to fight out, but they still won't fight it out for another half an hour or so. We've got an awful long way to go till we get to the summit of this climb. Livingstone now, you can see the pain starting to appear on his face out of the saddle. This is a vicious climb. It's a climb where you can't stay in the saddle for a long period of time. You have to continue to get out and accelerate. And you can see Pantani is accelerating here past Vinokourov. Vinokourov was in that leading group as he hit the bottom of the climb, but he is being left behind.
Yeah, it looks as though Alexander is being dropped there as Pantani quickly realises and jumps around him. Looking at Richard Veronk here, 5 times the King of the Mountains in the Tour de France. A likely winner today in my book if he can just find the F towards the end. And looking at the point too, because he's not the leader by far at the moment, but he'll take heart from the fact that the King of the Mountains leader, Ochoa, has now been dropped.
The man who's in front of him, that competition, is still in this group. He wears number 22. That is Santiago Botero, who was in the leading group earlier on today, and he's now ended up being the only survivor of that group of 9 riders who escaped after 41 kilometres.
Jalabert here, 8 seconds is official time now, and those riders just in front. The one rider just in front. Watch this now, it kicks round his corner. This is one of the steepest bends, and ouch, as he finds his legs and accelerates over the top of that. The crowd here on the lower slope, don't forget Mont Ventoux, enjoying quite warm conditions and shelter from the wind.
Jalabert doing a good ride, Phil, because he's actually keeping himself pretty much in contact with this group of major leaders of Tour de France so far. He was then given a time deficit of 5 seconds over this group, and he will just ride the climb at his own pace. You can see every time there's a slowing in this group being led still by Kevin Livingstone. The Frenchman who wears 51 is slowly picking himself. Now the attack comes from Belmate. Armstrong is not going to respond just yet.
No reason for Armstrong to counter this attack here. None at all. This is Harris having a go. And he was a rider that fancied by many to go for the win today, and he's put in attack.
In fact, he was actually pulled back there immediately by Lance Armstrong. Armstrong came straight up there to respond to that acceleration by Heras, and immediately you can see the climb there from France. Richard Veronk is very much there as well. Armstrong, that acceleration for now, has lost his teammate. Kevin Livingstone has done a great job over the first kilometres of the Mont Ventoux, but now it's every man for himself. Nobody here has a teammate apart from the 2 guys from Kemme. Botero is in here as well as Roberto Heras.
And just as poor old Jalabert got on the back, he's now having to do it all again here because acceleration hurt, and he's still following Vinokourov. As you can see, the gap opened immediately with that attack by Roberto Heras. He's put the Pirate in trouble too, and Pantani has been jumped also now by the front group.
Well, this is not surprising, Phil. Bear in mind, this man out of the sport for 11 months. He was kicked out of Tour of Italy at the end of the month, June in 1999, for registering a high level of hematocrit. His first race back in competition was the Giro d'Italia this year, and it's impossible to keep form and strength and depth that you need for a big stage race like the Tour de France, having spent 11 months out of the sport.
Well, we've only got 6 riders now at 10 kilometres to go. Heras, Belocchi, Ulrich, Armstrong, Veronk and Bottero. They are leaders now, and sitting at the back is Heras talking to Lance Armstrong. I can't imagine what language.
Well, actually, Lance speaks quite a bit of Spanish. He's picked up quite a lot of Spanish over the last few years, and actually he does speak French, but he tries not to speak it to the press because he's a little worried about the translations from French into English. So he tends to keep to English language when open with the press, but actually on the road he can speak French and Spanish fairly well. Ulrich now the man coming forward, just the pacemaking. All of these riders, I think, are going to neutralise each other for the next few kilometres, and then we will fight out as we get closer to the summit of the climb. And this neutralisation is actually going to be good for Marco Pantani, who once again, Bill, is recovering, riding himself back onto the leading group, and that will make 6 men at the front of the race.
And what about this Festina Wonderboy, Paul Belocchi? Because if he stays in this group, he'll be fed overall on the Tour tonight.
Well, that will be remarkable. He'll take over the pace of his teammate Christophe Moreau, who started off the day in 3rd place in the rankings. But Joseba Belocchi certainly has been a revelation on the international cycling circuit this year, and he's proving that he is a real force for the future. He's a very young rider, and this, I think, is his first year when he really has shown at all. It's his first year as a professional bike rider, and really the most important thing he did this year was lead the Tour of Romandy, end up finishing in 2nd place in the overall standings.
Just over 26 years of age, and in this group now, getting a taste of his first Tour de France as Ulrich, a man who's won it once and finished 2nd twice, and now trying to be best of the rest. He lies 2nd and keeps looking over his shoulder. Well, Armstrong is having no difficulties just now. Roberto Heras and Bottero are the 2 Kelme boys up here, and again stealing a march in team race.
Kelme to climb even further up, and despite the fact you could see Banesto, the team, trying to set all of the pace making on the front, they are trying to be the best Spanish team in the Tour de France, but this year I don't think they're going to do. They're going to have a hard time for rivaling a Kelme squad, because on all the mountain stages we've had 4 or 5 Kelme riders in the front, but Kelme's main star is not here. Fernando Escartin, he for the moment is around about 1 minute behind this group.
Well, the man who's doing the ride just off our camera is Laurent Jalabert. He is only 15 seconds behind this group, completely riding at his own speed. They're accelerating and slow, and he is just monitoring them, and they're 50 seconds back. It's a great ride for him.
It's a remarkable ride. Jimenez, by the way, is 22 seconds behind at the moment. So the slowing down by this group of leaders here has allowed some of the other riders who were earlier put into difficulty to recover somewhat. But I really have to admire this man. This is the man who has 51, Laurent Jalabert. He's a tough bike rider. He's just like Sean Kelly. He's got ambitions to try and ride to the podium in Paris, but he too is a man who has a hard time in the mountains. But he never gives up. He always keeps fighting, and he never lays down arse.
He climbs here now. He'll get all the cheers from the crowd. And there's a marvellous crowd here. There was a word going back up to the leaders. We contained Lance Armstrong, Roberto Heras, Belocchi, Ulrich, Veronk and Bottero. They are the leaders. This is again still Vikurov hanging on in. No, it's not. Sorry, this is Pantani, who's still trying to get back to the leaders. So he seems also to have limited his losses just now. And he's climbing his own speed, which if he names Marco Pantani is a lot more impressive than many of the riders behind him, of course.
I think what's important really, Phil, for Marco Pantani this year to ride himself through the Tour de France, have a full year of competition, and next year this man I think will once again be a major threat in the mountains. He is a very talented climber, having been so long out of competition. He just doesn't quite have the ability to stay with the big leaders at the moment. This is now a leading group of 6 riders, and Ulrich is really putting a hammer down today.
Well, it's good to see that Jan Ullrich is fighting his way back into the picture here in the Tour de France. Lance Armstrong, as was last year, seems head and shoulders above. Armstrong just climbing smoothly now onto the shoulder of Heras. Oh, I also thought there was a shoulder there, but there was, as he now keeps an eye on Ullrich, and it might be that Armstrong has detected that Ullrich is rather enjoying this climb.
I could feel the acceleration coming from the German there. He didn't want to be in 4th or 5th place because of the fact that Jan Ullrich is really putting serious turns of speed on the front. Armstrong wants to be in 2nd place. If the attacks come from behind, he feels he'll be able to respond to them, but he did want to find that there was a little break in that group.
And in fact, it's Bottero, who is the Kelme rider, who's done an incredible ride today, being the breakaway since the 45th kilometre, and still they're having the legs to stay with the group came up. He's the only one indeed from the breakaway that survived, but he's more survived, looks to be no difficult whatsoever.
He's quite comfortable to be there. He is a superb climb, and we've seen a great breakaway situation by him when he took 2nd on the stage to Revel just behind Eric Decker, but on that day he was able to move up to 2nd place in the King of the Mountains competition, titled that this man 151 would love to take for a 6th time.
And the competitive comfort of the trees, which occasionally causes 1 or 2 problems with our pictures coming to you from Mont Ventoux, will be over soon, because we'll break out into the moon expanse of last kilometres to the summit, and it really is a tough climb. Believe me, these slopes are not steep enough yet. They get worse, and then we'll see who the strong men are in this group.
from the last 6 kilometres of the bike race. This race actually tilts up for another 550 metres. It really is a remarkable climb, and I feel it is the scariest when you do climb out of the tree zone and get into that desert area which looked like the surface of the moon. That's the area that Lance Armstrong felt was something from a different planet, and an area we'll be worried about when we get closer to the summit, because it was in the last 1,500 metres of this major climb here that he was put into difficulty in the Dauphiné Libre.
And as we watch the leaders on the climb here, a number of riders have given up the chase today, including Tom Steele, double stage winner, Marcel Wust, also a stage winner. They've both gone, and Jan Kessipou, the yellow jersey last year, also out of Tour de France today. And the American rider, Cham McRae. There's certainly we know of 7 riders who've been up, and I'm sure there's more by the end of the day.
Well, Virenque Daal now starting to look quite laboured, a man who's won the Kingdom Mountains title at the Tour de France 5 times. He's sitting at the back here, and he's only hoping he can stay in contact, because there's no major attacks in this group. Well, he certainly is a serious candidate. But I think for the moment the advantage must go to Kelme, because they've got 2 very strong bike riders in his group. 22 is Santiago Botero, and 24 is Roberto Heras. Heras, a former stage winner of a stage at Tour of Spain, and a very high place in the overall rankings for him, and certainly a man who will be rising up the overall rankings today with this performance.
Looking though at the way Armstrong is riding, Paul, I feel that man is waiting for the chance to lean more behind again.
He looks very comfortable. He moved up and down that group of 6 quite easily. As soon as he felt he was in a dangerous position, sitting too far away from Jan Ullrich, cruised up the outside to position himself in a slipstream of the Big Herman. But I have to say, I do think that Jan Ullrich is in great form this afternoon, and he'll be happy, and he will get morale from the fact that he's the man setting tempo on the front of this group.
There's Armstrong with his little EPC, which allows team management to talk to him in his ear. But right now, and the same can be said of Ullrich as well, right now they know exactly what they've got to do. They are the sharp end of the race, and they are leading it up on Mont Ventoux. And Jan Ullrich, well, whatever you say about him, the man certainly does try to keep himself in the picture, and he's working very hard at the front today.
Let's not forget Jan Ullrich is second in overall rankings, 4 minutes 14 seconds behind Lance Armstrong, and the fact is at the moment he is distancing himself between anybody in 3rd position. And at the end of the day, it's going to look very likely that Joseba Beloki, the Festina rider in this group, will be the man climbing to 3rd place. Armstrong is very comfortable to fill at the moment. He's just sitting on the wheel. Ullrich allowing the Big Herman to set all of the tempo on the front of this climb. But I have to say that Joseba Beloki in the blue and yellow jersey of Festina is major revelation in this Tour de France, and he's climbing himself right up in the rankings. Armstrong, on the other hand, looks very relaxed. There doesn't seem to be any problem at all. He's just tinged those pedals over, keeping himself nice and controlled, but looking over his shoulder to see what the face is like on Joseba Beloki, Festina rider, 3rd position.
The Swiss flag is waving there, but Alzula, one of the stars who again is a long way behind, as Jan Ullrich's all the pace here. There's no reason for Lance Armstrong to set it. He may as well let somebody else do it. He's the leader, and he's the man they've got to gain time over. And the way he's riding today, I doubt whether they'll gain a single second.
Well, the attacks will certainly come later on. I reckon the attacks will come from the Kelme riders, because they are both very good climbers indeed. But I tell you one thing, the wind up here, Phil, is still absolutely unbelievable. It's gusting at around about 40 to 50 miles an hour, and they're having a hard time actually keeping the barrier in an upright position.
Well, we're commentating from inside a car, and I can tell you this car is rocking as if somebody is shaking it, and it is so windy now. In fact, the organisation have given up with their attempts to put up the fishing butt line banner and to do the usual lovely job of dressage they do at the finish of a stage Tour de France. It'll be pretty ordinary when the riders come up there today, because the wind is so strong.
Well, it's turning out to be a pretty dramatic stage, and all the big names and players of the Tour de France are right at the front of the bike race. Surprisingly enough, though, 2 challengers, Abraham Lano and Alex Zuller, were put into difficulty almost immediately as climb started, and they've been trailing awful long way behind. Now again, acceleration coming from Ullrich. Lance Armstrong responds very quickly there, Phil. He's immediately out of the saddle, and he comes up to Ullrich's shoulder there, and the idea of that is a psychological manoeuvre to let Ullrich know that not in any difficulty at all.
So interesting, the combination of these 2 Kelme riders. They're looking very cool here. So you've got a bit of head out, taking a drink. And I think that because of the benefit of numerical number of them here, 2 of them, one will attack soon, probably once they break clear of the trees at Chalet-Reynard.
We get to Chalet-Reynard, there's still 6.5 kilometres to go to the summit. That really is an unbelievable mountainous climb there, Phil. It is, I think, one of the scariest mountains because of its reputation. I think the fact that people cast their mind back and know that a rider died on the summit of this climb. Tom Simpson passed away around about 1.5 kilometres from the summit. Ed Merckx, the greatest rider of all time, when he won the climb here in 1970, after he crossed the finishing line, he actually collapsed and had to be taken into an ambulance and given oxygen to recuperate. And even now on that day, I think Eddie Merckx was a little worried about how far he pushed himself.
Yes, indeed, Paul. It was one of the saddest moments in my career. That was actually the first year I was a journalist, and it was a very hard job to report that. Anyway, we're looking now at much happier times. Mont Ventoux, certainly for the American Lance Armstrong, as he followed the wheel of Jan Ullrich. Ullrich simply superb just now. He's not asking anybody else to set the pace, is he? And he knows there must be an attack sooner or later from one of those two Kelme riders. Roberto Heras, by the way, he's not done much this year, only won one this year, but last year he finished 5th in the Tour of Italy and 3rd in the Tour of Spain. And so he's a man for stage races and he's a man for the mountains, and he's right behind Lance Armstrong now.
This will certainly turn out to be the year of the Kelme team. They are a magnificent team. We saw them ride a superb Giro d'Italia where they were on the attack all of the time in the mountains. That is where we're heading to, Phil. That is the summit of the Mont Ventoux, 1,909 metres.
And just like that.
I think there's been a crash, in fact. I think there's been a crash in the group of the yellow jersey. It seems if somebody touched a wheel there. And let's just see if everybody is still there. There's Armstrong. And
I see everybody. I think two motorbikes touched, but
it's amazing. They are all fighting to get the photograph of the first attack. All the 6 riders are there, but in fact they did mention that there was an accident, and it could well have been one of the motorbikes to get in and get some shot.
Well, it was 2 motorbike touched, and they just had an earful from the referee, I can tell you. But the 6 leaders are safe and sound and continuing to pace up the line. There is Pantani. He's still reasonably close. Now, this is Charles Reynard. And there's a huge crowd here. And just look at the crowd now. They're sitting all over Mont Ventoux because now they come out of the trees. And normally they would go into temperatures in excess of 100 degrees Fahrenheit. But today it is really cold.
Well, today it's absolutely freezing, and that's all, Phil, because of the chill factor. There's the sign on the side of the road, Le Mont Ventoux, 6 kilometres. 6 kilometres of climbing still to go, and the man moving forward now is the one who wears 151, Richard Viron.
Well, the King of the Mountains 5 times in the past 6 years. If he could win the King of the Mountains this year, he joins Lucien Van Impe of Belgium and the Eagle of Toledo, Federico Bahamontes of Spain, as the only rider to have done 6. But he's being challenged this year by Javier Ochoa. But Ochoa right now is going to score far fewer points than Richard today.
The man likely to take over the lead in that competition today is going to be Santiago Botero. Look at this. Marco Pantani, Il Pirata, the pirate, he's actually climbed himself back into the leading group. He is obviously suffering like a dog today. He's trying to keep himself in contact. He's trying to prove he is one of the great climbers, and he's now once again in the leading group. It's now 7 men strong.
Richard Viron is now the trendsetter.
I'll tell you what, Pantani will be pretty happy to make the junction there, because in that corner, Phil, lots of signs in the road for Pantani, because Club Marco Pantani, his supporters club, have turned out in their force today to come and hopefully witness the victory of the Pirate on the summit of one of the greatest climbs that the Tour de France had to offer them of on to.
So Viron is setting the tempo now, hoping he might just snap the elastic of these riders. He is the 3rd man to set the pace in this breakaway. Heras, he tried to attack and lose. The Armstrong was too short for that one, and has put Alberto Heras back into the group here. Pantani is hooked up at the back now, so the Pirate is on board, and it looks like he might be jumping ship here because he's gone. And Marco Pantani has launched an attack. The cheek of the man, Paul.
Courage of man, the fact that he's fought his way back to the group, he certainly knows what's all about. He's gone off on the attack. He's covered immediately by one of the riders there from the Kelme squad. I'm pretty sure, in fact, that is Roberto Heras who's gone across onto his wheel. And the man doing all of the work behind to pull them back together is Belocchi, the rider from Festina, who today is proving his mettle.
Belocchi looking at 3rd place in the Tour de France and a podium finish in Paris today. If he can hold on in the wrong phase, because he's doing a lot of hard riding here. He's the 3rd wheel now, as like all good climbers. First one fails, you put in another one straight away, and this one may have it.
Well, Marco gone again, felt the reaction of Kelme riders coming onto his wheel there, and once the rest of the group came in, he's launched a second attack. This is the ability that only great climbers have, to be able to attack again and again and again on an ascent like this. But again, it's Heras from Kelme who's coming across the gap there, and the whole of the group once more coming back together.
Well, Marco Pantani has tried twice now, and the Kelme boys have closed it down, but this time it's a bit of a struggle as they try to finally shut down.
He's still got a slight advantage there, but it looks as if the effort has gone out his moving out of the saddle again, Phil, trying to accelerate, trying to open up that gap. In fact, it's Botero now who's decided to take the chase behind Marco Pantani. The Kelme rider from Colombia is trying to nail down gap. Kelme riders today, they want victory, but so does Marco Pantani, who wants to prove that the Pirate is back.
He is back in the group, Paul. They've come round him here again. I wonder if he'll try once more. Depends how much he's hurt himself on that climb. You're catching glimpses of the flag, I would think, and you can see how they're blowing out. They've broken out onto the exposed section of the Ventoux, and they continually change direction, and of course so does the wind. And it looks as though Richard Viron has cracked on the climb.
Well, the accelerations proved too much for Richard Viron, and it's all because of the accelerations. Marco Pantani on front. This guy is going to go down fighting. He's come again and again. He's thrown every attack that he got at these riders in his group. They've all managed to respond, but he's got rid of Viron for the moment. The 2 Kelme riders are able to respond every time to his attacks.
Well, another example of how you get dropped on the climb, but you should never give up, because Pantani came back to the group and has now attacked them twice, and they're very wary of him now. because they're afraid he might hit them again. And one thing he is doing, Paul, he's bringing himself to form for the Alps at the weekend.
Ooh, and that's going to be scary. These are the claims that Marc Pantani loves. The Telecom flags out there for Jan Ullrich. Ullrich now moving himself further forward. You can see those flags. They are absolutely outdrate. And Virenque digging deep now to try and pull himself back into this group. Big sigh of relief for him, Phil, as makes it 7 again, but right off the front, Marc goes again.
Did you see that kick in the low gear? And Blocky is the man who digs again, and followed by Botero as they try to get a little group away.
Well, they are getting a little group away. There's no response for the mob coming from Lance Armstrong, who's taken up a position on the wheel of Jan Ullrich. Ullrich for today is in great form. He's not the man who was in difficulty in the Pyrenees. He's coming back to a serious challenger in his Tour de France, but the acceleration again has proved too much for Richard Virenque, and again the Frenchman left trailing.
Well, there is Richard Virenque, and coming off the back, but every time he gets on, Pantani launches an attack again. As the French public chill him on here and try to encourage him back up to the leaders. You can see the top of Mont Ventoux now, but it is still a long way away.
This is the weird part of the climb. This is when it opens up. It really is like the mountains of the moon. It's completely open. There's hardly a tree in sight, and wind is howling over the top of Phil. Pantani is climbing himself up to be a challenge for this year's Tour de France. He's a long way down the overall standings, 2 minutes and 34 seconds down, but he's proving today that his climbing ability is back, because he just wants to keep kicking and kicking and kicking at this group.
Well, he's aiming up into the top 10 in Tour de France today, and that'll be far more respectable for Di Marco, former winner of the race. And this rider, 102, climbing up to 3rd place overall. And for him, that's outstanding performance.
Well, Armstrong's in a very nice tactical position, I feel, because the only person he really had to worry about in this group is number 61 in the pink and white, Jan Ullrich. Ullrich is his closest challenger. He's 2nd place overall, 4:14. And for Lance Armstrong, I think the only thing he had to do on the climb is control the manoeuvre of German. He's maybe not too worried about the climb, as the only thing that will be in the back of his mind is if he can stay in contact with this group, it's a great chance to get a monumental victory and write his name in the history books.
Absolutely. And 15 seconds the gap now back to Richard Virenque. As these riders continue, look at that barren road up the mountain. You see the view now, and we're not at the top yet, a magnificent view if you're not riding in the Tour de France. Ullrich more concerned with the view behind him and the whereabouts of Maillot Jaune of Lance Armstrong. Took a good look at Lance's face there as Armstrong just came up to the front. There's the road still to go, just winds its way like a snake all the way to the observatory at the top. It doesn't look that steep from the helicopter, does it? Believe me, it is.
This section here, Phil, we're looking at around about 8.5% gradient, but bear in mind these guys have been climbing this mountain now for around about 40 minutes. Armstrong is taking up 1st place, and he's trying to set the tempo here. He's going to wait for the acceleration to come for the climbers. The 2 Kelme riders in the back riding very close together. They will communicate with each other, but you can see the effect that the wind is having on this group. They're affecting all over the road because the wind at the moment is coming right into the faces.
So Lance Armstrong now sets the pace on Mont Ventoux. Richard Virenque is now 16 seconds behind. The Pirate's gone again. Up on the inside he went, and this is his 3rd big attack. And this time there is no reaction.
Well, Armstrong's not going to react. He's going to wait for someone else to set the pace there. But Pantani, what a man. He has hit them. I don't know how many times, Phil. He's gone again and again. He was put into serious difficulty on the early slopes, and now he's trying to get himself a stage victory.
Well, this is superb cycling by Di Marco. He'll go back into the popularity poll here, because everybody thought that he wouldn't do anything in Tour de France. He didn't. I must say, the way he was riding in the Pyrenees, I thought he might not do anything. But today, he's been off the back, he suffered, and now he's putting yet another attack. And this one may have worked.
Well, it may have worked, and one thing he did say, Phil, after seeing that attack of Lance Armstrong on Haute-Cam, he said, the performance of Lance Armstrong has put my feet back on the ground. I realise now what bike racing thing is all about, but the response has come for Kelme. This is Santiago Botero. Botero, the Colombian rider from Spanish team, is riding himself onto the tail of Pirate.
Well, superb riding by Botero, Paul, because this is the man who broke away after only 45 kilometres. Only 2 days ago he had that break of over 200 kilometres. He's obviously got tremendous force here.
Well, Pantani keep going now. He's got to keep accelerating. But this young man is an incredible hope for the future. And Phil, this performance by the Colombian rider here is why we saw the Banesto squad on the front. They realised the danger of Botero. They realised that Botero has the ability to climb right up in standings. The Pirate has kicked once again. Botero didn't quite manage to make the junction.
Well, he'll run his own speed right now, Santiago Botero, in his 1st Tour de France, his 1st taste of Mont Ventoux. And this rider here knows all about winning mountain stages of the Tour de France, but he only won before in the Alps and in the Pyrenees. Now he might be claiming the giant of Provence.
His great hero and his great friend is Charlie Gall, and Charlie Gall was the first man to win at the summit of this climb. And Charlie Gall is at the finish today. All 5 previous winners from the summit of the Mont Ventoux are actually here at the finish line to see this monumental day. But now Armstrong's going to go.
Well, look at this then, Armstrong. I wouldn't have expected that. Ulrich has done nothing about it at all. He saw the speed and the acceleration of Lance Armstrong, and he's gone off after Pantani and Bottero, and they've got nothing left.
Well, look at that. Ulrich could not respond. He must have heard that attack coming. He must have felt it go by. He looks at the Colombian rider. How are you doing? Thank you very much. Goodbye. I'm now going to chase after the pirate. He's chasing just one man on the road, the man who in the pink jersey of Mercatoni Uno, and there he is, just there.
Well, this is an incredible demonstration of the sort I don't think I've ever seen in Tour de France, because Armstrong is toying with the top names of the cycling world. He left them, and they knew he was going because they couldn't even raise the pedal length. Now he speeds straight past Santiago Bottero, and he's coming up to Pantani. And what will the pirate do when this man gets on board?
Well, he'll try and kick again, trying to accelerate, but you're not going to stop the onslaught of Lance Armstrong. The man from Austin, Texas, is controlling this bike race the only way he knows how.
Well, in Pyrenees, he told us he wasn't interested in the stage when he's taken a real good look at Marco, almost as saying, the back wheel for you, Marco, jump on if you can, and Marco has done just that. But I think this time, Lance Armstrong wants victory.
I'm certain he wants the victory. He's looked at the name, he's looked at the history books, he knows the history of the Mont Ventoux. Phil, he was put into difficulty in June in the Dauphiné Libéré, but came back twice after that, trained on this mountain, to learn this mountain, and certainly he knows exactly what this mountain can do to you. For the moment, he's playing his card perfectly.
Well, the man who took out all of the time trials and road race stage at the mountain-top finish of Sestriere last year on his way to victory in Paris is now looking for his first mountain victory and indeed his first stage win of this year's Tour de France.
It's amazing to look at this bike rider when you think in 1996 at the Olympic Games, body riddled with cancer. He finished 6th in the Olympic Games time trial there. Only a few months after that, he announced that great illness. He's come back, he's beaten, and he's ridden to the top of cycling's ladder. He is riding now exactly the same way that Eddie Merckx to ride his Tour de France.
And this has got another attack here, and Pantani rather begrudgingly has had to get out of the saddle again, but he is rising to the occasion. He's holding Lance Armstrong just now, who probably is struggling a little bit to recover from that incredible acceleration that swept him up to the front man.
He's looking over his shoulder. He wants to know just exactly how Marco Pantani is right now. He knows the reputation of this climber, Phil. He's seen how many attacks Marco Pantani has in so far. Little word over his shoulder. He may well want, in fact, Pantani to come forward and work with him, because the wind out here is absolute unbelievable. You could see the jersey on Jan Ullrich. He's fighting against this headwind. Jersey being roughed by the wind, which is around about 35 miles an hour. Look at those flags.
And the gap forward to Ullrich is now 20 seconds. So they've lost 20 seconds in that one sprint up to the front by Lance Armstrong here. He's got that cool look face again. It looks as though he has recovered. Pantani here looking a little bit worried, but don't know where he found it from, but he really has done a superb ride today, Pantani.
Pantani's a star. He's won the Tour de France and the Tour of Italy, and now he's riding himself back into the sport of professional cycling. 11 months out of sport, he's proving once again that he can be a climber. He's lost so many attacks, but amazingly Armstrong is such a patient rider now. When Armstrong turned professional, he was impulsive. He would not wait right tactically. He had to do it when he felt good. He went off the foot. But in this Tour de France, he's watching everybody's move and reacting when he wants to.
Well, there's the finish, but it's still a long way to go because we twist around this mountain well like a helter-skelter. But the American flags are flying high and strong right now as Pantani is now helping out Lance Armstrong here, not afraid to go to the front and set pace. And we've just gone past memorial there to Tommy Simpson, the rider who died in this race on Mont Ventoux on the 13th July 1967, and Lance Armstrong goes by in the yellow jersey. The jersey that Tom never wore, or wore one, but in the race he died, he didn't, and was the race he really felt he could win that year.
You can see the wind is really having a major effect on this breakaway. You see the jersey of Lance Armstrong rippling in that wind at the moment. Armstrong is in such incredible form. He's looking at the face of Marco Pantani. He wants to know whether Pantani can follow his acceleration. But Pantani is digging so deep today. Armstrong kicks once again. Can the pirate follow?
I'm not sure, because the elastic was stretching a bit there, and he's just about dead straight now as Pantani is coming slowly back to the wheel here. What a fantastic show of defiance by Marco Pantani. I think Lance went up to Pantani, Paul, because he fears Pantani will refine his form when we go down to the Alps, and he's taking all the time he can get while he can get.
That's what all the riders in the Tour of Italy were worried about. They didn't want to give Marco Pantani an easy ride in the first 15 days. They knew they had to put a lot of time between themselves and Pantani before he came to the final Alpine stages. And in those Alpine stages, in the last week of the Tour of Italy, Marco Pantani was the strongest climber. Armstrong's acceleration there was not able to get rid of Pantani.
This reminds me of the battle between Ullrich and Pantani. When Ullrich was in yellow and Pantani took him on mountains, and they broke away together. And now we've got a similar situation. Ullrich in second overall this time round, but he is just hanging on to the man who very definitely is number one in the Tour.
Armstrong setting tempo now at the front. There's still an awful long way to go to finish Phil, and this has been an unbelievable ascent of this mountain. Armstrong's played his cards perfectly, close to his chest. He's waited, he's watched all the climbers attack each other. He's watched Marco Pantani attack on more than 10 separate occasions. He waited until he felt it was the right time, till he came to the pit of the course, where in fact he was put into difficulty in the Dauphiné Libéré and has actually conquered his fear of that climb.
He's certainly done that today. He's taken on Von Bontu and he's shook it out, and he's proven that he really has no fears on these slopes. There's still a little way to go, but the longer to go, of course, the better for the chase group, or the worse for the chase group, rather, because they're losing so much time.
They're losing huge signs. In fact, we are not going to get an idea of exactly where the last kilometre of the bike race today, because of the wind. They have been able to put up the Flamme Rouge, but Armstrong will know the finish. He will know where the finishing line is. He's been here, he came here in the Dauphiné Libéré, and he's been out and looked at the course. Just a little further down the road, just 200 metres behind, you can see Jan Ullrich moving himself slowly but surely back up to the American.
I think we're actually in the last kilometre, Paul, because it's not too far past the Simpson Memorial, which we passed about 500 metres to go. So we're just about 1 kilometre from the summit now, and you're right, it does look as though those right behind are just still about 20 seconds back and may well be closing in. But Armstrong, who has really made the Pirate suffer, but the Pirate has refused to get off, and he might well try to take Lance on in the sprint.
Armstrong is getting in third position here. The Pirate tried to come up alongside him. The Pirate, let's not forget, Phil, is a very good sprinter, but Armstrong certainly wants the stage. He's setting the tempo over the last few hundred metres as we come towards the finish of this monumental stage. And Armstrong's blown away all of his rivals on this very difficult summit.
And there is now just 100 metres to go. I don't know if riders know that, because there's no signage at all today because of the wind, but in fact Lance Armstrong is about to make the final turn for the finish. What an ascent of Mont Ventoux for both of these riders, and except Pantani, Armstrong is gaining time over everyone. Now, is he going to take out his first stage win in this year's Tour de France? We can see the line now. I don't know whether they can, because there's only a line on the road. Pantani is on the right, and Armstrong keeping on the pressure here as he starts to approach the line now. Pantani grits his teeth and accelerates, and over the line Pantani wins the stage, and in fact Armstrong will have to be content with second place. Now further down the mountain, here's the same corner again, and this is now Balocchi. The clock is counting, 15 seconds has gone by, and this little man Balocchi has dropped Jan Ullrich on the sprint for the line. He'll be third overall tonight and threatening Jan Ullrich because he's leaving him behind. Balocchi comes over 25 seconds down. Ullrich is fourth, the time gap for him 29 seconds. And more gains for Lance Armstrong today, but first let's have a look at the results. In Parat, Marco Pantani gets the win over Armstrong. Yoshiba Balocchi climbs third. Of the other big names, Richard Virenque finished seventh. Top young rider Francisco Mancebo was eighth, only 1 minute 23 back. Fernando Espartin 17th. Alex Zuller lost 3 minutes 12. Mark Wouters lost 6:45. Abraham Milano almost 10 minutes. Mark Pantani gets his first win more than a year tonight, and here he is on the homemade podium. He's done it on a day 9 riders abandoned the race. David Miller in trouble on Ventoux after his crash. He finished 95th and 17 minutes 5 seconds back. Gary Imlach was waiting for him.
David, nasty looking gash on the side of your neck. What happened in the crash?
They sort of stopped in front of me. I went flying on my handlebars and got my neck stuck in a guy's wheel. It was still moving, so kind of hurt. I bashed my knee as well, so it wasn't very nice.
We saw you going back to the doctor's car a few times. How bad is it now?
It just hurts, you know. It's my knee that I'm worried about. The neck will be alright, but I bashed my knee pretty hard, so should be alright.
Lance Armstrong continues to gain time and is now 4 minutes 55 ahead of Jan Ullrich. Balocchi is third at 5:52, and Christophe Moreau well to hold on to fourth place. Pantani is now up to 12th. Zuller is 13th and Escartine 14th. Wouters descends to 17th and Miller goes down to 48th, almost half an hour back. There's no doubt this was another great day for Lance Armstrong, and here he is now talking with Gary Imlach.
Certainly approaching the line, you look like you had bigger things on your mind than the stage win.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's not. It's nice to win, but it's not important to win every stage or to win stages. It's important to win the overall in Paris.
You've called Marco Pantani the best climber in the world. What does that make you?
I'm just an average climber that has a couple of good days every once in a while.
To be an average climber, Lance may not like the climb of Mont Ventoux, but it certainly proved kind to him as he now gets a third yellow jersey. And Jacques Giron signing in for stage 13 now for Avignon across to Draguignan. And this is Bastille Day, and the pressure on the French again now to try and win a stage.
Well, Jackie Durand is always an aggressive bike ride, Phil, when it comes to these kind of stages, and certainly today is a stage that the French would like to try and take out. The 14th of July is a very special day for them, and today they face 185 kilometres on the road to Draguignan. And the last few kilometres, Phil, are very difficult indeed.
Well, after the Battle of Mont Ventoux, 151 riders left, the 180. And this was a stage many of the riders feared here as we go across the Vaucluse and the Var, heading Draguignan. I'm not too sure after the battering they all received on Mont Ventoux, they'll be in aggressive mood.
Well, this man certainly is very comfortable at the moment. Eric Zabel looked like it was going to be a close competition, but now leads with 195 points ahead of Romain Vincines with 102. All his challenge, Phil, starting to disappear.
And a good start of the day. And we now approach the sprint here at Robillon. Wouters getting in the 6 points, Zabel second and Nico Martin third. Eric Zabel begins to look very good in that competition again now, because the men who challenged him, Seals, O'Grady and Vust, are no longer in the Tour, and now a breakaway developing.
Well, this is the last three survivors of a breakaway that was 13 riders strong, with some very good men in it, but it split up over the last climb, and in fact Nicolas Jalabert, the brother of Laurent Jalabert, is in this group, Pascal Hervé and Vicente Garcia Acosta, the Banesto rider. And we had to go back to the finish in Mende when Jalabert won that climb, and on the 14th of July when, so maybe his brother's trying to get himself the same victory and ride into the wheel marks of Big Brother today.
Well, sure he hopes that, because it has had a pretty good tour so far. The Côte de l'Esparouse here, and that Nicolas Jalabert has decided to launch an attack. He's got 16 kilometres to go.
Well, that was a good attack, but this man looks pretty strong here. What a crowd, Phil, that has turned out. Garcia Acosta has now decided he's going to launch the counter-attack before summit of this time, and I'm quite surprised to see Pascal Hervé, the other Frenchman, put into difficulty, because he has showed good form on the earlier days of this year's Tour de France, but Nicolas Jalabert is clawing his way back to Big Spaniard.
Well, the Spanish rider has been very, very active. In fact, Banesto have ridden extremely well here. They're engaged in a battle now with the Kelme team for team rest. Kelme coming up from 19 team to be challengers in this event. And now it looks as though Nicolas Jalabert, perhaps inspired by the fact he is French, has fought his way back into the action, and so too has Pascal Hervé, and he's gone.
Well, I've got a funny feeling these two French guys, Phil, today are actually trying to work the old 1-2 of Vicente Garcia Acosta, but that hasn't worked too well, because in fact he's launched another counter-attack after that one of Hervé.
Well, it was almost as if Hervé was waiting for Jalabert. Jalabert took a bottle from the car there, and in fact Garcia Acosta saw that and he is gone, and now they're going to have to recover, because one Spanish rider has worked a real number on the two Frenchmen.
Well, Jalabert there trying to keep himself in contact, not looking too good though, because, you know, I think Garcia Acosta was getting a little fed up with these constant attacks from the two Frenchmen, and that is a serious attack. He's got the gap right now. I think those two Frenchmen are going to have to get themselves back together and try and pull himself back.
So Vicente Garcia Acosta, he's a very big man, but they're not going to catch him now because he's holding them off here. The time gap has gone up. He's never been really clear. He's got about 20 seconds over them, but he's won the stage, and they'll be kicking themselves now, Paul, because this man has stolen their day of celebration.
Well, they attacked him one at a time as he goes across the line there to take his first victory of this year, and only his sixth as a professional athlete. And coming in for second place, Nicolas Jalabert. Well, Phil, he can only wonder about what might have been.
And here comes Nicolas Jalabert and Laurent and Pascal Hervé, rather, and they are going to have to settle for second here for Nicolas. He go to bed tonight dreaming of what might have been. He looked good all of the way, and he's finishing 25 seconds down. Hervé further back than that. As the sprint continues here now, this is Trentin coming in, and he just gets the better there, Stéphane Hellot. But this is the man who has celebrated to date, and Banesto have got themselves a good stage win here.
Well, it's turning out to be a great battle. We look here at Robbie McEwen coming across the line. McEwen also, it's a question of what might have been, because he was also in that group of 13 riders, and Eric Zabel pretty close on his heels, 10 minutes back.
Zarlo getting some 12th place there. That will give him more points in that competition. There's the result. So there was a real battle on Bastille Day, but from the Rome department. It was from Spain, in fact, who gets the victory over Jalabert, Hervé, Trentin, Bombino Calrola team. Looking further down, all these riders finishing together. Lance Armstrong safely in 27th place. Marco Pantani keeping an eye on last David Miller there as well. And so the Banesto rider, who rode first Tour de France in 1997. He didn't finish it though till 1999. There's the overall situation. Ulrich still the same, nothing changed because none of the boys up front. The best was Mark Wouters in the break today. He lies 17th, 12 minutes 15 back, and the rest of the riders all holding on to their positions as we get near to the Alps. Hello again and welcome back to our extended programme, Tour Plus. The riders are now heading into the Alps today and ahead of them 3 extremely tough days. The weather is very antisocial. Yes, the sun is shining, but those strong winds and low temperatures are still with them. This is a massive stage today, 249 kilometres. The riders coming away from dragging on to here at Briançon. If there are any riders feeling weak today, they simply won't get to the finishing line. They'll be in the saddle anyway for at least 8 hours. Overall, Lance Armstrong still the leader by just under 5 minutes from Jan Ullrich. Yoshi Bolocki is third, and Mark Wouters, after his good day today, is now back in at fourth. Of the other big names, Richard Virenque seems to be trying for a high finish in Paris. He's 7th. Marco Pantani continues his progress. He's 12th. Alex Zülle 14th, and Al David Miller lies in 47th place. Well, Lance Armstrong, the winner last year, has plenty of experience, and he knows above all that this race is far from over yet.
The race is far from over, a very long race.
So we're looking now at the leaders on Col de Vars here now. After they all came together on the descent of Col d'Alos, 7 riders are clear on the Vars. And here they are: Sabadelli, Hepner, Denbacker, Pasquale Llorente, Odriozola, Baranowski and Didier Rouge in that blue jersey. This is Martin Denbacker, the former champion of Lund, on the back, and he's having a great day on the high mountain.
He certainly is. Rabobank trying to keep himself content in the best team in the Tour de France competition, which at the moment is being led by Bonetto, and Bonetto have had a man in every breakaway so far today, and certainly they are looking at trying to extend their advantage in that competition over the Kelme squad from Spain, who really are the most serious challenge.
Yes, that's our favourite team, the Kelme boys, because they've got so many riders and they use different ones all the time to have a go up front. But right now we're going back here to the main field. This is Lottery Van der Auer, I think, having a little dig as they find a straight out at the back. There's good reaction here, and there's been a lot of softening up taking place as we're now going to bridge the gap shortly for Col de Vars across to the Col d'Izoire, and that'll be the one where they will start to really strike for the finish, because that is one of the steepest mountains of the Tour.
Really is unbelievable. Climb from 1,000 metres at the bottom of town where the riders will take on their final feed to 2,000, almost 400 metres at summit. We're now approaching the summit of the Col de Vars. This is the lead group of 7 riders. But they really are going to have a real dig deep into their resources on the descent to stay off the front of the group behind.
Well, they had a lead over the top different riders, only slightly different riders, and the Col d'Alos, and were caught on the descent. With Pasquale Llorente getting a 3rd place finish, I think, there, but who up front at the moment is anybody's guess. I think, in fact, Odriozola was right up in the thick of it.
We're now going to retreat to a very rapid descent off the side of the Col de Vars here to the valley below, and still there's no major attack coming in the group. I do feel today, though, Phil, that there must be some kind of an attack which should come from Jan Ullrich. You can see him there in the pink and white jersey at Team Telecom. He's been omnipresent at the front of these groups all day long. He feels they've got a great chance of maybe putting Armstrong into difficulty on the final climb of day.
There are still some points from this group here for the King of the Mountain, the first category climb, which is what Col de Vars is. And though the Poldark jersey there, Ochoa, going to keep a very close eye on the mountain, that yellowish jersey just behind him, because that is Richard Virenque. And Richard really has struggled to get better over Ochoa in a sprint to the top of the mountains.
At the moment, Ochoa is the man with the biggest advantage. He has 60 points lead in this King of the Mountains competition over Virenque. He accelerates now as we get nearer to the summit.
And he's gone for it in gritty teeth. You see Virenque is very slow getting onto his wheel, and I'm not sure he's going to think about this. Ochoa comes up towards the line. He looks again for a kick from Virenque, because I think he's on a little too soon there, Paul.
He certainly has. There's a long way to go from here. He was hoping, I think, to catch out Richard Virenque. Let's not forget, Virenque is master of this competition. He knows exactly when to make the effort to accelerate to get the point at the top of his climbs.
Not very much he knows the Col de Vars, though. We've climbed 31 times, but not in Virenque's career. Now Virenque has marked his man as he sits on Ochoa, and back come the Telecom boys, clear with a plan today. Armstrong will have noted that, I think, because they are looking to me as though they are planning a big assault on the Izoire. Now it's the Balti boy, like Pasquale Hervé, trying to pick up Richard Virenque. Ochoa's got himself in a much better position here for points, and he might be able to come out of the slipstream of Richard Virenque as Pasquale Hervé now tries to lead out Richard Virenque. These are the minor points in the competition, which really seem to be fought out this year, not at the front of the climbing racing, but halfway down the pack. As Virenque and Ochoa doing personal battles here for minor points. Now, can they come through? And I don't think he can. Now, Virenque has got this one.
Well, Virenque has accelerated over the top there, and in fact they've done a nice move, because in fact Hervé put himself between Virenque and Ochoa. But the important thing is, the man second in the competition is a long way up the road. Botero's got more points than his teammates so far.
So the peloton containing Lance Armstrong, all the principal men near him in this year's Tour de France, are over the top of the Col de Vars. Breakaway of 7, about 2.5 minutes ahead, but there's still a long way to go. The valley will now lead us to the next climb, which is the Col d'Izoire. Attack after attack.
There'll be a huge explosion of this we're looking at right now, because attack will come from Jan Ullrich, and probably from Marco Pantani, who early on in today's stage was put into difficulty on the climb of the Col d'Alos. I think maybe caught out by the acceleration and the speed the riders over the last 4 or 5 kilometres. But the man who's doing a great ride at the moment, we haven't seen too much of him at all, is a man who's caught in between leading group 7 and the yellow jersey group is in fact Botero, Santiago Botero, at 1 minute and 8 seconds behind, and in fact he caught and passed the man we're looking at right now in the red jersey with the white cross on it. That's Danish champion Bo Hamburger. So Hamburger back in the fold, and soon he'll be riding alongside Lance Armstrong.
He's been over the top of the Col de Mars in 9th place, Hamburger, 2:10 behind the leaders, so he's swept up now by the Armstrong group. Botero is persevering, he's gone over in 8th place, 1 minute 20 down on the leaders, and I think he'll persist, and I would expect to see him join those leaders before we get to the Col de Mars. Sorry, the Col d'Ivoire.
Col d'Ivoire, the final time of the day, and suddenly there's going to be a major battle on slopes of that mountain. It's almost a mountain-top finish, really, because once you reach the summit of climb of the Col de l'Ivoire, there are only 21 kilometres to go to the finish line here in Briançon, and it is all downhill. Because of the speeds those riders will reach on that descent, Phil would expect them to cover the last 21 kilometres in around about 25 minutes, because they will average 50-55 miles and kilometres an hour all the way downhill.
The dizzy heights of the Alps, look out to snow line straight ahead, and that must be pretty close to where the Col d'Ivoire is right now. Remember that when we leave that tomorrow, we head over another series of mountains, including the giant of the Alps, the Col de Libier.
Armstrong counting another very strong teammate in the leading group of riders as well, because quick glimpse there of Yaroslav Ekimov. You can see the World Championships bands on his jersey. This man is an incredible athlete. He eventually came to the sport as one of the top Russian world champions. He was world champion in the individual pursuit and the team pursuit, as well as holding a whole host of world records for very fast speed that he attained on the track.
And that's why he's alongside Lance Armstrong, the best keeping Lance right at the sharp end gain today. So things going good on this third and longest day in the Alps. Is the latest. Botero continues to creep in on the 7th front, but this one goes out a bit, and that's not surprising. But then race 37 now. Armstrong's group behind the lead, but the fact there's so many in that big bunch is an indication that the big bunch is not in a big angry mood just now.
You see moving to the back of this group, this is the leading group of 7, the green short, the Kelman rider in the group there. This in fact is Pasquale Lorente. He will have got information from behind that his teammate Botero is moving forward, so he won't contribute to the pacemaking at the front, because in fact you can see him almost looking up the mountain there to see the position of his teammate Botero, who's coming right across at the moment, and they've got 56 kilometres to go to the finish line, 20 kilometres of which is uphill and 20 kilometres is downhill.
And this man knows he's coming. He's obviously been told by his team car that Captain Santiago Botero is heading up towards him, so he will, when he sees him coming, he might well drop off here and give him a hand up.
Doing a great move. In fact, the last time check is 27 seconds behind his leading group, and certainly I think before the bottom of the climb, Phil, we will see him making the lead groups well to 8 in strength. The yellow jersey group all of the time losing time. The last time was 3 minutes and 40 seconds back, but that's not really what's important, because none of the riders at the front of the bike rate at the moment are a threat to Lance Armstrong's lead in the overall standings.
Absolutely. This is now Benoit Joachim on the front, champion Luxembourg, another man from the US Bristol team. And they look as though they're going quick. They're going downhill just now. Well, they are going quick. There's nobody in it.
Just looking along the list of US postal riders in this group, I can't see anybody who is missing at all from team. So they've obviously got everybody up here. This is Joachim on the front, followed by Kyaguar. Georgi Hincapie is still in there. He's in 3rd position, and Hincapie normally doesn't like the mountains too much at all. Ekimov is there, Tyler Hamilton, Kevin Livingston. The only man who may well be missing from the group is the man who's riding the Tour de France for the 9th time, Frankie Andreu.
And Frankie Andreu, along with Ed Rodriguez, both here in the Tour de France. It's been announced by the United States Cycle Federation that they now form part of the long list for the Olympic Games in Sydney. So we're pretty happy with that.
Well, the United States are going to be in a very difficult position when they have to choose their Olympic team, because
indeed.
they can only choose 5 riders to take part in the Olympic Games.
Lance has got it.
Lance may well get a chance if he wants to ride.
I'm sure Lance will be leading the charge in the time trial and possibly road race in Sydney. That's in late September. And 23 seconds now, so very shortly we're going to see Botero bridge the gap. It'll give a little bit of an impetus to this league. It also gives the Kelman boys a numerical advantage, and I would expect to see Botero, as soon as the Isvod starts, that's when he gets it, of course, to launch the attack.
If he gets to this group, he will then see his teammate Pasquale Lorente go to the front and really start to dig deep and try and build up massive advantage before we get to the slopes of the Col de l'Ivoire. We've seen so far that this man Botero is a magnificent climber, a man who certainly wants to blow this race to pieces today.
Yeah, absolutely. Little demonstration of downhilling here for the Luxembourg champion, Ben Joachim. Just touching his brakes enough to control on the way down. There's Lance Armstrong. These dangerous moments when you're leading, you've got to really keep your wit about you. You've got plenty of room on the way down, so you can see corners yourself. You don't put your faith too much in the rider in front at this stage.
to worry about putting his foot in the riders in front at the moment, because they're all his teammates. He's got complete and utter confidence, all of them. They're all really very much hand-picked riders by Lance Armstrong, who's the team that he wanted, the team to take him through into Tour de France, and have a team that will be in condition for the final week of the Tour.
And that looks like Pasquale Llorente putting his hand up there. He wants his team car to come up, and he probably wants more information on the whereabouts of Santiago Botero.
And the information on Botero is, in fact, he's just 23 seconds behind this group at the moment. And the fact is, it doesn't look as if the hammer is really down on this descent. With Pasquale Llorente sitting on back, very shortly he'll be able to look up the mountain just a little bit and see the position of his teammate Botero, who certainly should make the junction before we reach the bottom of this descent.
The long line of the main field, and because it's so big, really, it is indication they've ridden the first day of 3 in the Alps with a lot of common sense, because otherwise they could rip themselves apart here, and who knows what would have happened. A lot of riders afraid it's a long distance today, and it looked as though Joachim there took it a bit wide on that bend, but he's okay.
Well, he certainly feels as if he's paid his taxes out there on the road, because he used all of the road that he could. He went across the apex, but because of the speed, certainly drifted out quite a bit to the white line, and that's something he doesn't want to push too much the limit, because as you get to the edge of these roads in the mountain, there are always an awful lot of large stones which you could find yourself just blowing out a front tyre, and that tends to set the alarm bell ringing.
Well, one thing that's on their side, I suppose, because these guys are feeling quite warm out there, but the air temperature is cool. Very often in the Alps it is extremely hot, and then the big danger is because you're braking so much, your actual wheels become quite hot and tires start to explode. Now, there has been occasions when we've seen plenty of riders have nasty accidents because of just that situation. Well, Botero is almost on. We see him ridge here. He's obviously got a problem with his camera, but he's actually almost on the back of that leading group. We're going to have 8 riders very shortly down in the valley. And this is an amazing. And there he is. He's already on. We didn't see him join. That's a pity, but he's there. He's now on the back wheel of Martin Dembach. So Kelme have 2 riders now. He's already had a word with Pasquale Llorente. And the next plan surely is for Botero to attack as soon as the climb of Col d'Izoard begins.
Well, they work together now along the Valley Road and try and keep as much of the 3-minute advantage as possible. But certainly this man is a great climber. The fact that he's made the junction is very good for Kelme. So they're now looking in another strong position here for the competition for the best team in the bike race, having 2 men in this leading group, which are now 8 riders strong.
Well, as we look at the leaders here, it looks as though Botero is not happy with everybody in this breakaway. He wants to go to the back. That's for his T-car. Here it comes. And catch up on the latest news. Well, the news is, I think that in the main field, Lance Armstrong's team are winning 7-2 as against the Telecoms, because there are 7 riders alongside Lance, whereas Jan Ullrich has only 2 of his Telecom team left in that big group.
He does have 1 man in this leading group of 8 riders on the road, and that's Jens Heppner. The man that Jan Ullrich has with him is one of the best climbers in Tour as well. That's Giuseppe Grini, and the other man who's alongside him as well, the always present Udo Bolz, former champion of Germany.
That's right, and in fact, well, I've heard that he wants to ride in the Hawaiian Ironman World Championships this year. Udo Bolz was training with his team in South Africa in February this year, and they had a new triathlon there, which is around the Gordon Bay area outside of Cape Town and down towards Betty's Bay. It's a super area, by the way, and the Telecom boys stayed there, and they actually rode around the course when the Ironman was taking place. And now I hear that Udo Bolz would like to take part in the Ironman World title, because he's such a personality and he's done so well in Tour de France over the year, had a high place finish of 9th. I'm sure they'd welcome his entry.
Well, I think he'd be pretty happy if he could do the cycling section first and hope to survive.
Well, I do very well. Only one problem, I can't swim.
Well, we don't have to worry about that, Phil, because from your fans, I've always heard that you can walk on water anyway.
Thank you very much. Next year we'll have a new commentator with me.
Seriously, this leading group of 8, you can see the majority of the work here is being done by Pasquale Llorente, and he has got just one thing in mind, that's to get the bottom of the climb as quickly as possible, because he realises then the man taking 8th place in this lineup here, Santiago Botero, is going to launch a pretty vicious attack, because this man has been really one of the major revelations of the Tour de France this year, and he's looking to put himself even higher up rankings and maybe even take over the lead in the mountain competition from his own teammate Javier Ochoa.
Well, at the moment, if this sort of gap persists, we're heading up to 5 minutes now over the Armstrong group. Botero will be in 7th overall in the Tour de France, and for me that would be a justifiable position, because he's ridden like a top 10 rider for the last few days.
Been very aggressive, he's always been on the attack, but so has his team. This has been one of the best Kelme squads we've seen at the Tour de France over recent years.
Yep.
They certainly are deserving this year and getting an awful lot of publicity. This man is a man that could be a danger, though. He won't, I don't think, be able to follow the accelerations of Botero on the climb. He will ride his mountain at his own pace. Paolo Savelli is a great descender, and if he can get over the summit, I've heard it rumored that he should be able to bridge a gap of around about 2 to 3 minutes on a normal ride on the descent, something as difficult and technical as descent off Col d'Izoard.
Went too far away now from the roads starting to kick up as the Col d'Izoard begins. There's a gentle approach to it down this granite valley here. But slowly but surely, you can get some idea there. It is going ever so steadily uphill at the moment. Very soon it'll go uphill very, very steeply. There's a cloud which is coming out over the mountain just now. It's a sort of tail end of it is over the finishing line here, but we can see across to the Col d'Ivoire where we are sitting, and it is very black.
And I think that's also a bad manoeuvre as well, a bad move for a lot of riders. They'll be worried about this because we're going to spend the next 3 days in the Alps. Although one of those days is a rest day, if the bad weather comes into these mountains at the moment, Phil, it is going to be very cold indeed. We've had over the last week or so a lot of these major passes closed by snow, and if it does snow overnight, there'll be a lot of work out on the course trying to keep the passes open.
Yeah, and let's hope that doesn't happen, because it will take the edge of a fabulous Tour de France at the moment. And certainly the United States will be pretty happy with the way it's going, because Armstrong is doing so well. There's Vinokour off there. Armstrong is also up here. These are the select boys, but it's a lot of them just now who have survived a rough day over 2 mountain pass and got back into the heart of the big field. There's Ulrich, always following the man who is ahead of him in the overall classification. And in years gone by, of course, Ulrich has had Pantani ride behind him, marking him second overall in the classification. He's doing the job well right now.
It's a big, strong bike rider. And just recently, Miguel Indurain was asked to compare the three former winners of the Tour de France in this bike race to himself. He said, the only man I can compare to myself is Jan Ullrich. He's a big, strong bike rider. He's built the same way as I am, and I feel that he is the man capable of winning the Tour de France again in the future. He said, I can't match Lance Armstrong because Armstrong is so explosive, and I would never even think that I could have been a climber like Marco Pantani.
Something amazing. There is the portrait of Armstrong. Cool and concentrated. Hardly breathing hard at all, is he? Just riding there yet. And this, I think, will be one of the most difficult days of the Tour. It's certainly the second longest of the Tour. If you take in terrain, it's got to be the hardest.
Glimpse on the far side of Ulrich there. The Bernese rider was Jose Maria Jimenez. And in fact, this advantage, Phil, is tilting all the time towards the leader of the race at the moment, the 8-man group in front, and it's getting very close to the 5-minute mark.
There's the face of Jan licking his lips, perhaps, maybe for the climb that's ahead.
He knows he has to do something very special if he's going to Lance Armstrong into difficulty. I think the psychological advantage Armstrong has is every time we've really gone through the mountains so far, he's really slapped Jan Ullrich in the face. He dropped him on the slopes of Oetikam, he dropped him on the slopes of the Mont Ventoux, but I feel these Alpen passes really do slow towards the advantage of this man Jan Ullrich for Germany, because he's a very strong rider, and the inclines here on the Alpine road are not quite as severe as they are in the Pyrenees.
Still on the bottom of Valley Road here, the peloton still not too worried about the way things are going. They're going to rely heavily on these riders cracking big time on 21 kilometres, that's over 12 miles ascent of Col d'Ivoire, and after that over the top it falls down into Briançon.
Well, the leading group of 8 now, the work really all being done in front by Pasquale Llorente, waiting for the steeper slope of the Col d'Ivoire. But you see, Phil Banesto have done a great job again trying to get themselves the lead, or increase their lead in this team classification, because they've got 2 riders in this leading group. One, the Polish rider, Dariusz Baranowski, and the other man there, John Odriozola. But they're fairly content now just to sit at the back of the group, because a lot of tactic now is starting to creep into this leading group of 8 as we slowly and surely approach the slope of the climb.
I don't think any of the riders in this group have ever ridden up the Col d'Ivoire, certainly in the Tour de France. Because the last time we rode this mountain was 1993. Little Claudio Cappucci, a great entertainer for us, by the way he attacked without reason or without tactical forethought. He was the third over the top in 1993. Before that, it was Pascal Richard, who won the stage when he got down into Briançon. He rides for the British Linda McCart team, but not having a great season just now. And this will be his last year as Olympic champion, I would think, because the Olympics will probably find themselves a new title holder in Sydney at the end of September.
Pascal Richard has had an awful lot of ill luck really since he took that title in Lancia in 1996, dogged by illness and injury. And he was hoping this year to put a fine performance with the rest of the Linda McCart squad at the Giro d'Italia. And in fact, he only managed to complete the prologue time trial before then having to retire overnight with illness.
Absolutely fabulous view of the Tour de France now, and this rather sinking peloton of riders wondering what they're going to do about those 8 men. Nobody will do anything in the Valley Road because there's such a long climb line, almost on the nose now. At the last time check, be more or less 5 minutes to the leading group. The only one that will give any feeling of slight concern is that of Santiago Tero, who just now has climbed into 7th place overall, and if he gets another half minute, he'll be a top 6 contender.
Well, they're going to have a hard job pulling back Botero, because he has proved that he is a great mountain climber. But still, in front of that group there, Phil, you can see a line of 8 riders, and they're all US Postal Service on front. They're doing work for Lance Armstrong, trying to set him up for the defence of what is going to be several attacks on slopes of this climb. And I wonder if Marco Pantani, after being difficult at the 120 kilometre mark on the Col d'Aos, has recovered, ridden himself into some kind of form to put him into the kind of condition that saw him attacking on so many number of times on the slopes of the Mont Ventoux.
We're over the magic 5 minutes now, 5 minutes 2 seconds up to those 8. The 8 leaders are 36 kilometres from the finish. The Col d'Izoard, once at the top of it, is 21 kilometres from the line, and we have 12 kilometres of climbing. 12 kilometres of climbing, yes, that's right, 33 kilometres all. So, let's say about 2.5 kilometres before the leaders start the slopes of the Izoard.
Quick glimpse into that group there. I thought I saw the shape of Alex Zülle. Zülle, who's basically now given up thought of getting himself into the top 3 in Paris. He rode excellently last year to finish second behind Lance Armstrong, but he doesn't really seem to find climbing legs this year to team up to second place overall.
He's back with leaders now. They keep their little gears and their tempo riding, but the road beginning to kick just that little bit. As we very shortly will start a massive crowd here making the left-hand turn out. The Col d'Izoard is just around the corner, and these are the leaders first onto it. This famous mountain of the Tour de France. Lucien Bobet used it as a springboard to victory in his time. He won the Tour 3 years straight in the 50, and there's a signboard. For some of the riders, there will be a tingling down the spine.
Absolutely. When many of those riders will get a more of a tingling when they look across there and see the summit indicated 14 kilometres. That's going to take an awful long time to climb up there, because on slopes like this, Phil, you very rarely can actually exceed 20 kilometres an hour of riding, and many riders realise now that they're just going to have to ride up at their own rhythm. But I have to say that the man in the red jersey at the back there for Seiko, Paolo Savidelli, he looks pretty good today, and he's obviously thinking about just trying to stay in contact with this group. But he will feel comfortable on the descent down towards the finish, because the descent of this climb, the Col d'Izoard, is a very technical descent.
Well, he's the third Tour de France for Savidelli, finished 33rd in his first attempt. Went out on the 10th day last year, so he's a little bit better positioned now, because at least he's made the 14th day and he's in the lead on the climb. His main field still being under the escort of the US Postal Service team. They know that the time at the front of the bunch here now is limited to just a few more minutes, I would say, and then Lance Armstrong will hope that at least Tyler Houghton will be able to stay with him on the climb, and also Ken Livingstone. Those are the 2 riders nearest the yellow jersey. The others will make the pace until they can make it no longer, and then concentrate simply on finishing the stage.
There's a problem there. The rider from Vinny Calderilla, his chain actually dropped off, and that was a pretty dangerous move there. What happens if that does happen on the slopes of a climb like this is you can find yourself pretty rapidly on the ground, because you lose an awful lot of momentum. I think he was able to flick it back up quickly onto the large chain ring and keep himself going forward, but that could have been quite a nasty incident for him.
Well, you never know. You've got to keep your wits about you all of the time. To see Paul there, though, Josibo Locke and Christophe Moreau, the 2 Festina boys, who are right up in the overall classification, give Festina a marvellous Tour de France, also near the front of this bunch. There's nobody in between the 8 leaders. I'll remind you again, those front runners, Pascal Lente and Santiago Botero, are the 2 from Kelme. We've got Didier Roos from Bonjour, Jens Heppen from Telecom, Martin Bakker from Rabobank, John Odrinzola and Darius Baranowski from Benesto, and Paolo Savidelli, he's from the Seiko team. And now the bunch here, now the tempo though being picked up all the time. This is the new youngster, Stefan Jergaard, who has come onto the team at the last minute from Norway, and he has been a sensation. He came with a good reputation, but he's really matured in this race.
Well, you have to mature quickly when you're riding on the team of the yellow jersey, because an awful lot of work is required of you. And he's risen to the occasion, and in this last week of Tour de France, he will learn all about what the Tour de France is about, because I've always felt, Phil, that the difference between the Tour de France and any other bike race you take part is it's in the last week. And any rider who is able to finish 3 weeks, his physiology completely changes, and it gives you that extra added power that you cannot get from just training.
Oh, just look at this man now. He's really pushing on. He's 26.5 years of age. He's driving this race and hurting everybody as long as possible. And it is a fine demonstration this by US Postal. This surely is going to really fright away the other riders. Numerically, they are advantaged here over everybody. And that's it. So, Stefan, your job is done. Now, take it easy and we'll see you later.
Well, you can see he was digging deep there. This man comes to the team with a very big reputation of being top time trialist, and that was his own personal time trial he did on the front of the group. Now, next man setting the pace is the champion of Luxembourg, Benoit Joachim. He too will keep the pace high, just try and nullify any attacks on the earlier slopes of the climb.
Meanwhile, back at the front, that's face of Javier Pascual Larente, and that's the rider he is eventually going to try and launch for the summit. And with the win on top of the Izoard, I think he'll be the new leader in the King of the Mountains. But that's the way it goes, and maybe he'll get the stage win as well. He's Botero there's got 5 minutes 8 seconds over the Armstrong group at the moment, which lifts him up into 7th place overall in the Tour de France today.
And what a great performance that would be by him, because his teammate Roberto Heras is already in the top 10. He's in 8th place overall, and I'm sure we'll see the attacks coming from him as we get higher up these slopes. This is where the riders are heading to at the moment. This is the town of Arvieux, and Arvieux, Phil, is around about 32 kilometres to go to the finish line, and around about 9 kilometres to go to the summit of the Col d'Izoard. The Col d'Izoard really is another of those famous mountains of the Tour de France, which has got so much history attached to it, just like the great climb of Mont Ventoux, which we did a few days ago.
Well, in what has been an intriguing team race as well, as we look here at Martin Dembacker's bike, the Kelme team, who have now got 2 men in this breakaway, so too has the leading team Benesso. Kelme missed out on the breakaway yesterday and consequently slipped a little bit to 12 minutes and 58 seconds behind Benesto. They're equal at the moment, 2 riders each in the breakaway, so the Kelme are getting nothing at all in the team race. Rabobank losing though, probably second place to Kelme, because they only have 1 rider in this breakaway.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the man on the front there, Pasquale Loretti, is doing an incredible job for his team here. He has not thought about himself for the last 10 kilometres, Phil. He sat on the front of this group, powered them along as much as he can as they enter into the town now of Arvieux, and they know there's 9 kilometres to go to the summit of this climb. He will just keep riding as hard as he can, waiting for the slope to get a little bit steeper, and that's when I would expect the attack to come from his teammate Botero.
Well, the fun riding by the postman back there has got down the group lead now to 4 minutes and 40 seconds. There are only 5 of them left back there, though. George Hincapie is now gone, and Stefan Jurgard has gone, and so too has Frankie Andreu. But that's part of the plan. They've done the bit, and now they've sat up. Now this is the part of the Izoard I've always seen in so many pictures, that long expanse of open countryside before this race kicks up through the tree again.
Well, there's confirmation of that time from the blackboard there, 4 minutes and 40 seconds to the group behind. The group behind has still been led by US Postal, and they're doing an incredible job for Lance Armstrong today, despite the amount of criticism they've had in the press. The press in front here have been looking for any kind of chink they can find the armour of Lance Armstrong, and I think by attacking his team, that's the only way they could attack him, because personally I feel that the team has risen to the occasion, and in the last week of the Tour de France, they are going to be called upon an awful lot to help defend his position as leader.
And we're also hearing now, Paul, that Abraham Olano, who was in the group with Lance Armstrong, has now dropped off the back. He's having a terrible tour.
The climbers are all starting to move to the front of this group there. We just got a good long shot of Il Pirata, the pirate Marco Pantani. The next man we're looking at here is the man who's been the best climber of the Tour de France on 5 occasions in the last years, Richard Viron. And this man now is the man who feels today he's got the chance of putting Lance Armstrong into difficulty. Jan Ullrich, his performances at the Tour de France, Phil, are quite remarkable. He has always been in with a chance coming up with another win, and unfortunately I think last year he was very sadly missed because of the fact that he was injured in the Tour of Germany.
Fernando Escartin, also something of disappointment from the Kelme team. He's found a lot of adversaries in his own team this year, because he was supposed to be the stock climber, but he's had to take 3rd or 4th seat to other Kelme riders.
The Kelme really is a team of climbers. Every one of those men has been at front or on the attack on the mountain stage so far in the Tour de France. But Armstrong still looking very calm and collected. He knows the attacks will come and will wait to respond to them. But the incredible way this rider acts in the mountains, Phil, is he waits to see who's going to attack him. He lets the climbers go off the front, waits for them to weaken, and then just leaps across the gap on his own to catch them up.
Armstrong taking his cap off there as the conditions get a little bit warmer. And Marco Pantani, I think, had a little feeling about the Cosworth. Today he didn't like the Col d'Os, where he was off the back, but he got back on pretty easily with his teammates. Now I think he's in a much more positive mind. The steep part of the climb is still to come.
Well, certain climbs suit certain kind of riders. Obviously Marco Pantani will feel that Col d'Izoard suits him because he was so incredible on it on the Giro d'Italia stage just around about a month and a half ago. He blew the race to pieces and was trying to drag his own teammate at the time, Stefano Garzelli, away from the leader of the day, and that was in fact Francesco Casagrande. But he did a lot of good psychologically, because the day after that Francesco Casagrande just blew to pieces in the individual time trial.
Jaroslav Ekimov starting to do his turn at the front. It's up the rest of the race to attack Armstrong, otherwise he's running his way today, that's for sure. And here comes possible attack here, and Guerini starts to move towards the front.
Pantani moving forward, he's very comfortable on the wheel there of Jan Ullrich. These guys are all looking at Armstrong at the moment, Phil. The gap is starting to come down as well. It's 4 minutes and 12 seconds, and that's all because of the work of this guard on the front. The guard of Lance Armstrong and US Postal Service. He's used his team, Phil, very intelligently throughout this stage. He's used them to the maximum, and they're dropping off one at a time.
This is Arvieux as the peloton comes through here now, and they are continuing to move. Conti knows what it's like to win in the Alps. The only race he's ever won was an Alpe d'Huez in the Tour de France. A pro for more than 10 years now, Conti.
He worked very hard on the slopes of this mountain just a little earlier in the season too, because he was on the team of Francesco Casagrande at the Giro d'Italia and was all alongside his team. But further up the road the attack has come, and this is Botero now trying to right off the front of that leading group of 8. The attack has certainly come and it opened the gap pretty dramatically.
Now they're the two leaders, and it looks as though Savidelli, well, he's not getting any closer, is he? At least he's not losing too much ground either.
The important thing for Savidelli is to ride a fairly good tempo, his own tempo, not to try and make contact with that group and not to put himself into too much difficulty. For him, Phil, he goes over the summit of this climb with a deficit of 2 minutes. I still think it's a good enough descent to actually catch that up on the descent.
Well, that would be tremendous to see. We did get a chance to watch that in this year's Giro d'Italia when he came downhill so fast. He was outrunning our camera, I'll tell you. He really does, I think, shut his eye and just drop off the mountain. But this is Conti, and Conti seems to be thinking of something good today, maybe a result. He's won 2 races in his career of Roberto Conti, and the only other one was a stage of the Tour de France in Alpe d'Huez back in 1994.
Well, if you don't win very many races in your career, but one of them is the Alpe d'Huez, that's a pretty impressive win, because that is one that nobody will ever forget. And for Roberto Conti, the man who spends the majority of his career, Phil, working for others, to have that at the end of a career is a very proud thing for him.
Almost minute over Lance Armstrong's group. They're not chasing him down, they're working at their own tactics here. Armstrong need not attack anybody on this climb. They've got to attack him. That's why he's using his team to set pace. But sooner or later, if they want to get that yellow jersey on the shoulders, they've got to make a move. And there's only 2 of them left for US Postal now.
Well, he's down to his last 2 lieutenants, 2 men who has the most confidence in when it comes to big mountain passes. The man on the front is Tyler Hamilton. This year, the f***s were turned round. In fact, and Armstrong worked as a domestic for Tyler Hamilton in Dauphiné Libéré after he was put in serious difficulty on slopes of Mont Ventoux. That, I think, was payback time for all of the work for Tyler's done for him in Tour de France. And today, our Lance is again asking that favour.
Well, Nico Martin has just been dropped from the back. Here comes the Pirate move. Now, what are we going to do about this? This is an attack by Marco Pantani. It had to come sooner or later. This is after 8 kilometres of the climb of the Iswad. It's come at a time Abraham Olano just got back on at the rear of this and has gone off again.
Well, that won't be good for that man, Abraham Olano, because this acceleration is pretty violent. The man in pink on front is Marco Pantani. Right behind him is Richard Virenque, and the Mapei ride in there as well is Manuel Beltran. But look at that, giving Livingston has accelerated nice and slowly to bring Lance Armstrong back into contention.
Well, now the pressure is turning tighter now, as they're going to have to try and answer this attack by Marco Pantani. We will see the time grab come down dramatically up front now. And Roberto Conti Paul had 57 seconds when this attack came. We'll see how quickly they pick him up.
Well, they'll sweep up to him pretty rapidly as well. You see now Kevin Livingston is swinging across him. I don't think Kevin Livingston is in such a great day. He's looking down there. That's a sign he's looking for an extra gear, and he's actually going to slip away from the group of the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. But look, that so is also Jan Ullrich. Ullrich looking down for gears and looking down for help come from his teammate Giuseppe Guerini.
Well, this is interesting because Ullrich does appear to be in a little bit of an oxygen debt right now, as Balocchi is also moving up. And I think indeed Virenque's correct.
Virenque's cracked there. He was on the wheel of Marco Pantani. Armstrong moved himself up into second place there in the line on the wheel of the Pirate. The Pirate's attack has come. He announced it in the Gazzetta dello Sport, the Italian sporting newspaper this morning. He said, I'm going to launch into the attack on the slopes of the Iswad and Armstrong into danger. But you know what? Armstrong is not panicking just now.
Well, this is amazing, but Pantani said we'd do it. Now he is doing it. When he attacked this little climber, see him, he's in and out of saddle. He's almost sprinting up the hill here. And Armstrong is the only man now who has stayed with him.
Well, Armstrong is right on the back wheel of the Pirate. The Pirate wears number 71. He's had so many nicknames this man throughout his career. It started off being Elefantino, but since then he's been adopted as the Pirate. Yeah. He's the best climber in the world. Now I think this year in Tour de France, he's climbing back into that reputation.
Well, he has rode away from Christophe Moreau and Balocchi here, and Jan Ullrich clearly hasn't got the extra kick required to go up to these two. Pantani is aiming, if not for win, for second. He said when he saw Armstrong attack in Pyrenees on that climb to Hautecam, he said he'd never seen anything like that in his career. He was now riding the Tour de France for second place. But right now, that's exactly what he's doing, because he continues to ride like this, he will be up in the second place.
He also said that attack by Lance Armstrong put his feet firmly back on ground. He thought at the start of Tour de France this year that it would be a serious challenge for the overall victory, but he's going into the Alps with a 10-minute deficit on the American.
And 6 minutes on Ullrich, and he must get those 6 minutes back over the next couple of days, because Ullrich will come back into his own for sure in the final time trial, which are on flatter roads towards the end of the week. Now the boys from Pulse have reorganised. The old faithful man Pascal Hervé has got hold of Richard Virenque and brought him back up to the front of the chase. There's the latest gap, 3:37 to the leader.
Well, the Alps are certainly the playground of Marco Pantani. This is the slope of mountain of the Col d'Izoard, and this is where he really announced to the world, Phil, that he was back to the sport of cycling. He really ripped the rest to pieces on that day, once again confirmed that he had come back to top of the sport. He attacked quite magnificently with Richard Virenque right on his wheel, but Armstrong was always there.
Just rode him off his wheel. Armstrong, you're never going to ride this man on anybody's wheel. He was paying attention and he was straight on to Pantani. He knew it would come. He thought it might have come from Ullrich, I think, but he came from Pantani. As now Pascal Hervé, Richard Virenque and the Festina boys, then followed by Telecom with Guerini and Ullrich. They are back in the pack here, and this climb continues to stay at a very steep gradient now.
All big names in here. I got a quick glimpse of the other Kelme rider. The favourite for Kelme before the start of the Tour, Fernando Escartin. He's at the back of this very long group of riders. But I tell you one thing, I have to say Pascal Hervé is doing a magnificent job here for Richard Virenque. Virenque's in the right place, Phil. He just was not able to lift the pace.
So we're looking now at an attack on the Col d'Izoard, and the field has completely shattered at the moment as the riders continue toward the summit of the Col d'Izoard. Just look here now, Paul. Pascal Hervé has had very, very good tour this year, and he's always looked out for his man Richard Virenque.
But look at that, gone round corner, the pink jersey of Marco Pantani and the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. And again, going out of that corner, the major acceleration came from Marco Pantani. 21 is Fernando Escartin. He's alongside Manuel Beltran. These two men are climbers, and they're being put into difficulty in their own direction.
Lance is taking the pace-making now as well. I'm not sure that's a good sign for Pantani.
I wonder if Lance has read the Gazzetta dello Sport this morning and he knows what Marco Pantani has been saying about him, because if he has, he will be angry and he will try and blow the Pirate completely out of the water. He is now going to set pacemaking on the front here, Phil, and one by one he will pick up the remnants of that breakaway.
On the left you see the two yellow and pink jerseys. Down below is the rest of the peloton, and it numbers a total of 4. The rest now are spread all the way down the slopes here at Col d'Izoard, and this man is in definite trouble because Ullrich is being nursed here by Guerini.
Guerini doing a great job. That is the work of a Dometic, to look after the lead, whatever his condition, and he waited alongside him and paced him back up to these men.
Looking now, Pascal Richard here, trying to nurse him. He's left Richard Virenque. I don't know where he's gone at the moment. Is he in front or is he behind? We're going to find out, because now Oisme across the leaders. They've got Conti. So the yellow jersey of Armstrong and Pantani have now joined Roberto Conti, who not very long ago was a minute in front.
Well, he's just looking across there. In fact, he used to ride alongside Marco Pantani when Pantani went on to win the Tour de France. And in fact, he's now been joined by 2 chasers. Hervé has ridden across. Now, this is an unbelievable performance. I can't actually understand why he has done this, because he should have stayed with Virenque.
It can only mean that Richard must have said to him, "Had it, you can do what you like," and he's come across by himself. He's still looking behind, but he's ridden Virenque off his back wheel.
Well, now this group has started to form again. There's still, let's not forget, a big battle happening on up the road. The race has been led by 2 riders, Botero and Baranowski, and a few moments ago their advantage was 2.5 minutes. Looking back down the road now, there's a group of select names of the Tour de France: Virenque, Ullrich and Escartin, but Armstrong again is putting a hammer down, trying to get rid of the Pirate.
I think he's getting rid of the Pirate too, because the Pirate's not letting his pace. He doesn't like to be put under pressure like this. He likes to climb his own speed. Remember how he rode at Mont Ventoux? He was dropped by the Armstrong group, rode back and then was able to attack. But I think we are seeing here Lance Armstrong ripping the field apart, and he's going to head up the mountain here in search of Botero.
And where's Pascal Hervé? That wasn't an attack by Armstrong, that was just a mere acceleration. He's proving that he's the strongest bike rider on all terrains, and at the moment he's proving that he is one of the greatest climbers in the world of cycling. A complete change in his physiology, because before, Phil, this man weighed 82 kilograms. Now, the Tour de France, he weighs 72. That's 22 pounds, 10 kilos less.
He's probably lost another kilo on this climb, judged by the perspiration running off his face here. But Armstrong has that concentrated look of just lifting the pace here. He knows at every turn of these pedals he is dropping all of his contenders in the Tour de France. Ullrich, Blocky, Wouters, Moreau and Beltran are all struggling now behind him. And the one man that we won't worry too much about yet, Botero, is out front and looking set to win the stage.
This is another time trial performance by Lance Armstrong. Ride complete on his own. He will get into his best rhythm now and ride a time trial on the slopes of this mountain. Pascal Hervé has slipped back down road and waited for Richard Virenque. Virenque now is alongside his teammate. In this group, 2 riders from Telecom, Giuseppe Guerini and Jan Ullrich. 2 riders from Festina, Bellucci and Moreau. These are all the best riders in the overall standing, and they can't follow one man, Lance Armstrong.
This group is certainly a bunch of good boys, but they're not any like the mark now for Lance Armstrong. Now concentrating on the regrouping here. The other Kelme rider here with Escartin is Roberto Eras, as again Hervé is heading the pace. I think you're right, Paul. He's got back here to see if he can keep Richard Virenque in the frame.
Well, Virenque obviously wasn't able to follow his teammate there, and this very often happens when a teammate and team leader is put under pressure. Certainly sometimes the Domestique becomes a strong rider on the day, but the Domestique doesn't have the precious leadership on his shoulders. Hervé has set up and waited now for his teammate Richard Virenque as Armstrong catches the next man on the road. This is Martin de Macker, where at 44 he gets a chance to look at Armstrong and what it's like to lead the Tour de France.
And he's lifted the pace just enough for the moment at least to hang on. 3:17 to Bottero, Armstrong, there's two riders in between as well. And as far as we know, Bottero is still with Baranowski.
Well, there's still 3.5 minutes advantage for those two leaders on the road ahead of Lance Armstrong. But more importantly, I think, is the fact that the Ullrich group is already 30 seconds behind the Flying Texan.
Well, now I think we're just over the top here now for Bottero, who does appear on his own pole. We don't know where Baranowski is right now, but this man is heading down the Col d'Izoard and racing to a very deserved victory if he can get it. Armstrong is out 3.25 minutes back of him.
Well, there's the fireworks for the 14th of July. That means about 24 hours too late. Bottero now is alone in the lead at the front of the race. I think we've still got a couple of kilometres to go for the summit. This is one of the false flats before we actually crest this mountain, which levels Atfill at 2,300 metres.
Which means there is still time for this rider here to pull back. Bottero is on his own on climb. The road getting slightly easier for the moment. Armstrong, whenever he senses he's slowing down, is out of the saddle and kicks again.
Well, he's a tough bike rider. He knows exactly what he wants to do today. He wants to try and get even more time over the men who challenge him in the overall standings. The closest challenger today was Jan Ullrich at 4 minutes and 55 seconds. Ullrich is fair way down the road.
And here come the group now back to Pantani's side and Roberto Conti. They are coming together while Armstrong is as free as you could want now. And look at this, Paul. What is that? 26 seconds back to Ullrich. So Armstrong getting time over the second overall. Ullrich is now 5.5 minutes behind him in the overall classification.
But in fact, Ullrich is having difficulty staying onto the wheel there of men setting pace, and that was Hervé and Virenque. The Pirate was the man who really went out on the attack, and as the other day on the Mont Ventoux, Armstrong waited, and until the Pirate had a slight advantage, leapt across to him, and then left in his wake.
Well, if Ullrich gets dropped, we are looking at Belocchi here, who could be riding himself into second place in the Tour de France because he's looking for just less than 1 minute advantage.
Well, that's amazing because there you can see a man who wears 102 Belocchi. He said at the start of Tour de France, Phil, that I'd be very happy to come here and work for my leaders, and the Turks have certainly turned the tables there because, in fact, he now is the leader of Festina.
Well, we've worked out that it's about 2.5 kilometres to the top of the climb for Bottero, and then the plunge down to the valley. There is still time here for Armstrong to demonstrate his complete superiority.
Well, at the front of the bike race, you can see it is Bottero, but Armstrong catching all riders who've been caught in the middle. The man who is going to go past right now is a man who, in this leading breakaway of 8, is John Odriozola from Banesto. The other rider is the Kelme rider who started off the breakaway, Pasquale Lorente. Want to time Armstrong catching those riders who started this climb more than 3.5 minutes ahead of him.
And Javier Pascal Lorente is having a little second life here as he latches on to the back of Lance Armstrong. Adriozola comes on as well, so they've managed to do. They were lucky there, they were caught on that false flat. Here's the rider now, heading up towards the summit, right in the distance there, at the top of the mountain. That is the top of the Col d'Ivoire, and here he is now, thinking, I hope of a win, because he deserves it. He has on the attack daily, this rider, and certainly with the maximum points for the all-category climb, he's going to be the new leader in the King of the Mountains.
He will get a massive advantage because his teammate is a long way down the road. We haven't seen the leader of the King of the Mountains competition for an awful long time, but great tactical manoeuvres here by Kelme. Every day they're leapfrogging a different rider forward on these mountain stages. These two will be happy to stay with Armstrong for the moment, but we are a false flat, an easier part of the course, but once he tilts up towards the summit, they will be left gasping for breath.
I think you're right, Armstrong again raising the pace there.
Raising pace too much for John Odriozola there, he's out the back.
There's the flag that Lance would like to see waved, and it was as he comes up. We're going back to the next group here now. Ullrich has got himself lashed back onto the back of it.
Well, Ullrich managed to get up there, and he will try and recuperate a little bit for a kilometre or so on the flat part of the course. This group we're looking at here is all of the made leaders, and what it does prove, Phil, is that Lance Armstrong is head and shoulders above everybody else, but in fact Ullrich is starting to recover, and his group is coming back to Armstrong.
Yes, it is. Slight recovery here because Armstrong, I think, impaired a little bit by the two riders he picked up, and they've hung on to his back wheel. Pantani there looking as though he's not feeling so good right now, though.
Well, he's on the wheel of Richard Virenque and just moving back down the line there. Pascal Hervé. Hervé done a great job so far, but you can see all of these men really are struggling to stay a decent rhythm on the slopes of this climb.
And the race referees are losing their temper with the race motorbike, which are getting too close to these riders at the moment, and are not giving room enough for the attack, because this is a big showdown here on the Izoard. It's the rest of the race versus Lance Armstrong, and right now Lance Armstrong is winning
Well, Ave has come to the front, has found some resources from somewhere. In fact, they're not very far behind Armstrong. You can see the group in front of them. That is the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong, still with Pasquale Llorente, the Kelme rider.
Well, remember, Pasquale Llorente was on the attack on the first climb of Col d'Alos, and he's still in at the end of it on the climb of the Izoard. But it looks, and I'm very surprised to see this, Paul, as though they are going to get him back.
Well, I think they are. Time gap there was only around about 10 seconds. Maybe Armstrong overassumed on his strength there when he jumped away. Around about 1 kilometre from the summit of the climb, the next man who will catch is Jens Heppner in the pink and white. He was in early breakaway group 8.
Well, Heppner's done extremely well to hang out there as long as he has, but now Armstrong is coming up to him. Pasquale Llorente is hanging on, and just behind our camera, the group also is coming back to Lance's side, but the Col d'Izoard is almost history in this year's Tour.
It certainly is. Armstrong looking back to see what the position is of the other bike riders in this group. This is man at the front of the bike race. He's not very far in front either, Phil, because he's just coming up to the summit. Armstrong's gone past Banner, indicating 1 kilometre to go. This is the lead of the bike race, wearing number 22, Santiago Botero.
Well, a wonderful feeling for him as he sweeps round to claim the big scalp here at the top of the Col d'Izoard. Now, can he hang on? Can he increase his lead on a very twisty descent down to the bottom and the short uphill which will take him to the finishing line? He goes over the top. Odriozola should be still in second place, but we haven't seen him at all.
Armstrong now about to get caught by the group contain all of the other favourites. He's dominated completely on this climb. The attack came, he rode off the front, but maybe he's decided that he doesn't really want to use too much energy today because there are still 2 more very difficult days in the mountains to come.
Well, I see Odriozola, I meant Baranowski is rider. We have seen Odriozola has been caught by this group and dropped behind, but I'm not too sure whether Darius Baranowski has fallen fed to the same now, because this little group has come back together again now, and it looks as though the attack by Armstrong failed and the others have clawed their way back up here.
Well, Armstrong, I think, showing his strength on that climb, but maybe decided he didn't want to ride all the way to the finish. He's going back down the group now, looking at the face of the other riders in the group with him. Virenque must be fairly happy to be there at the moment, but they've all been put into difficulty by that attack of Armstrong, and it's really, I feel, a huge gap on the slope of the Col d'Izoard.
But you know, the riders might take heart by the fact that Armstrong didn't ride them away. He was tempted to the attack because of the attack of Antoni, not because he himself wanted to create that move. And when he saw his chance, he thought he might as well have a go and see what he could gain, but he hasn't gained anything at all.
The man we haven't seen coming back either is Paolo Salvadelli. In fact, here he is now. He's coming up to top. He's caught Baranowski. There's Baranowski in 3rd position there on the road, 2nd position behind Salvadelli. I've had watch going, and it's around about 1.5 minutes since that first man went over top. Botero, Salvadelli were may well treated to an incredible descent.
Well, it's certainly something to behold. If it does, he's over the top. I think he's going to get 2nd place unless Darius Baranowski produces a sprint. He's not really a contender for the King of the Mountains, so he's in fact he's going to get 2nd. No, Darius Baranowski's done well there to over the top in 2nd place. Now, can he hang on to the wheels of the Falcon, as the Falcon now will thinking of a stage win? Yep.
Well, that's what he wants, and that's why he rode hard as he did on the slopes of the Col d'Izoard. He knows he is a big descender, and he will do everything that he can to try and pull back the Colombian. I do feel that he has got a great chance and the ability to do that, but in the group behind all of the major contenders are here. We've had a flurry of attacks, but actually to nothing.
And Pascal Ave is back on the front ahead of Richard Virenque here. Pascal Llorente, Moreau and Bolocchi are here. Tessino will be delighted with that. Richard Virenque would like to have gone away. He's going to try and get some points out the King of Mountain. There's plenty of riders it seems want to challenge well as they try to lead him out. Lance Armstrong isn't giving him any room to move at all.
There's only 2 riders from the top 10 really missing from this group, and the one rider in fact is Mark Waters, who was 4th overall, and Manuel Beltran, who has been riding very well from Ave. He too has slipped away from the very select leading group. Richard Virenque leads them over for 4th place on the road.
4th place, Lance Armstrong, Marco Pantani. That's the order over the top here of the Col d'Izoard. Now back to the leader, who's going to have to sprout wings and fly if he's going to hold off the rest behind him.
And hold off the man who got the nickname of a flying bird, the Falcon, Il Falco. Paolo Salvadelli will love this descent. He will go down here like a man possessed, and these corners are where he will not even touch his brakes at all at Speedville, which will touch at times 110 kilometres an hour.
Unfortunately, I don't think we have a motorbike camera with Salvadelli. We're staying up with the leader quite rightly. He's now around about 21 kilometres from the finish. The Baranowski pretty close actually to the 20 kilometres to go point. Back to the mountain here, and Beltran and Co. As look here at the group behind.
In that group there is Jens Heppner, a great ride by him today, surviving from that leading group of 8 riders. Daniele Nardella was the other rider in there from Mappen today. He is working for his teammate, who started the day in 6th place overall.
Well, over the top of climb, Botero has given himself a gap of 2 minutes and 1 second of Baranowski and Salvadelli. And now we're going to see if they can catch up. Here is the leader, and he looks as though he's not such a hot descender.
Well, he locked up the back wheel there. That was a very bad manoeuvre by him. The reason for that was a certain amount of panic and pulled the back brake on too rapidly there. That's something you have to be very careful of as we look now at the leader of the King of Mountains competition, which I feel sorry for him today because he will have lost that to his own teammate, Santiago Botero, who was first man over the summit of this climb. You can see this man is slowing down dramatically going into the corners, and I wish I could get back up the road to see the position of Paolo Salvadelli because he'll fly around these corners.
Well, he desperately wants to make more of it. The Kelme team, a greater team as they are, have a nasty reputation falling off. And in fact, they seem to do it quite often. They certainly did in this year's Tour d'Italy, but they always have to recover well and still winning prizes. These are two other members of the Kelme team here. They are in the Ulrich group just now. 3:05, so it's a good descent so far. He's actually increased his lead over Armstrong by 2 seconds.
But in the middle, caught in the middle of nowhere, is Paolo Salvadelli and Darius Baranski. They're trying to pull themselves back up to the leading rider on the road. It gives you an idea of just how far these bike riders go down this descent hill. He is taking all kinds of risks. He's now just over 15 kilometres to go to finish, and he will not be touching his brakes at all until he comes toward the corners.
Well, we can reckon on at least a kilometre a minute right now, so about 15 minutes from the line for this rider, and that's about what the men behind got to reel him back in. But it's a case of slamming on the brakes for those sharp right-hand hairpin bends. You get just about some acceleration down here before you do it all again. He's looking good just now, though.
The important thing about descending fast is actually making sure that you're in right gear coming into the corners as well, because you slow down from speeds which can be as much as 100 kilometres an hour down to 35 kilometres an hour in the corners, and then you have to accelerate as quickly as possible in the right gear to speed once again.
Well, somewhere in between, and we can't find him at the moment, is the red jersey of the Falcon, Paolo Salvadelli. And the reason they call him Falcon is because he descends out the sky, and that's how the Peruvian Falcon kills its prey, by dropping up the sky at 100 miles an hour. And that's what I think Salvadelli needs to do now to pick up this rider here.
We just saw there 8 kilometres an hour for this man leading bike race, Santiago Botero. 50 miles an hour he's descending out, and you can see the descent is starting to straighten out. He doesn't have to worry so much now. There are not quite so many very dangerous corners. He will keep the pace high. You see how he swings across the left-hand side of the road and then uses the apex of the corner so as not to lose very much of his momentum.
Well, we'd like probably a slightly bigger gear right now to drive on down towards Briançon as we pass these chalets with sharp roofs, and that's because of the snow which falls here in the winter as they come down very, very quickly now towards Briançon. Almost looks like a cardboard backdrop. The mountains ahead of him. This has been a superb piece of riding. As we go back up the mountain here, Comatin is coming up the mountain now, and Abraham Olano is the man just in front of him. Another dreadful day in the Tour de France for Olano.
Well, Olano's had a very difficult Tour de France. He certainly hasn't been the great climber, the great contender we expected him to be. And the US Postal ride on the back of that group with Kevin Livingston. Livingston did his job for Lance Armstrong today, and around about 7 kilometres from the summit he had to swing off. Now he's just surviving because tomorrow he'll have come out and do exactly the same job again.
So save as much energy as possibly can. He'll be delighted to know that team captain Lance is right up where it mattered with the men around him who would endanger his overall lead, so there'll be no change of significance in the overall classification of the Tour de France at the end of this first day in the Alps, except this rider here. He can squeeze out enough time. He will certainly be a top 10 contender by the start tomorrow.
Next group come up, in fact, to contest Alex Zülle. Alex Zülle is in the group here with Cedric Sir. Let's look at the small Spanish climber there, Leonardo People. Alex Zülle today for losing more than 10 minutes on the slope of Izoard.
He's the rider that finished second to Lance Armstrong last year on almost every stage. Lance won, and second overall. Looks like somebody's giving him a copy of the Italian newspaper La Gazzetta dello Sport, which sponsors the Tour of Italy, and up his jumper to keep the wind out on the way down, because although the sun is shining, it is quite cold here on the mountains today.
Over the top of the mountains it's around about 10 to 12 degrees Celsius, but it's the chill factor which makes it very cold on the descents because of speeds which can be in excess of 100 kilometers an hour. For the moment we don't have any time check on to ride behind, but in fact it has come down very little. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds to Salvadelli and Darius Baranowski.
Well, Turo is riding like a demon today. His first Tour de France, and he could be on for one of the finest wins here, which has crossed the Col d'Izoard, and he's done it the way that everybody who wins ages would look to do. He left the leaders of the Tour, he caught breakaways, and on the final climb he's ridden away from them.
Il suo esempio rimane per tutti un punto di riferimento di come si possa praticare lo sport con una grande carica umana e spirituale.
Pope John Paul II eulogising a good Catholic, a great cyclist, Italy's Gino Bartali, who died earlier this year. And you know, Bartali of all people would recognise just what an historic stage today's is, because the great alpine trinity of the Allo, the Var and the Izoard haven't been climbed together on the road to Briançon since 1949, when Bartley won an epic victory. In fact, during his career, Bartley won this stage 3 times, something which has been achieved by only one other rider, who is on Bobbay. But even Bobbay couldn't manage what Bartley did in 1938, which was not only win the stage, but lead the race over all 3 of those huge climbs. Whoever wins today's stage is going to be in pretty high altitude company as far as Tour history is concerned.
Yes, Gary, but for the World War, I wonder how many tours Barty would have won apart from the 2 he got.
Richard Virenque's jumped away from the group of Lance Armstrong. He too is a pretty risky descender when it comes to taking risks, and he's put himself on the front of the yellow jersey group, which contains Escarty, Armstrong and Ulrich. He's trying to ride himself across a 3-minute gap at the moment, and I would say for Richard that is almost impossible. But what he's trying to do is maybe move himself a little higher towards the position of being best Frenchman in this Tour de France, the position currently being held by Christophe Moreau, started the day off in 5th.
Well, certainly he needs a minute, Paul, to even get up to 6th place overall, and that's held by Manuel Beltran, who is behind in the group, so he had a chance here of moving up the overall tonight. Does Richard Virenque, as the Kelly boys are missing in that chase group now, and the official cars have picked up, they've got the message that Virenque is coming down the mountain like a train. 10 kilometres to go now for the lead, just 6 miles from the finish. The team manager there just willing him on here for what will be a magnificent win, not just for Santiago Botero, but also for the Kelme team. And what a stage to win, the longest stage in the Alps. He's tongue out, he's gritting his teeth. Virenque is looking to bridge 3 minutes.
You're going to do that not with 10 kilometres to go. Almost certainly the victory is going to go to Santiago Botero. And what a great Tour de France so far for the Kelme squad, if he can hold on. That will give them their 2nd stage victory after the incredible stage victory of Ochoa on the slopes of Otakam, and that will give Kelme 2 of the biggest mountain stages so far.
Now Lance Armstrong, I'm too sure, retained the Pantani, but these riders now, the rest is played for this day. They've got to rethink the tactics again tomorrow, because the obstacles of the day are now behind. It's a question of just going home to finish at Briançon. Out front, the riders are racing for the stage win, but Armstrong, Ulrich, Berlocki and Moreau are still in here in this group. The man missing is Mark Wouters. Expected that. He's not a great climber at this level of climbing, and he'll still away from the 4th place overall.
I think another day where Lance Armstrong will be quite satisfied with his performance. He was expecting the big attacks to come from Jan Ullrich. That one never materialised, but the attack did come from Marco Pantani, and he pretty rapidly neutralised that, put Marco back in his place, slipping into the group behind him.
Mark will be a top 10 player now in the Tour de France, having climbed from 136th. That was where he finished in the time trial on the opening day of the Tour de France. Now he'll be in top 10 for sure after this stage.
This man is looking along the road now, waiting to see the outskirts of Briançon, where we are at the moment. He's only got one small climb up the finish line, but it will hurt as he comes up through the streets of the city.
Certainly will, but for any other man, I say, worth Paul, for Strider, he is going to feel so inspired. Their situation now, Botero leading in King of the Mountains, a nice lead over his teammate Ochoa. They've not really been in rivalry for the polka dot jersey. There'll be no ill feeling tonight in Kelme Hotel. It's just the way it's all worked out. Botero clearly a man on form.
A man on form, but the thing about the tactic is what they have done. They've kept Richard Virenque out of maximum points. This man was trying to get a 6th type at the Tour de France in King of the Mountains competition, and he will continue to fight that over the next few days well. But for the moment, I think Kelme has better of it.
All downhill to get to Briançon. He's dragging on. We don't want to go back there right now. She's some 240 kilometres behind Riders' Day, as this has been a really tough day. They start sensibly, slow speeds. Once onto mountain, they have blown the race apart.
Another tough day in the mountains as well tomorrow, because once they leave the start here from Briançon, it climbs up almost immediately over the Col de Lauteret and the Col de Galibier. One man trying to get an advantage for himself over the other guys in this group is Richard Virenque. He's 3 minutes and 12 seconds behind Botero. He is not pulling back anything at all.
There's still 2 riders between this rider and Botero. That is Baronewski and Sabadelli. Now they've given us a time check on Baronewski, but we haven't had any word at all on the whereabouts of Sabadelli.
Well, I would be surprised, in fact, if Baronowski could have stayed with Sabadelli, because he is a madman on descents, and he will be taking some serious risks trying to get himself up here to the leading rider on the road, number 22, Santiago Botero. This is the group of the main contenders today, although they did come out and fight over this 250-kilometre stage. I have to call it a truce, because nobody has proved so far that they've got the advantage, but there's still 2 very tough alpine stages to go.
Well, it looked as though Lance Armstrong's group, that's why I was hesitating, are coming back to the back wheel of Richard Virenque, but they're pulling back in, which will leave this man now clear as a bird to win the day.
Look at the power he's trying to find now, Phil. He's been at the front of the bike race for a long time. He's digging very deep over these last few kilometres because he knows he has to keep pushing along. He knows behind him the road, Sabadelli is eating into his advantage, and every time the road goes down, he will cut across the corners to try and keep his momentum up as high as possible. Knows also that he's only got around about 8 or 9 minutes of racing left, and then he will face the final uphill ascent to the finish line here, where there's a huge crowd waiting him.
Well, he is now a superstar if he wins this stage in the Tour de France. There's the surrender of Richard Virenque, and up comes the group containing Lance Armstrong, Santiago Botero, who's been a pro not very long indeed, and in fact he's 27 years of age. He's the only Colombian still in the Tour de France, and he's going to get them a stage win.
Well, there's the juncture. There is Richard Virenque being caught. The work on the front there being done by Jens Hemmer for Telecom. Interesting to point out that Jan Ullrich has 2 teammates up alongside him there. The second man in the Telecom squad there, Giuseppe Guerini. Marco Pantani now is quite happy to take back seat and hope that he can come out and fight again on the next Alpine stages.
Which is going to go down as a superb result for Botero, there's no doubt about that. He's in his 5th season as a professional. He's only ever won a total of 5 races, and he's always been loyal to the Kelme team.
Quick time check coming through there. Well, in fact, Baranovsky and Sabadelli are still together, but in fact Botero has extended his lead over them. He's now 2 minutes and 37 seconds ahead of the second 2 riders on the road, and 3 minutes 15 seconds back to the Lance Armstrong group. This man from Colombia has made an unbelievable daredevil descent.
Most of his racing, Paul, looking at his record, he has always been mostly in Colombia, and the odd win, and it's his odd win, he's got 5 in total in Spain. But now he's really found his legs here, and he's come to his first Tour de France with his finest form. No wins this year, that's about to change.
Well, there's Sabadelli, Falcon. He thought he could get across there to the lead group. On the descent, he's tried very hard indeed, but day, unfortunately for him, he's felt he was just a little too far behind over the summit of the final climb of the day, the Col d'Izoard. If it had been 1 minute, I think he may well have made the junction.
May well have done, but I think he's found a man inspired in Santiago Botero. He came training here for the Tour de France a couple of months ago, and crashed and he broke his left arm. Now it's recovered, he's come back, and he's surviving now to win a stage of the Tour de France in the Alps.
Lance Armstrong, wearing number 1, looks very happy in this group. Expected challenges come today, they did, and he was able to respond to them very admirably. No problem at all for him today, but you can see he has no teammates at all left around him. And once again, on mountain stages, when the going has got tough, he's found himself isolated.
Well, there's 12 riders down there. Most of them are close. 6 Mark Wouters, 2 Lance Armstrong, and he's got them all under control at 3 minutes and 11 seconds down.
Botero will move himself up to around about 11th or 12th in the oval standing, but I think more importantly, Phil, is he'll be actually wearing the leader's jersey of the King of the Mountains tomorrow. He has been an incredible descent here. He's resisted the comeback of Paolo Sabadelli, man with the best reputation on the descents, and in fact it appears that Sabadelli has been left behind by Baranovsky on the centre of this line.
I think Botero will just about make the 12 now with this performance today, and he might well, considering the fact that Mark Wouters hit me, might be even better than that, because Wouters losing big time today. And no news at all on the British rider David Miller, which certainly haven't been told he's given up, and that in itself is a good thing. As now we drop into Briançon here for the finish. Sabadelli, it should be, not Salvadelli, it's S-A-V. You often call him Salvadelli, as he now runs into the finish here, Botero towards the line.
Well, 2 kilometres to go, and the last 1 kilometre is slightly uphill. This is Sabadelli out on course, the man who is hoping to pull off a victory today, but he just lost a little too much time, Phil, on the slopes of that fine climb of the day.
So Botero now will shortly be starting the little climb away from the village up to the banks, high above the town, right by the old town here, the beautiful old city of Briançon, the area which was all these beautiful forts built to keep out the Italian. Well, they forgot, they should have built in the other direction and kept up the Colombians.
This is the final ascent of the day for this man, wears number 22. He has been absolutely formidable on slopes of the Col d'Izoard. He now has his final uphill drag. You can see at the top of this long straight, Phil, there the red kite which indicates he will have 1,000 metres left to finish.
And he's got the gap, he's got all of the gap he needs here over the race now. Sabadelli might get second, but he won't get first. This ride now, he's going to ride this on fresh air. He's ridden so well today, coming from back of the field after obviously a plan well talked through last night amongst the Kelme camp to launch Javier Pascual Lorente on the attack on the Col d'Alos, and even though he got caught, he went again on the next climb of the Col d'Ars. This man then saw his chance, got away from the group Armstrong, caught up with leaders, and then as planned, after the pacemaking by Pascual Lorente on the Col d'Ivoire. He went by himself, and he's going to win the day.
I think the impressive thing about his performance, Phil, in fact, that he jumped across the gap. It was 2.5 minutes. He was in the yellow jersey group of Lance Armstrong and that leading group of 7 up the road, and he rode steadily across the gap, made the junction, used his teammate Pascal Laurenti sensibly, but now you can see he's actually been at the front of the bike race for a long time. It is really hurting. This is a real sting in the tail here in the slope of Briançon.
I think it's rather mean the organisation not to get points for King of the Mountains, because this is a cool finish here. He comes right up bank and onto the top road before he'll cross the finishing line. He's checking on whether anybody's keeping up on, because I think he's just about running out of gas in those legs. Almost dead on it now with 1,000 a bit more metres to go to the line. But he is going to hang on, and he is going to get the win. He's threatened now. Eric Decker, who took the win from him after that breakaway, more than 200 kilometres. Well, Eric Decker will be a long, long way behind him today.
Well, he's under the Flamme Rouge now. The red cut indicates 1,000 metres, and that really there is the final corner. He can see it, but he probably won't know it, because the road does level off once he gets to it. He's really digging deep now. This is a very tough finish after a long breakaway, a long stage of almost 250 kilometres, and for this man here, he's been in saddle now for over 8 hours.
A tremendous feat in the Tour de France today for all of the riders, crossing in his first day of 3 really tough days in Alps. This is only day 1. And Santiago Botero, we really should have picked him out at the start. He's threatened to do something special, and today he didn't let us down. He's got climbed to top 12 place in Tour de France, and he still has a couple of days. He's got the leg left after a ride like this to push home his advantage again tomorrow on the Col de Galibier and on the Col Juplin on the day 3 in the Alps of the Tour de France. What a long climb this is turning out to be. Cruel to finish a race like this through the Alps. A mass crowd are cheering him all the way up it.
I'll tell you what, really suffered up this last 1.5 kilometres here in Briançon, but very shortly he'll see the finishing line in front of him, and he will then be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Out on the road, the race has been unbelievable behind him. This man really took the race by the horns and attacked. There was a group of 7 riders more than 2.5 minutes in front of him, but he timed it to perfection.
It gets a little bit easier now as he lines up for the finishing line, and the crowd have been here for the best part of 8 hours as well. They were here last night too, because there's a marvellous firework display celebrating Bastille Day at 11 o'clock last night, and now they stayed on with the arrival of the Tour de France, and a Colombian cyclist in his first tour getting the great victory here, and he might be the 8 hours as well.
We'll be pretty happy about that. There'll be a lot of riders out on the bike for more than 8 hours 45 minutes, but for this man Santiago Botero, it's the last few minutes of this very long, difficult stage.
Will the top of this climb ever come, he says to himself. This is harder than Col d'Ivoire, because the pressure is on him now to survive the line. His first prize, 50,000 French francs, but more than that, he'll never be an anonymous rider in the Tour de France again. He has won the big blue ribbon of the race so far. Crossing the line, Santiago Botero gets the victory, and lower down the slope, the chase is on.
Well, this is a sprint now for 4th place on the road. This is Joseba Bellocchi, the man who started the day in 3rd place overall. He's marked there by Richard Virenque and Marco Pantani. Armstrong is very happy to stay in the group here, filled with Jan Ullrich.
Well, Pantani, this is Baranowski, and he's being caught on the final climb here as the group comes up. So Sabdelli is the only rider surviving in front of this group. They are now racing here, 1 kilometre to go for 3rd place.
Bellocchi now is going to try and accelerate in a few moments' time. In fact, Sabdelli should come across the finishing line 2nd, but Armstrong has closed down the gap on this acceleration.
And Joseba Bellocchi is still prepared to hurt these riders. Will finally be in this year in the Tour de France. Armstrong had a magnificent first day in the Alps, conceding nothing to anybody of importance, because Botero is still too far behind him overall. All of his rivals are here or behind him.
Well, he's really must have put up the master plan today. Marco Pantani now is trying to get himself off front of this group. This will be 3rd place, and that was very much the sort of place that he looked at in the Giro d'Italia. Giuseppe Bellocchi there for the Festina rider has let the pirate fly.
I don't think they could catch him this time. He's got that look in his eye, if you could see his eyes behind those sunglasses. This time Pantani has decided this is the big sprint, and they haven't quite organised themselves yet, because they're thinking not losing time, and if they sprint to Pantani and blow, they will lose time, because there's time the riders at the line today, and Pantani has accelerated, the old familiar acceleration we've seen around the mountains of the Tour.
Well, Pantani, what kick that was. He opened up a large advantage over everybody else there. This is really made for pride more than anything else. He's not worried about finishing 3rd on the stage, but the psychological blow to the rest of the team.
Here comes the man in 2nd place, Paolo Sabdelli. It's a good result for him today. A very poor Giro d'Italia in the end, having finished 2nd in that race a year ago.
Sabdelli tried to come down the mountain, tried to pick up man at the front of the bike race, but his descending skills didn't help him this afternoon, because Santiago Botero was never going to get caught. The Falco will be happy with this 2nd place for him on one of the toughest stages of the Tour de France so far.
So 2 minutes 29 for Sabadell as he comes over the line. Now the Pirate launching himself to third place, as I don't think they'll come up to him now. It's Marco Pantani. He jealously guards the mountains, which is his favourite terrain. He gets third. At the sprint now, right behind him, it is going to be SRT who comes in ahead of the rest of the group at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So what a great day for Lance Armstrong. He keeps all of his gains in the Tour de France, but the one name on block that everybody will talk about today is that of Santiago Botero. He wins by 2.5 minutes over Paolo Sabadell, and Marco Pantani, virtue of that late attack in the last kilometre, gets third place on the stage, 2:46 back. Lance Armstrong finished 7th, but around the two main fears most in the same time, Ulrich and Bolocki. Mark Wouters lost an enormous 36 minutes 35 seconds. He finished in the same group our David Miller, and as soon as he finished, he pressed David Miller, spoke to Gary Imlach.
David, at least that's the longest stage in the mountains over. How are you bearing?
No, horrible. I think that's just I'm sorry. I think that's just ridiculous. I mean, just 8.5 hours on a bike's not a sport. It's sadomasochism on a major scale. I just think it's ridiculous. And
another hard stage tomorrow, but at least the rest days is tight after that.
Tomorrow it's just going to be a joke. I'm not looking forward to it. Everybody's tired, and I think I hope that we're going to have enough race to take it easiest for as long as possible. But I just I'm not too impressed at the moment. 8.5 hours on the bike after 2 weeks of racing, it doesn't make much sense to me.
Obviously David's worst day so far, and after his problems the past few days, I think we can all understand that. Tight on the podium tonight, not just a new stage win, but also a new leader in the King of the Mountains competition. So it really was a great day for Santiago Botero. Overall, though, a superb day also for Lance Armstrong. No time losses at all, and Christophe Moreau is now back in 4th place in the race. Armstrong keeps his gains despite what Marco Pantani allegedly said in an Italian newspaper this morning about what he would do to Armstrong on the climbs. After the Finnish Paul Sherman asked Lance what he felt about the comments.
We saw a couple of little chats between you and Pantani on the descent. What did he have to say to you?
I read some stuff in the paper this morning, and Marco said I thought a little wrong. I asked him about it earlier on the stage, and he said, said he doesn't talk to the press in a year, so he doesn't know how I got in there. I believe, whatever, and I was just kind of joking with him, because when he took off on the Isar, he was flying.
He was indeed, and Marco Pantani is now up to 9th place overall in the Tour, and there's still a lot of fight in those legs, I think. Mark Wouters, he came up yesterday, he's on a long way down the overall classification today. David Miller is 64th, and let's hope he can regain his morale in time tomorrow's start. Hello again, welcome now to stage 15. The riders coming away from Briançon to here at Courchevel. Yes, the sun is shining here, but believe me, it is extremely cold. And where Gary Imlach is, well, I think it's even a tad colder.
Thanks, Phil. Welcome to Ski Sunday. And just in case you'd forgotten, here's Lance Armstrong with a reminder.
I mean, it's July for Christ's sake. It should be warm and sunny.
Well, when Lance Armstrong gets up here, I think he might be tempted to revise opinion. This is the Col du Galibier at 2,645 metres. It's the high point of this year's Tour. Somehow, though, I don't think it's going to be the high point of this stage for the riders. It's not actually snowing up here. The snow that fell a few days ago is gutting about in strong winds. With the thermometer already reading -2, it's got to be close to -10 with the wind chill factor. If the sun can burn off cloud cover that's covering most of the mountain, things might improve. Otherwise, it's going to be a very nasty first climb of the day for the riders.
141 riders leaving Briançon today, bound for the dizzy height gain of the Alps. New King of the Mountains is Santiago Botero, and I must say, he looks very strong indeed. On a climb of Col du Galibier, there's little action and relaxed atmosphere too. Lance Armstrong here making light with David Miller.
Hey, minute time! Keep it up! What's up, baby? What are you doing in the back? I'm waiting for the car, man! Oh, you are?
And weather on the climb, well, as you can see, it's better now than when Gary Imlach was up there a couple of hours earlier. And on the climb too, the riders hardly raised pedal in anger. Virtually the whole peloton snaking its way to the summit. And once they went over the top, it was Pascal Hervé looking over his shoulder here to see where Richard Baroque was, and the answer was virtually nowhere. Therefore, Pascal Hervé takes the top of the climb, followed over by the new King of the Mountains, Botero, then Roberto Conte, and Richard Brink going over in 5th place indeed. Lance Armstrong, by the way, he went over the top in 7th place. Massimiliano Lelli just passing through to the left of our picture there, and he's coffered his way in breakaway day. 2 riders have abandoned the Tour so far. The champion of the Netherlands, who won the stage of the Tour, Leon van Bon, has gone. First man to go for the Dutch Rabobank team. And the rider who got up as high as 2nd overall, Fabrice Goudo, has now abandoned just a few moments ago. And he's gone from the Crédit Agricole team. So there are only 2 teams left now of the original 20 who are still a full 9-man complement. And one is Lance Armstrong, the race leader's US Postal Team, and the other one is the Banesto squad. And here we come now with Jose Luis Arieta heading the pace of Banesto, but this is a strange start to the day, really. All of the heads of the race have let the breakaway go again. Familiar names. Ochoa here has been a prominent rider. That's a brilliant escape. He'll always remember it on the road to Otacam. He broke away with Nico Matan, then rode away on his own and finished as a stage winner, only just as Lance Armstrong gave a 10-minute start on the last climb and finished 42 seconds behind him.
Unbelievable, what a race back that was, and I think everybody had their finger crossed hoping that Ochoa would win the stage. He certainly deserved to win the stage after such a long breakaway like that. Looking here, Phil, at the work being done at the front of this group by the Team Telecom, it makes me think that maybe in the back of his mind Jan Ullrich is thinking about the victory here, because this climb up to Courchevel is, although a very long climb, around about 22 kilometres of climbing, it's not really a very steep climb, it's only 6%, and that is kind of climb that would really suit Jan Ullrich. Ullrich is a very strong bike rider, and I think on steeper gradients he's very often put to difficulty. But the reason we're seeing Team Telecom come to the front now is because they want to close down the advantage on the group, which, as you can see, is coming down quite quickly now, 3 minutes 45 seconds, and maybe they are trying to set up the day for Ullrich.
Looking down the helicopter there, you see the tempo by the Telecom boys. They've really disintegrated the peloton again. There is another reasonable sized group come around, but they've already started to drop off on the first 5 kilometres of the climb, and the tempo being held by Telecom.
Well, the tempo there, in fact, blown out. A man who came to the Tour de France with very high hopes. He wears number 171, and his name is Bob Julich. Finished third in the Tour de France a couple of years ago, but this year he certainly has never shown us the fact that he has got any kind of the form that took to third place behind behind Jan Ullrich and Pantani.
Yeah, poor old Bobby, he hasn't found his form this time, and he's had a bit of a struggle the whole way around. Now Armstrong always near the front, keeping an eye on who is doing what as he rides 4th place here. But already, Paul, he looks as though he's been isolated. Just, I think, 2 of his team members left.
Well, the best two as well, because there in front of him you can see is Ken Livingston, the man who's been a great partner for him on the mountain passes. And sitting on his tail there, in fact, is Tyler Hamilton. And Tyler Hamilton is sitting behind Armstrong at the moment, just in case Armstrong were to have a kind of technical problem or a kind of mechanical problem on the slopes of his climb. If he did see Lance Armstrong having a flat tyre, you would probably see a situation where, in fact, Tyler Hamilton would take out his wheel and pass it to Armstrong's machine.
Well, there's a Festina rider pulled off to the left of the road there, and he's gesticulated out by one of the other teams, but he's on. And I've seen all 4 ride in the overall classification right here on the sharp end. So they're marking each other very, very well indeed. Back up to leaders now, and it looks as though Camesso is doing what Paul thought might happen, and that's his contact with the leaders. And it's Vidal who has come backwards with him.
Well, the big pressure at a group like this, Phil. We hate riders together at the bottom of the climb, and the unfortunate thing, Salvatore Camesso, is the fact that they're all very good climbers. I'm surprised to see Jose Angel Vidal getting dropped off the back here, but the big tempo on the front today is being done by the Banesto team. They still have 3 riders in this leading group, so the advantage in the team prize at the moment is hilting towards Banesto. That is why they've gone out on the attack like this, to try and increase their lead. They currently lead Kelme in that competition by over 5 minutes.
6:11 on your screen, complete by Lely. As we look at Nardello at the back, I don't think he'll be placed in too much difficulty just now. He's a pretty strong climber in a group like this. And hat off to the hard work being done by 2 Telecom riders, because they're cracking this big field. Armstrong coming up, sitting on the wheel there of Kevin Livingstone. Tyler Hamilton, seeing as Paul said, right behind. Nardello, by the way, is 15th overall. And so he's having a pretty good tour. But we haven't seen him in the breakaways too often, none of note anyway.
Well, he's a big tough bike rider, a man who is always consistent. He's able to work on the mountain stages for team leaders who are looking at an overall standings. But he's also the sort of rider who will work on the flat stages for the sprinters as well. The kind of guy that any of the top teams would certainly like to have in their rank. He has in the past finished frequently inside the top 15 at the Tour de France while working for men like Pavel Tonkov.
Big effort being made by Banesto boys now, although looking at the other, they're following pretty casually, or at least appear to be from the rear view. You can never see the faces, that's the giveaway. But our cameras aren't allowed too often alongside the riders, because obviously they're not allowed to shield them from the wind or help them innocently enough. Now we're back to the chase group here of Armstrong and Pantani. It looks as though the Berg's in spot above now, Paul, because there goes the champion of Switzerland off back.
Well, that was not surprising really, because he's not a great mountain climber, but in fact the Bonjour rider Phil who managed to get across there was in fact Jean-Cyril Robin. We were actually talking this morning that we hadn't even heard about him in the Tour de France this year, and here he is popping up for first time on one of the mountain stages.
Bronze medalist in the World Championships, Robin. We haven't hardly seen him on this tour. As the race continues apace here. It looks like it's Atienza who's got away here. Not Savadilli for Seco, keeping the pace on, but I think he's wasting his time, because that group looks to me as though it's coming up pretty quickly.
They're very rapid to be attentive today, I think, on the slopes of this climb, because I think one or two of the big Nashville have got plans in the back of their mind to try and get a victory. This is Arrieta going off the back of that group, which will now be 5 riders, and the pressure on the front was really made by his own teammate Garcia Acosta. The thing about this climb here, Phil, is it is actually very difficult just to ride along, and if you have a slight back patch, you find yourself unable to follow the rhythm. Looking at the back of the group there, though, Lely looks pretty comfortable.
That's very cool. In fact, the acceleration coming here from boys from Benesto. Odds are 2-1 now, with Benesto versus Kelme. We're 10 kilometres up the mountain, and they're the 5 who are left in this leading group. Behind now, Mesto, Vidal and Arrieta.
Ochoa is the Kelme rider in this group. He will be very happy with the situation at the moment. In fact, in the midfield, we here's an attack from Ulrich, and Escartin is there. There will have to be a response now coming from Lance Armstrong. I felt as if Ulrich was trying to set something up here, Phil. I didn't expect it to be so soon.
Well, he jumped straight on, so Arienza here from the Seiko team. He's going to find a couple of tornadoes blowing by if he doesn't jump the wheel very quickly, because this is a serious move by Escartin. Ulrich just following at this stage to see what reaction is going to come from that little pack behind. And slowly but surely, it looks as though they're being pulled back up to the group. Yeah.
Armstrong still very cool. There he is in 6th position in the yellow jersey, just sitting there, just seeing how far those riders get off the front. He has a teammate on front there. I think, in fact, that was Tyler Hamilton who was setting pace for US Postal Service. Armstrong was very cool indeed at the moment, and just waiting to see if that was a dangerous move. If it was, I expect he's still got the power to be able to leap across the gap and neutralise it.
Escartin, he's like a giant spider the way he crawls all over that bicycle. Not the best style. He reminds Robert Albin, who used to be on your team, Paul, that used to ride in a similar style as that.
He certainly did. Bonbon, they called him, because of the fact that when he did attack, it really was as if he was letting off fireworks and firecrackers. It was difficult to see, in fact, if Tyler Hamilton was in that group. He is still there at the moment, but I think acceleration has cost Lance Armstrong another teammate here. As you can see, that acceleration has really blown 1 or 2 riders off the back.
It actually hurt Pantani, because he's just latching back on at the end with one teammate. He will drop by at sudden acceleration. He doesn't like those rapid acceleration. It takes him a while to get back into his rhythm, and he comes back on. There he is at the bottom of our picture with the white head gear on, number 71. And the group with Serrano has come back together. It looks as though that little attack has just opened up the lungs a bit. But basically all back together, and they're leaving Escartin on the front now. They don't trust him anymore.
Well, Armstrong has still got 2 teammates in there. I just got a glimpse there of Kevin Livingston riding himself into the back of that group with Marco Pantani as well. Fairly close to the yellow jersey, just on the left-hand side there. You can see Tyler Hamilton do a big climb from the US Postal Squad comfortably in the group. Obviously, Jan Ullrich is very attentive today. Phil's used his team over the first few kilometres of this climb. He feels he's got the strength on these climbs now, and probably feeling he will get stronger as the tour continues. But he begins the Alpine stages with a deficit of 5 minutes on Lance Armstrong. That's an awful lot to make up.
Escartin keeps giving a little bit of an acceleration, shedding no one. Botero down there, 3rd day in the mountain jersey for him, and here he goes. He decided it's time to have a go himself. Had a look, now that's how you accelerate.
Well, you see, when he accelerated, a lot of those guys actually looked the other way and said, I don't want to be the one to go. That is how the real climbers accelerate. They bounce out of bunch like that, and I think no chance of Jan Ullrich coming in after that one.
Well, that was a real acceleration and a pure climber in full flight. He's having a wonderful Tour de France now. Santiago Botero, the champion of the Alps yesterday, and still could climb into a high finish in Paris. He's exactly 10 minutes behind Armstrong overall. And there's been no reaction from the field, because if you can put your kid in like that, nobody's going to follow.
Oh, that was pretty scary. I don't think anybody wants to try and react to that. You have to be a very special bike rider to be able to react. An acceleration like that on the slopes of a climb as steep as this one here, called the Madeleine, and even his own team captain there, Fernando Escartin, thought, that is going to be very difficult to try and follow.
So we've got 5 riders in the lead. Arrieta, Mesto and Vidal all spread out on the mountain, and they're all looking now for this man in the red spotted jersey heading up towards them, and he's flying.
Absolutely unbelievable. He's worried a little bit, I think, about making sure that he keeps the key of the mountain jersey on his shoulders. He has at the moment got a 50-point advantage over his own teammate Ochoa, but Ochoa is up the road, Phil, in that leading group of 6 riders, and for the moment everybody sitting back just being quite content to let the pacemaking go. Team Telecom, and now Giuseppe Guerini on the front. Ullrich in 2nd place, and I think somewhat surprised by that violent acceleration by Botero.
Common sense prevailing, I think, amongst these riders, especially Armstrong, who's proved the art of being patient in this year's Tour de France, not chasing everybody that moves, because he's still got that last climb to come, and about 1/3 of the way still to climb up here to the top as well. Is Nadello, and it looks as though the group here is again in a bit of bother as Lely sets the pace now.
Well, Lely sets the pace. He's looking very comfortable on the slope here of the Col de la Madeleine. They've got to go right the way up there to the sky. You can see the man who's been left behind again. A Banesto rider, Garcia Acosta, has been dropped from this group now, leaving the group at front of the back race to just 4 riders strong. Jimenez in the white jersey there now respond to the acceleration of Lely. Ochoa is the Kelme rider. Nardello, I think, riding a very good stage today. And he's the kind of rider who could pop up with surprise win on a mountain stage like this, because a few years ago he actually won a mountaintop finish of a stage of the Tour of Spain.
Plenty of support waiting for him on Courchevel as Lely looks over his shoulder now, and he's going to keep the pace on for the moment. That is Jimenez tucking behind him, has the likeness of the great climber and the great rider indeed, Miguel Indurain, whose birthday it is today. As we go back to Garini, winner of Alpe d'Huez last year, setting the pace for winner of the Tour de France a couple of years ago, Jan Ullrich. Armstrong just watching everybody and doing nothing. Ominous, I wonder.
But he did say a couple of days ago that on the attacks on Col de l'Aubisque in the Pyrenees, he had to sit back and be very patient indeed. He wanted to go after climbers when they attacked. He thought that he should not do that. Again, the attacks coming from Once Serrano. Marc Serrano once again going off the front. But you know, he isn't going to pull back that attack by Santiago Botero very quickly.
He hasn't gone clear as fast, that's for sure. And I don't think they'll chase him either just yet, because he's not a threat.
He's a long way down in the overall rankings, but there you can see a rider who is coming back. That's Kelme rider, who I think earlier on was in the leading group of riders. So this Vidal probably, who has been dropped by the leading group of 8. Shortly he will be back in the group of the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong.
First one back then, Vidal. We've got Garcia Acosta, Arieta, Canestos up the road. And Botero, of course, is trying to join them. And judging by the last time we saw him, he can't be far away from them.
Well, he ripped across that gap. You know, he's halfway across the gap at the moment. And the big major contenders are very content, I think, Phil, just to keep an eye on each other. Nobody could respond to that sort of acceleration, except maybe a super Marco Pantani. I don't think Marco Pantani is actually super day, because his last couple of accelerations had him actually slipping to back of the group.
Little Tate in group of 25 between Garini and Ullrich. While Escartins drop back into the 3rd rank now. And Armstrong obscured for the moment, covered by the Festina riders around there. They've got no big effort being made here now, and we've run out of camera because there are so many riders spread on the mountainside. We can't get one on top of Botero just now, but we'll pick him up shortly and see what sort of progress he's making. I would be quite interested to see Paul, because he must be closing pretty quickly on the leading group of 4.
Very quickly, the Cofidis rider on the far side is Roland Meyer, and Festina rider, you can see just on the front of the main group there with the bandage on his arm, in fact, is Belucchi. He's been complaining over the last couple of days of a slight tendinitis in his wrist, and that's why he's got that blasted up the moment. The other Festina rider there is Christophe Moreau, currently the best Frenchman in the rankings, in 4th place, and a position he's going to have to battle out with Richard Virenque.
So as we see Vidal going back into group, another attack being launched, and it looks as though it'll again be the Seiko man, and he tries again at Atienza.
Under these little flurries are uncontested, Phil. The reason is that the challenge for the overall win at Tour de France after 3 weeks of watching each other very closely, they're not too worried about these lesser riders who are leading off the front at the moment, because they feel certain that these attacks will be pulled back into the fold later. This time the acceleration has come once again from Escartin, but all they're doing really is pulling back that attack of Atienza, and I feel very certain and confident that Jan Ullrich will try something toward the summit of this climb, because he's very much present at front of the group.
I'm really mystified as to why, though, Escartin keeps doing these flurry of useless attacks, quite honestly. All he's doing is causing a reaction to chase down his own teammates.
Well, he was not wanting to stay with the Kelme squad during the winter months. He felt after his performances over the last couple of years that somebody would snap him up for a $1 million contract at the end of the day. Nobody really wanted to sign him up. They thought maybe he was past, and he ended up remaining with the team that he'd been with for several years. This is the lead group up road. This is led all of the time here by Lely, Massimiliano Lely, 124 from the Cofidis team. Excellent rider, a man who's been very consistent throughout his career with a few great wins here and there. And they see now Phil at front of still down to a fairly sensible pace making. Botero, by the way, was born in Colombia, in Medellin, as he gets towards this. A couple more of the Banesto riders who were in the group earlier on. This is Garcia Acosta he's catching here, and Arieta. They're going to try and accelerate to stay with him. When he does put down the hammer a bit more rapidly, they're going to have a hard time.
Well, gosh, here with the Kelme, all of a sudden are getting medical advantage here, because Banesto had 3 men in a break, and they've dropped a couple. They've still got one up there in Jimenez, and Ochoa is up there, and if Botero shakes up these two, then the team race take on yet another appearance.
It's going to be a major battle over the next few days between Banesto and Kelme, and certainly nobody can decide just for the moment who's going to get the advantage in that big fight. But as I was saying, that climber there, Boteri, is actually from Medellin in Colombia, and he spends most of the season living in San Pola in España.
2 minutes 39 to chasers now, and that I think will be Tiro as he tries to get across the gap. He might just make it before top because he's such a good climber.
Well, we saw him climbing very well yesterday and also descending well as well. So if he does go over the summit with around about 1 minute's deficit, he might find himself reintegrating that leading group of 4 riders on the descent down to the valley.
Well, they've been climbing now for about 12 kilometres on the climb, Paul, so I guess that puts us still about 6 or 7 kilometres to climb, a long way.
An awful long way to the summit of the climb. Garcia Acosta is the Banesto rider, hanging on to the Botero train at the moment, and Arrieta now finding himself just left to his own device and riding his own tempo.
1 down, 1 to go as far as Santiago Botero is concerned with the Banesto boys, and then a free to fly up towards the rest. There are 4 riders left up front, remember, before he picks off the major points for an all-category climb, which I think is 40 points in the King of the Mountains. And now there's a little... I thought he was going to grab onto the motorbike there, but he's just taking a drink.
With that, the gap is already halved it, Phil. 143 to the leading group of 4. This man certainly has proved to be a great climber in the Tour de France this year. Salvatore Messa, the man who started the actions on today's breakaways, is being caught by the yellow jersey group, the group of Lance Armstrong and Jan Ullrich. But for him, he'll be pretty happy that he's fairly close to the summit of the Col de Madeleine and not having too much to worry about today about getting himself eliminated.
The comparative comfort of riding the group. But for how long for Salvatore? His plan was to get a nice march on the big mountain and then be with them over top. He's not too far away from the top, but he's going to have to hang on for a while yet because Guerini has ups and downs to say the least in this year's Tour de France. 1 minute he's up the back, next minute he's setting the tempo for Jan Ullrich. He climbed brilliantly last year when he won the stage to Alpe d'Huez.
In this group as well, a quick glimpse there on the left hand side, the white jersey player rider is Manuel Beltran. The man high in the rank, 7th overall for him. Quite remarkable really, because Mapei came to the Tour de France this year without any of their major leaders, as we now see Pascal Hervé moving forward. Hervé, Phil, over the last couple of days has looked to me as if he's actually stronger than Richard Virenque, and he's done an awful lot of work for the little Frenchman from the Midi of France.
Well, he's a superb teammate, but I think like you, Paul, as to whether he's wasted his energy here to try and help Virenque, because I felt that Hervé has been a stronger rider. And remember, Richard was the man that won at Courchevel last time we came up here. Now it's a question whether he can take him to the last climb of the day and launch up there and try to win again.
Well, it would actually be more sensible because of the form Hervé has got at the moment for him to ride his own race and trying himself the victory here as they pick up rider after rider, moving their way up the climb. They're catching there Serrano, who'd forgotten attacked a little earlier on, so he is also now back in the fold in the group of all the major contenders. I can't see that anybody is actually missing from this group at the moment. They all riders from the top 11 places in the overall standings are present in this group.
About 1.5 minutes to get back to Tiro from the leaders, and Garcia Acosta still hanging on to him as he go back to the leaders, being led by the quality riders, Italian team, with these 2 Frenchmen spearheading the charge today. And the French crowd, they're not all French, there's plenty of nationalities on the slope of Madeleine today, politely applauding as the riders go by.
I think the biggest newcomers to the Tour de France as spectators really have been the Germans since the arrival of Jan Ullrich on the scene. There's been an awful lot more camping cars from the other side of the Alps in Germany coming down here to watch the bike race and take part. And in fact, the Germans are getting unbelievable viewing figures for their Tour de France coverage, with around about 5.5 million people watching the Tour de France every day.
Well, absolutely tremendous. Probably some in daylight hours, though, Paul.
Hervé is really tough bike rider here. But you know, 1 or 2 riders here today, Phil, thinking about the victory of the stage seriously, because the fact that Hervé has come to the front with Virenque on his wheel here makes me realise that they too now are trying to set themselves up for a stage victory. But this acceleration really has blown this group to pieces now. Yet Ullrich is still fairly close to front. Armstrong is pretty comfortable in there as well, accelerating up into 4th position. But you know, I do think we will see a lot more riders going for the back, and there you can see one of the Festina riders in difficulty, and I wonder if that's Bilocchi, and also the pink jersey of the Pirate just climbing back onto the boat.
He just lassoed the ship there, I think, because it was about to sail without him. But he's back on the tail, and I must say again, Pascal Hervé is showing some fine strength on the mountains here. There is the Pirate. And whatever you say about him, Paul, he is a rider who actually tries very hard. That looks like Heras. Roberto Heras is also tagged onto the back. The Kelme, again bringing their man who's lying 6th overall in Tour onto the tail of this group, which has now become very second indeed. But I was saying about Pantani, Paul, he has suffered like he's never suffered before in the mountains, because he keeps reminding himself, I think, that he is Mark Pantani.
Absolutely. He said looking at the accelerations of Armstrong on the slopes of Haute Cam, it brought him back down to earth, made him realise that you do have to suffer to be a top professional cyclist. I think in the past he was able to accelerate on many occasions in mountains without putting himself into difficulty, but we've seen him in this year's Tour de France really suffer to stay in contact on the terrain which normally was own.
Well, certainly Hervé has in the mount a little bit now, and there's Pantani adrift again. He's just didn't really recover from that acceleration. He needs to settle in and try again.
Another man going off the back there as well is Beloki as well. He's been put into difficulty too. This group now is just down to 7-8 riders there, and it's all because of the work being done at the front by Pascal Hervé. Jan Ullrich and Lance Armstrong first and second. The overall standings are very comfortably there, but man who started the day in third, the big revelation of the Tour de France so far, Joseba Beloki, well, he's been left behind.
Well, can afford to be left behind by just under a minute, and then he'll be back on again. Pantani's back. Christophe Moreau in the blue there. He's next line for Beloki's place. He's a teammate too if he doesn't get back on.
Well, just catch a glimpse there. Beloki just managed to scramble on the back of the leading group, but you can see today, Phil, a lot of these guys are under pressure. Pascal Hervé on the front is doing a magnificent job there. In fact, he's actually eating into the advantage of Santiago Botero as well, who still pointed at 1.5 minutes from the leading group of 4, but they're only now 2.5 minutes back to this group of Ullrich and Armstrong.
Superb riding here by Hervé. There he is, concentrating and stamping on those pedals. Virenque giving no indication of how he's feeling. It's pretty cool at the minute. Way down behind, you can see the slopes of the Madeleine as we continue now to head up towards the summit. No further news at the moment on the progress of Botero. We think he is still riding over the Spanish rider, Garcia da Costa, and he is closing in, but he hasn't caught up with the leaders yet.
There you can see Beloki just on the right-hand side next to Marco Pantani there. He managed to cover from that acceleration there and pull himself back into this group. In the group, you can see Armstrong and Ullrich, Escartin and Roberto Heras. The two Festina riders are Moreau and Beloki. On the front, the Polti riders are Virenque and Hervé. And just tucked in the back is Marco Pantani, the Parrot himself. And he will try and stay with the group, Phil. And certainly, I think we'll see him launch an attack again on the final climb of the day up here at Courchevel.
Well, the way it's going, these rides here, unless some fierce descent from the rear of the race, we could have a very select group going for a final showdown day on the climb of Courchevel. There's slopes of the Col de Madeleine. Really is an inhospitable mountain in bad weather. Below the cloud is up there where the riders are climbing to now. At the moment, it is reasonable conditions, and the wind, although reasonably strong, it's not quite gale force, has been the past few days.
I do think we'll also see a very rapid climb up the slope of Courchevel here, because for the first time on one of these climbs, we're actually looking here at a tailwind ascent. This is Garcia Acosta, who was earlier in that leading group of 8. He's been pulled back into the fold right now, so as far as I can figure out, we must have Arrieta up here somewhere, unless he's been caught and dropped now absent. And the only Banesto man remaining at front of the bike race is Jose Maria Jimenez.
These are 4 leading riders who were 6 and thin to 4. They were 8 originally. Majority now back. We're looking now as they come up to the last kilometre of the climb of the Col de Madeleine. We're looking for the possible arrival of Botero. So here we have the leaders now, the remnants of the breakaway inside the last kilometre of the Col de Madeleine. And these 4 riders are going to fight out the points, I think. Trying to get on terms with is the king of the mountains. Santiago Botero is still about a minute behind as these 4 riders come up to the summit.
On front there, the Banesto rider is Jose Maria Jimenez. The Kelme rider is Ochoa, the man who won that group stage up to Haute Cam and led King of the Mountains competition. He's currently in 2nd place. And Massimiliano Lelli is 124 for Cofidis. Tucked on at the back, the Mapei rider there is Daniele Nardello. But the man who leads the King of the Mountains competition, he's at the moment round about 1.5 minutes behind this group on the road, trying to pull himself up. And in fact, he's probably now only around about 400 metres behind them.
I think so, because that's the kilometre board for him as well. He's virtually sprinting up the climb here as the Union Jack flies above his head. I don't think he's going to get on time with them, but get 5th place on the climb, that's good points. And he will hope that his teammate Javier Ochoa can take out the maximum points at the top. Further back down the climb, this is now a select group of 9 riders containing Lance Armstrong as Pascal Hervé sets the pace for Richard Virenque. On the left is Jan Ullrich, Escartin, Pantani and Moreau are the riders in this breakaway.
Well, you know, looking at those time gaps there, Phil, 56 seconds to Botero, then just inside 2 minutes to the Armstrong-Ullrich group. I can see this whole bike race coming together on the next descent before we come to the final slope here to Courchevel. These are the 4 leaders. They're now within 500 metres of the summit of the Col de la Madeleine.
Now, will Ochoa, number 26, dive for the best points here, because he needs to take them, not just for his own progress in the mountains, but to defend the team, his teammate Santiago Botero, who leads in the King Mountains, gathering a little bit of speed up here now as he plans his assault. They'll wait till last minute.
He will certainly accelerate away. He's second overall in the King of the Mountains competition, a competition which at the moment has been completely dominated by the Spanish Kelme squad. We're not too far away from the summit now, Phil. They will then be faced with 30-kilometre descent before the summit, before the slopes of the final climb of the day.
2,000 metres, 1,995 right now, as the black clouds are hovered above. They look too good over to the right, but shortly we should see the sun come back as they die down to the valleys below. Ali Richard, because he has a tremendous number of supporters on the climb, but he's not in this group, I'm afraid, as Ochoa is waiting as long as possible, following the wheel of Jimenez, the Spanish champion there, and Nardello is the rider behind, and Ellie now Sprint. I think they're getting a bit twitchy here. Ochoa looks as though he's got it under control, but if they can hold it a bit longer, they might have a tear along here as well, but they won't do it now. There's the finish line.
Well, there's the finish line there inside 200 metres. Now, Jose Maria Jimenez, the Nesta rider on the front, look to me, Phil, if he's in a great day today, but certainly as they get close to the line, acceleration actually comes from Ellie first.
Lely goes first, Ochoa takes his wheel, and Ochoa I don't think is going to have legs to beat Lely today, so it's Lely, Ochoa, Jimenez, Nardello over the top.
But coming like a bullet up this mountain behind them is the King of the Mountains, and that is Santiago Botero. He's fifth place on road at the moment, and here he is right now. He has an advantage of around about 1 minute on the Armstrong, Ulrich and Virenque group, who are a little further down the slopes, but he certainly has made unbelievable ascent of this climb, Phil, and I should think very rapidly he will make the junction on the descent.
I think you're absolutely right, Paul. He's coming over the top like a steam locomotive here. One thing's for sure now, he's writing out Richard Virenque as a six-time winner of the King of the Mountains, at least for this year, because the Kelme boys have been superb in the mountains as a team. They brought their best men to a tour that certainly suits them. And here he comes over the top in fifth place, around about 48 seconds over the top.
48 seconds, you see him just putting a raincoat on there for the descent, because the chill factor on the descent will take temperatures down to below freezing. But this is the group next on the road there. You can see Vervet has really done an incredible job there. He's pulling the group, Armstrong, Ulrich and Virenque very close, Botero, and certainly I think we'll see the full group come together. It'll be four climb of Courchevel.
Here comes Richard Virenque now as his teammate moves over, just checking anybody going to bother. The answer is no, because the King of the Mountains already gone over the top, and Richard Virenque gets the sixth place. And Lance Armstrong over the top and can now tick another mountain off in the Tour de France, and he hasn't been challenged yet.
Marco Pantani is in that group as well, so all of the major contenders right there, and not too far behind him for actually a couple of his teammates.
So we're on our way down the Col de la Madeleine now. It's a long, long descent down the valleys below, and that still is being led by four riders who won't worry Lance Armstrong too much today. Poor old Elliot is having trouble getting on. Watch out, it's the pirate on the left. He's about to go, I think. As he gathers speed on the far side, he's almost riding the track here, gathers speed up on the banking, and then he starts to accelerate, but he's got some company this time, they're watching him.
That's Kevin Liston accelerating there. There was a little tentative there coming from Marco Pantani, I think just to feel the waters there, and Livingston came up alongside to say, well, don't worry, Lance is better than I am, and I'm up alongside you right now. Richard Virenque as well responded to that early attack there by Pantani, and he's up into third place, and Armstrong is not too far behind on the wheel of Tyler Hamilton.
Well, that's a good spot there by Hamilton as he came up behind Pantani. And you see now we've also got the split here as Armstrong is trying to bridge the gap, as going off back is Tyler now.
Well, Hamilton tried to nail the gap across there for his teammate Armstrong, but Armstrong, the big leader of the Tour de France, Phil, knows when he has to do the work himself, and he just leapt across the gap. Christophe Moreau, though, also looking pretty good. They're responding to the attack and trying to keep himself up in the position of displaced Frenchman. There's Tyler Hamilton there, wearing number 4, his job done for the day, and he now just have to survive and ride at his own pace up to the summit of Courchevel.
Depends how far they push on here as to whether they slow down a little bit. Armstrong smoothly into that group. He's keeping an eye on Marco. I think of all the riders in the race, Paul, he fears Marco.
Got a lot of respect for Marco Pantani, and that little discussion they had yesterday on the descent was saying, well, I'm the strongest bike rider here, no you are, but look at this. Jan Ulrich, number 61, the man who is second overall in standing, is under pressure.
Well, this was not anticipated at all. Ulrich is in trouble here. If the camera swung up, you would find that he's not on the wheels in front. He is in trouble. And Pantani again. I keep on thinking what he said after his first day in the Pyrenees. I am racing for second place, and I think he is.
He certainly is. He knows what he has to do. You know, he's 10 minutes behind in the overall standings, Phil, but only 5 minutes behind Jan Ulrich. When Marco Pantani won the Tour de France in the Alps, he was 9 minutes behind Jan Ulrich, and he will be looking to do something pretty special today. Christophe Moreau, also here, is having trouble.
Oh, when he won it that time, it was on Les Deux Alpes, the parallel mountain to Alpe d'Huez, which is on the itinerary this year. A few cheers from the riders over that, by the way. Now we're looking here at Blocky's heading the pace, and also Christophe Moreau, but they're going to have to work out something special. I don't think Escartine can help there. The Pirate has a much nicer rhythm going this time. He looked a lot more serious.
Well, he looks a lot more serious, but Armstrong is in a good tactical situation because he's got a teammate with him, and that's Kevin Livingston. Look at the style, they're just going off 21. That was Escartine. He is in serious problems on this line. great maneuver there, riding forward to set the tempo is 1-1. Christophe Moreau, they're already catching the group of 4 who are in between. There is Arano and Bogert. They're going back to the main group.
They're going back and quickly now as the Pirate continues to set the pace here, with Armstrong marking him very, very well indeed. Remember, up the road we still have the main leaders of the Tour. They are not under pressure as far as we know. Our camera staying with this intriguing battle here now, because Armstrong is isolated. Livingstone has now gone off as well, as Richard Virenque trying to get on turns 2 here. But this is now a battle for the top of Courchevel amongst the head of states of the Tour.
Well, this is the big attack from Marco Pantani, and he's blown away these men. 21 there, in fact, is Escartin. In front of him, 24 was Heras. The slope of the climb will get steeper as they get closer to the summit, and Marco Pantani looks in very good form. In the latter part of this Tour de France, he's run himself again in condition, and Richard Virenque now is popping off the back of that group. Marco Pantani and Lance Armstrong are going to go head-to-head on the slopes of Courchevel.
Well, this is amazing here. It looks like it's going to be Armstrong and Pantani as Virenque disappears from the picture. And look at this now. Armstrong is now taking over from Marco Pantani. But the Pirate is able to hook up, I think. And these two who seem to have formed some sort of, well, I'm not sure it's a distant friendship. They seem to finish up together every day in the mountains.
Well, it may well be some form of alliance, because Armstrong is going to need some help from Marco Pantani on the slopes of the climb. Pantani is so far behind Armstrong in the overall stands that he's not a major danger, but Armstrong would certainly need somebody to help him do some of the work on the upper slopes of this climb to try and put more time between himself and Jan Ullrich and every other contender in the Tour de France.
Well, sorry, our pictures aren't behaving themselves at the moment. We're high up in the Alps now as they riders make yet another hairpin bend. These are the steepest slopes now. We make our way up to Courchevel to the summit. Lance Armstrong again proving himself to be, well, not in his words, in mine, an above average climber in the Tour de France this year. That was the greatest climber in Tour for 5 years, and now he is left to struggle. Here is white jersey here, the Mancebo, also a very good revelation in this Tour, but riding with Ullrich, who have been dropped by these two.
Well, Ullrich's going to have to go away from the Tour de France, Phil, and think seriously about his preparation, and the fact if he does want to win the Tour de France again, he's going to have to be a serious bike rider for 12 months of the season. I think this is why there is an entente between Marco Pantani and Lance Armstrong. The two of them now are going to work together, try and put as much time between themselves and Jan Ullrich as possible. For Marc Pantani, it's a plus, because he may well find himself pulling himself closer to second position, which he dreams of.
Well, this is Roberto Heras here. He's been dropped. He tried to go with Move and it didn't work out. Belocchi is bringing up that chase group, and if Belocchi doesn't shake himself today, he might lose that third place overall to the man out front who we haven't seen for a while now, Botero.
Well, these two men sharing turns at the front of the climb here of Courchevel. Lance Armstrong wears number 1, Marco Pantani 71. The reason is they're trying distance. Number 61, Jan Ullrich there, the leader of the Telecom squad. He is trying to hold on to second position at the moment in the Tour de France, and he may well find that that second position is slipping off his shoulders in favour of the man in pink, Marco Pantani.
Just a 2-minute time game, Pantani would move into 5th place overall in the Tour, and then he'd be right on the tail of Moreau and Belocchi. But remember, the Botero ahead of them all is also looking for a place in Paris right now.
This is a group of Christophe Moreau and Belocchi, and they've now picked up Richard Virenque. Sitting on the back of the group is Pascal Harvey, and just in front of Harvey in the green is Fernando Escartin. These are men we expected to see the challenge come from in the climb, and today they're really being relegated into the second division.
Well, we're looking at, I think, 2 Tours de France here. One for Lance Armstrong and one for the others, because the battles now, as they try to work out the final positions, with one big day in mountains to come after the rest day tomorrow. There's Jan Ullrich. He always seemed to falter, yet we must not forget he's still in second place in this Tour, and he will fight all the way, and if he just limits his losses, he'll get them back in the time trial before the end, and he knows it.
His advantage at the moment over the group of Christophe Moreau is around about 25 seconds, and 45 seconds back to the Jan Ullrich group. We've got the leader on the road at the moment, Jimenez, Botero and Nardello, and they're still around about 2 minutes ahead of the Lance Armstrong group.
Here they are, Paul, going for a corridor of noise there with a big crowd. We can only hold for a little while. The picture's not very good off the camera. But those 3 riders still together and still sitting behind their Santiago Botero. They've got his number now. They just know how good he is. He's no longer a surprise package in this year's Tour. But these two are working together, which is not easy on a big climb. When it's not Pantani at the front, Armstrong takes the running, and the crowd will be recognising Pantani today for sure.
Well, they'll know who he is. They'll know that he is a magnificent climber. Certainly, Lance Armstrong, since his illness, has become a great climber as well, shedding off almost 10 kilograms of weight because of that illness back in 1996. He is now one of the great climbers of the Tour. As you said, Phil, he described himself as an average climber who occasionally has a good day. Well, I don't think he's had a bad one yet.
He's had a lot of good days this Tour. We're going back here, Moreau and Belocchi here. These are the 2 riders lying 3rd and 4th. A superb the job they've done for Festina so far, but they're under pressure now because behind them there is Richard Virenque, Pascal Hervé. I'm not too sure where this group is at the moment. I think it's behind that group of Festina riders. And just look, for the first time, I think, since climb of the Pyrenees, it looks as though Ullrich is really suffering.
Well, you know, you cannot go through what Jan Ullrich goes through and still have consistent form in a 3-week bike race like Tour de France. His form is up and down during the season. His training is not consistent. His weight is not consistent. He's lost so much weight on a very short notice that I think he's bound to have the very bad days in the Tour de France.
Massive crowd here in Courchevel, but still a long way to climb on this mountain as we go through the town out on the barren tops of Col. And now seeing the maillot jaune of the Tour de France 2000, Lance Armstrong and the Pirate, the previous winner, made his way up this mountain together. They'll try and close in. They have an awful lot of work to do though to catch up with Bodero and his mates.
We'll go back to the climb of the Mont Ventoux. Armstrong came up alongside Marco Pantani and he shouted in as much Italian French as he could, vitesse, vitesse, which meant speed, speed. He wanted Marco Pantani to work with him, but on that occasion the Pirate claimed that he could not, and he went on to take victory over the summit of the Big Giant of Provence. But today, for these two riders are working together. Roberto Heras is making the junction. He's the best man who's recovered from all of these attacks. He is currently about 10 seconds behind, but I think he's got a problem with his gears.
Well, Heras had to come good sooner or later. He's in his first Tour de France as well, but he's a quality bike rider. As he comes slowly but surely across to this tandem here of the Italian Marco Pantani and maillot jaune of Lance Armstrong. And if Heras does get on, then those three will fly away. Back down the road now, Jan Ullrich doing all of the work here and pulling back 1 or 2 riders as he comes back up towards the front.
Well, Ullrich now just has to ride his own personal time trial. Francisco Mancebo, the leader of the Young Riders competition in the white there, is quite happy to sit on the wheel of the German at the moment. And you can see that the race situation at the moment is 1 minute and 40 seconds for Armstrong Pantani behind the leading group of 3. And a minute further down the road is Jan Ullrich.
It's a lot of time being lost here. Ullrich in desperate trouble now on the climb of Courchevel, and it's still an awful long way to go. This pain is going to last for at least another 15 minutes.
Well, this is Roberto Heras. He wears number 24, another of the Kelme revelations of the Tour de France. Phil, he has ridden so many of the great tours, and he's always been a half finisher in overall standings. And today he's looking to improve on his 6th place in the overall standings at the start of the day this morning. And he's very shortly, and in fact I would say on the road at the moment, he is ahead of Richard Virenque, and he's clawing his way to 5th, and maybe even better than that.
All changed today on the second day. You know, in 2 days of cycling in the Alps, these boys pedalled over 13 hours. Absolutely incredible. But he's giving us final shutdown, or is it, with 1 more day still to come in the Alps the day after tomorrow?
Santiago Botero is the leader of King of the Mountains competition. He accelerates several times, Phil, on the climb of Courchevel, but he hasn't managed to get rid of the 2 very clever professionals, Daniele Nardello, the Italian from Mapei, and Jose Maria Jimenez, and they are still in the slipstream of flying Colombian. The group on the road behind them now is 3 riders strong. Armstrong wears number 1, he's with Pantani, and on the back of the group is Roberto Heras, new revelation from Spain.
And back down to the 3rd group now with the 2 Balti boys, Nardello, Hervé rather, and Virenque, Belocchi and Moreau are the Festina riders, and it's Escartine tagged on the side as it is. They are chasing further back down the road. This is the other stick now. All of the work having to be done by the rider who once won Tour de France, has twice finished second. Jan Ullrich and Sabo will not help him. Look at that now, over a minute back to the group we're looking at from Armstrong.
Well, Armstrong is actually eating into the advantage of the leading group of 3 riders on the road as well, because he's 1 minute 26 behind Botero and Nardello, Jimenez group on the road. This is them right now, and seems to me as if these 2 riders are quite content to let the Colombian do all of the pacemaking. He is the man that attacked immediately to this climb of Courchevel started, Phil. He will not get very much friendship for 2 other riders with him.
He's just got to keep riding, Paul, and not worry about winning the days, because he could be riding to a top 3 place in the overall classification. Belocchi at this minute in time having a good day, because with Ullrich behind, Belocchi could be moving up very, very close, if not into second in Tour.
Well, a few more seconds, the group Armstrong approaches the lean group of 3, and you know Armstrong's right, Phil, when he said the Tour is far from over. The overall standings is not yet finished. It won't be finished until evening of final time trial, which is 2 days to go. Armstrong is very happy to keep working with Marco Pantani, because I feel the 2 of them here today have formed some form of entente cordiale.
Well, Armstrong is yet winner stage in this year's Tour de France, but he has been absolutely magnificent this year. I think more emphatic than his riding last year when he won 4 stages. As leaders now go under the banner here, that I think is 5 kilometres to go. It might be 10 actually, but it is 10 kilometres to go. It is such a long climb. They now come away from La Braz and continue to climb. And further back down the slopes, Armstrong doing a lot of work here now, and he may have to fend off an attack by Il Prato shortly.
Well, I have a feeling in the back of his mind Armstrong actually wants to win this stage, Phil. He is working at the front of that group more insistently than Marco Pantani. This is the group of Moreau. They're not so far behind Armstrong group either on the road. Around about 25 seconds their deficit on the yellow jersey group.
Well, that is Christophe Moreau rather, and Bolocki, as this is also Renk, Escartin and Hervé. They are the riders further down the slope now, but one of the men in serious trouble is Jan Ullrich. Now we're picking off Ochoa here, I think it is, as Armstrong comes through, taking the pirate with him, and Herass, a little bit of trouble here, as he might give Javier Ochoa a bit of a shot to give him a hand back on the tail.
Well, he just needs to recover a little bit there as Armstrong comes up to 10 kilometres to go. One man I'd forgotten about, Massimiliano Lelli, is still in front of this group on the road. He's 32nd behind the leading group 3, and in front Herass really pulling himself inside out there to get back onto the flying train of the duo Marco Pantani and Lance Armstrong.
Well, I think we're going to see Ellie pretty soon. I don't think he'll hold off the wheels now. Armstrong and Pantani and Herass. A bit further down, this is what we're calling the Group Veronk. He was winner on the only other occasion he'd ever come to this finishing line in the history of the Tour de France. And the two Festive boys have just to get on with job in hand, try and limit their losses now.
Well, under 10 kilometres to go, the Armstrong-Pantani group was a mere 1 minute behind the leading group of 3 on the road. And they are working well together. Only 2 riders working the group, Armstrong and Pantani, but they are, for me at the moment, the 2 strongest riders on the mountain passes of the Tour. They may well pull themselves back into the race. The Devil's trying to prop Jan Ullrich onto something a little bit stronger if he can, but Ullrich is losing big time once again in the mountains.
Well, the Devil, of course, isn't Biaspor, but in fact, the Devil is in fact a German.
Well, that's probably why he's running up alongside Jan Ullrich there. He would love to see Ullrich climb himself back into the Tour de France and hopefully finish second and keep hold of his second place in the standings. Armstrong, though, Phil, at the front is trying to pull himself back up. 1:06 is the official time. It is always getting close to the leading group of 3.
Well, it is really possible now for Lance Armstrong and Pantani to catch those 3, because the last 5 kilometres of this climb are without doubt the hardest. And as they come towards the airfield there, a strong man can ride away.
Look at Nardello here. This man is a fantastic bike rider. He's the kind of bike rider who can be competitive in a race like the Tour of Flanders or competitive in a race like the Tour de France. He was attacked at the bottom of this line by the king of the mountains, Santiago Botero, and immediately he responded and sat right on the wheel of the Colombian. It's all up to the Colombian now, Phil, to try and get rid of Nardello before the summit, but I feel they may well find that this train at the moment comes back to them. It's inside the 1 minute mark now, 58 seconds, but 2:25 back to Ullrich. This is the leading 3 on the road, and all of the work really, Phil, has to be done by the Colombian. And Pantani, he's not shirking his work at the front either. He's very prepared to go forward and insist on setting the tempo.
So Pantani on the climb, followed by Lance Armstrong. Then comes Herass, followed by Ochoa. These guys are catching up with the 3 leaders, because up front they're only letting Santiago Botero do all of the work. And it's now 49 seconds. They're coming.
They're coming very rapidly indeed, and Marco Pantani today proving that he is back. Phil, after 11 months out of competition, he is now back at the Tour de France. We saw a little bit of that brilliance towards the end of the Giro d'Italia about a month ago, but today, after yesterday's performance, he's proving that he certainly is back at one of the top climbers and working well with Lance Armstrong. Team car there have been stopped in gap, so shortly they will see the leading group of 3.
And these are the 2 Festinas. They also have a lot to lose today, because the Pirate is getting up into the races that matter in the Tour de France, so they've got to work that out. This is the face here of Christophe Moreau, who has now made a bit of a name himself in this year's Tour de France, but he's going to have to fight.
Going to have to fight with him in the group is Josiba Belocchi, his own teammate. Well, it's all over for Ochoa, but what a great job he did for the team today. Team Kelly have been out on the attack once again on the mountains. A little further up the road there, you can see a gaggle of motorbike riders, and that is Massimiliano Lelli who is coming back. He was in the leading group of 8 that went away, and they built up a margin of more than 4 minutes at one stage. Lelli has almost survived, and very shortly he'll see a fellow Italian coming by wearing a pink jersey, and that will be Marco Pantani. Shadowing him is Armstrong.
I don't think he's getting on the boat though, because I think that Ellie here now, he's just trying to ride up to the finish. He was struggling a little bit earlier on too. Here comes the pass. He takes a look over. Sees Pantani. There'll be no surprise there. He will see Armstrong. No surprise there. Might be a little surprise to Herass, but it doesn't matter because he's gone now. We're into, I think it's 1850 here, Courchevel. Oh, look at this, the return of Ellie.
Well, that's courage, that's guts, that's what bike riding is all about. He knows he's coming into the flatter part of the course here, and he's accelerated because they're using slightly larger gears. He got onto the tail of this group of 3 riders, but the gap fill now just 35 seconds from the 3 leaders. These are the 3 leaders. They're just ahead of Armstrong group on the road. This is the flattest part of the course. The attack has now come. Jose Maria Jimenez and Nardello has gone by, and they've almost caught up the Colombian.
Oh, that's an incredible attack here. Now, what can Botero do about this? This is just a little bit of a showing of slope before it kicks again. And Botero, who's been left to do all of the work because of his reputation built in this race over the last few days, has been left to fry now, and Jimenez has been caught by Nardello. They're slowing down, so they'll be free again soon. Or will they? Because like all good climbs, he's on again. Now this time, can Nardello answer?
Well, he's kicked again. He's a great biter. He looks really good on the machine as well. He sits very high, you can see on the handlebars there. That's why he's not such a great time trialist, but he is a very good mountain climber. Looking back there, here is Nardello. This man has courage, Phil. This man is not a great climber. He's a man who rides on his strength. He's riding himself now onto the back wheel of Jose Maria Jimenez, or is he?
I'm not too sure it can, because he's going to head a game as slope goes in a minute. Drop back here to the third group on the road. The two Festina boys are in the town as well. Sitting at the back here, Pascal Hervé. No reason to race for him at the front now, because he knows the two boys in blue have got everything to lose and little to gain right now.
Well, the gap is still there at the front of the bike race between Jimenez and Nardello. He's trying to keep himself in contact here. These two guys on the front from Festina are just surviving. You can actually see the difference in their pace and the pace of the group at the front.
Well, they're 2:15 behind the two leaders right now, and just over a minute behind Lance Armstrong's group. So they are losing time, whatever you say. Armstrong in a very strong position now. He's going to come out to the Alps today and the rest of tomorrow feeling extremely pleased with the way things are going. Looking down now at Daniel Nardello. And I'm just wondering what has happened to Jimenez.
Looking down there, in fact, there is Nardello, Phil.
Oh, that's
he,
Nardello.
in fact, has lost the wheel of Jose Maria Jimenez. Jimenez with an advantage of around about 18 seconds over the Italian. He looks good, he looks fresh, and he's got the gears nicely kicking over at the moment. But be careful, there's a real sting in the tail on this climb. As you tip up toward the skies, go to the Altiport, this climb is far from over.
Well, Jimenez is on from he came here with a great reputation. He's switched back here, the Italian flag waving at Pantani. But there on the far side of the road now, we've got back Ochoa.
That in fact Botero, the leader of the King of the Mountain competition, this bike race has been turned upside down. Lely now, as the road tilts up once more, is being caught out. He will just have to survive all the way up to the Altiport. On the back wheel of Marco Pantani and Armstrong, followed by Heras, followed by Botero. There are just two riders up the road of the Tour de France at the moment in front of this very select group. That's just Jose Maria Jimenez, followed by Daniele Nardello, and then the Pirate and yellow jersey.
Two Kelme riders in this breakaway today, but now the polka dot jersey of Botero has got into the group here. He's lifted his pace just that little bit, leaving just two riders in front, and this man here now free. He hopes to get Besto and the stage in. He's got good form, 4 wins this year, including the Tour of Catalonia, which was he won the overall, and he can also ride a good time trial. So Jimenez here could be riding to a nice overall position as well.
He may well have hit just at the right time, because the gap of Pantani and Armstrong was starting to come down. And in fact, he's now holding it at 30 seconds, and it stretched out just a little more as Pantani kicks once again, Phil.
Well, Pantani is ever so close to a stage win. This is now a steep approach to the finish line. There's plenty of kilometres to go. There's still possibility that these four can get across to the leader, but it looks to me as though Jimenez is riding pretty well.
Jimenez riding very well. He looked very comfortable, but I tell you one thing, Marco Pantani looks pretty comfortable as well. Heras is swing off the wheel of Marco Pantani. Armstrong takes a look at him, comes alongside. In fact, Armstrong cannot stay on the wheel of the Pirate. It was Heras who let the gap go, and now Marco Pantani is alone.
This time Marco Pantani, is Lance going to try and counter the move, or is he going to let the Kelme boys take it up? Because I'm not sure they can. They're going to have go, but Pantani, if he's got the legs now, he's free. It's up to him.
Well, he's looking for the win. He said he wanted to attack in the Alp. He was hoping to try and win the stage into Briançon, but he got caught out there by Santiago Botero, who launched a very long attack on the slopes of Col d'Izard. Armstrong now is actually a little difficulty, I would say, Phil. He's forcing the other two riders in this group to do chasing behind Marco Pantani. He's taking up third place there, forcing Colombian to set the pace.
Well, this is amazing here, because there is Daniele Nardello, and the Pirate is now into second place on today's stage, and he's getting inspired by that. He's still got 5 kilometres to go in which to catch Jose Maria Jimenez. It is Italy with their number 1 climber versus Spain with their number 1 climber.
Well, Armstrong, I don't think would have been blown off the wheel of Pantani if he'd been in second position. The man who actually let the gap go, number 24 there, Roberto Heras, who is in all kinds of difficulty on this slope. Marco Pantani, if you look at the pedaling action there, it's very fluid. He's not missing a bit at all. He's eating into the advantage of the man at the front of the bike race, Jose Maria Jimenez, who with the last time check he had, still had 30 seconds. But the way Pantani is riding, I think he'll eat into that with 5 Ks to go. Armstrong now accelerates.
Well, this had to come. Look at the two boys from Kelme. They've still got something left in those legs. Armstrong takes up the pacemaking, sensing the gap opening there. He's on the back wheel of Nardello. But I think you're right, Paul. I think this is the one hurting Lance just now.
Pantani looks cool. He's looking over his shoulder. He wants to know what's going on behind him. He will know there's only one rider up road in front of him. He has now regained, I think, all of the power that he had 12 months ago, which almost took him to a second victory in the Giro d'Italia.
So Marco Pantani heading for 4 kilometres to go, hunting for this man, Jose Maria Jimenez. He came with tremendous form to this year's Tour de France. This is his 4th Tour, by the way. His highest finish has been 8th in the race back in 1997.
He's a great bike rider, but he seems to have lost a bit of fluidity there because Marco Pantani is 20 seconds behind him. If we pull back, we might see the sign of the Pirate eating into that advantage. And you know, these last kilometres are going to be very long ones, and the last 2 kilometres up to the finish line here, Phil, I reckon, are probably the steepest.
Well, this will be a stage Pantani to win. Come from the back to leave the race leader, catch the escaper and take the day. Then people would say Marco Pantani was back to his best.
If he does win a stage, he does win it alone. Nobody is going to say, oh, you were given that victory by Lance Armstrong, because he is not in any situation at all getting any help from anyone here at the moment. He's the man doing all of the work. He's the man who worked with Armstrong earlier on to try and pull back the breakaways. Only one man remained in that breakaway. This man here, number 15, Jose Maria Jimenez of Spain.
The upper levels now of the town of Courchevel, as we will leave this town very shortly and go out onto the fields above the town and up towards the Altiport. They're going to cheer Spaniard on as long as they can, but watch out because Pirate is coming, and here he is, and he's now only 18 seconds behind.
Well, his position is really good on the machine. Whenever he slows down, he gets out of the saddle just to pull on those bars and find a little bit more power to keep his gears going over. He's actually fairly high geared at the moment, Phil. You can see his legs are starting to buckle just a little bit, but he knows how to do this. He knows he has to pull himself back to this man. The yellow part of the neutral surface is being pulled out, and in the same straightaway now, Marco Pantani and Jose Maria Jimenez.
He knows he's coming. He knows he's been chased down by probably the greatest climber riding the current professional circuit, and I think that climber is back on the height of his form. Armstrong knew in the Alps Pantani would be a force to be reckoned with. He was right, and now Pantani is going for the lead of the day. They're separated by 11 minutes in the overall classification. Advantage Pantani. But right now, Pantani not worried about that. He wants a stage.
He wants to win the mountains. He wants to win these mountain top finishes. These are the stages that suit his kind of climbing, Phil, and he's still out of saddle. Bakes him down for a short while. This is the climbing style of the Soup climbers. They get out of the saddle whenever they can just to accelerate a bit. Look at this now, 11 seconds difference between the 2 first riders on the road.
There is still time because this road is so steep right up to the line. We'll pass shortly through a small tunnel. It will still climb up to the finish. Pantani must know this climb because it now is in his favour.
Well, you know, he's learned how to suffer again. Look at the face on Marco Pantani. He's digging so deep into his reserves, Phil. Every muscle in his body is aching right now, but he knows he's got to keep the tempo going. He knows he has to keep that rhythm and keep himself ticking over, keeping the gears ticking by, just slowly eating into the advantage of the Spaniard.
And the irony of the day is Pantani, 13 seconds behind Santiago Botero overall, is going to go over him in the overall classification now.
Well, there it is. The junction is about to be made. You can see Jimenez now is a broken man. Pantani will blow straight by him unless Jimenez can find something else. But this is a very steep part of the course, and he's deep.
A big effort by Jimenez. Don't bother because I don't think he's going to get on here. I'm not sure what the banner was, or was it 4 to go?
It will be 3 kilometres to go for Marco Pantani. Jimenez is digging deep. He's right on the wheel of the Pirate. They're inside 3,000 metres from the finish line now, Phil.
Well, the spectators are telling me it's 3 kilometres that banner was, and again Pantani launches an attack.
Well, you know Jimenez is digging deep. This is a slightly lower part of the course. Armstrong out at 24 seconds. Jan Ullrich 2:39 behind, almost 2 minutes behind Armstrong. Pantani hasn't got rid of the Spaniard yet, and may well be a big battle between the two of them.
Well, it's going to be a near 7-minute lead for Lance Armstrong tonight as he heads up towards the mountain, but Pantani is heading his own back here. This is superb cycling. I don't know how long Jimenez can keep lifting his pace like this.
Well, it's digging. He's riding on courage now. The gap is slowly increasing, Phil. Metre by metre, Marco Pantani has put a distance between himself and Jose Maria Jimenez, who for a long time would have thought he's going to get a stage victory here. But certainly, barring incident now, it's going to go to this man, number 71, Marco Pantani. Armstrong, 25 seconds behind on the road.
So Marco Pantani, he needs a little bit of time, I think, now for a second fresh breath before he starts again. He knows he's just behind him, but he is settling in, he is recovering, and he will kick again.
Well, Pantani now just has to ride the time while he has to keep the pressure on. He has to make sure that there's no turn from behind. I think Armstrong is quite happy to ride alongside the Colombian and the Spanish rider from Helme, because as far as he's concerned, he's put time between himself and all of the other challengers. Heras now has recovered somewhat, and Armstrong is sitting comfortably there on his wheel, and behind him will be the leader of the King of the Mountains. Well, he should be there somewhere, and in fact he is, Santiago Botero. A great ride by Nardello, though, Phil. He's still in the chance.
He's still in with a chance, indeed he is, but I wouldn't count anybody in with a chance of winning the race now, because Marco Pantani has still slight worries about the whereabouts of Jimenez. but the road will still continue to go up here, right to line. This is a finish at Courchevel.
Oh, it's awful. It is interminable when you come into the town of Courchevel, 1850. You think the bike race is almost over, but it's not over. Lance Armstrong is still in contact with the runners. He's about 25 seconds behind this man, Marco Pantani. But big time losses today for the German. The man started second place in the overall standing. Jan Ullrich, I think, will finish almost 3 minutes behind Armstrong if he doesn't recover.
Well, here he comes, Marco Pantani, dodging amongst the 1 or 2 chalets at the top of the mountain. He's nearly there now. As he twists and turns, he's shortly going to see the last kilometre, and he's still got the gap.
He's still got the gap, but he's still got a very hard last kilometre to do. He's looking now for the Banfield, indicating 1,000 metres to go to the finish line. And the last 1,000 metres is a very difficult 1,000 metres here at the summit of Courchevel. Pantani has proved he is back now. Phil, he has proved that he is one of the great climbers. Nobody will be able to discuss whether or not he was given this victory.
No, not at all. This has been a great ride by Pantani. He is the king of the Alps. He won an Alpe d'Huez twice. He's won a Morsey. He's won Les Deux Alpes. And now he's going to win here at Courchevel.
Well, this is the man who was a leader of King of the Mountains competition this morning. He will stay in that position this evening, but he can't stay with Lance Armstrong now as we get closer and closer to the summit of this climb to Courchevel 2000.
There's a limit to everybody's capabilities in Tour de France, and Santiago Botero has found his today because he's been on the attack all day. He's paying that price now. A rest day for him tomorrow. He'll come out again on the road to Morsey and tackle no doubt the Col du Plain, which is so hard. Look at the crowd now. We're outside the town of Courchevel now as we race up toward the Altiport, and it still will climb right the line in a vicious end. The crowd, though, are delighted they're seeing this man because they love him so much.
Well, Pantani is riding a great race. I don't know how he got around those corners so fast, Phil. He's going uphill. Please don't forget that at the moment. And he's touch speeds of around about 30 kilometres an hour. Here he's going to come to the tunnel. Once he goes out of that tunnel, he will see the banner, the red kite indicating just 1,000 metres left to go to the finish line. And certainly for Marco, a great victory. He wasn't too happy about his first victory at Mont Ventoux, even though it was monumental, because there were questions about whether or not Armstrong gave him that victory. There's no question about this.
No, Armstrong would not have given this victory to him if he could stay with him. He's underneath airport runway now, and he's heading round to the sharp right-hand bend that will ease him up towards the line. Last 600 metres, the Pirate is back in business now, and he's going to have a high pace on the GC tonight.
He has proved he is the king of the Tour de France, Phil, since 1995 at all of the summit finishes. He really has been a real magic man when it comes to flying up hills to the finish of the mountain passes. The great thing about Marc Pantani is his courage. He's dug very deep over the last few days at Tour de France to find himself once again. And I think the attack of Lance Armstrong on Hautagam made him realise that he can come back as a great climber. And in fact, Armstrong is under the banner now, 1 kilometre to go.
So there's a gap of about 400 metres back to yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. It's academic, of course. Armstrong is in fact increasing his lead over virtually everybody in the Tour de France tonight. Had a great 2 days in the Alps, but this man now is having the glory today. Marco Pantani is heading up towards the finish now on top of Courchevel, and it announces he turns to the top of the sport. Look at his face.
He knows he's got now a large gasp for air as he comes every time he goes round one of his corners. He's looking for barriers, and the banners indicating the last 500 metres. This is an unbelievable climb, and there's the first sign of Marco to let him know that he's inside the 500 metre mark. 400 metres to go. This is last right-hand turn, but in fact, that's a tourist. Don't worry about him.
We have me read for a minute, but in fact, backing up there is a rider with a number. No idea who that rider is, but they're going to pull him off. It is absolutely ridiculous for somebody to butt it on the Tour de France. We're looking here, the one man on his own now as he heads up towards the finish here in Courchevel. He loves the Alps. It marks return. He also marked the man who came to the Tour in 1995, got his first victory in the Alps, and that gave us great pleasure. But I think now this one is fit in the Alps will be the one that he'll remember most. A massive crowd now as he races to the line on his own. Look at the face ball.
This is unbelievable for Marco Pantani, Phil, that only around about 100 metres ago. The cars have been taken off, and Marco Pantani will be alone in the final 50 metres.
Now we give us a 2-arm salute here. Marco isn't going to bother. He's got the line away to the crowd. 5.5 hours for the winner today. Think of rest. The race now for second place, and it looks like the man who might take second is the man who I think will go on to win the Tour de France. He's had a wonderful journey. Oh, nothing about. I'm sorry, I forgot all about Jimenez. Jimenez now looking over his shoulder. Will he make? Yes, he will. He was the man who launched the attack that looked like he won the day, but in fact, he's only going to make second because he didn't count on Pantani. So Jose Maria Jimenez suffering now like he's never suffered before, and he's just about going to hang on. This is a really steep final slope here. To the second place, up to the line for second place then. Jimenez takes it, and only just in time, because here comes Lance Armstrong. Again, not interested in place, thinking only of time. Heras gets third, Armstrong fourth. But today Pantani was first, showing a determination we have rarely seen. This was very special for him. He wins by 41 seconds ahead Jose Maria Jimenez. Third was Roberto Heras, and then Lance Armstrong came in. Yoshida Bolocki finished 11th, 2 minutes 26, while Jan Ullrich conceded 3 minutes 21 day as he crossed the line in 15th place, having been found lacking on the final mountain. David Miller did much better on this second day in the Alps. He arrived safely and he has now a much higher morale.
To be a little bit happy today.
Yeah, I just took it as easy as humanly possible. I was doing a lot better than I did yesterday. Just really easy, but we didn't have car for the last 80k, so I get to eat or drink. So last 2k's I just blew up completely, so I hardly ate today. A lot happier.
Nice psychological hurdle to get over to reach the second rest day.
Yeah, nice. I was really worried about the last 4 days. It has been a bit excess the last 2 days, but at least I got through it.
One more day climbing after the rest day, but do you feel like you're over the hump now?
I think, yeah, I mean, that's the hardest bit over. I just, yeah.
The stage win in the Alps matched that in Provence. In all, Marco Pantani has now won 8 mountain stages in the Tour de France. His day, though, almost marred by those purported to be Tour de France riders. He Gary Imlach with more.
Well, actually, Phil, there were quite a few extras trying to get themselves cameo plots in the final kilometre day. The man in the Kelme uniform you saw, he was pretty smartly whipped off the course by the commissaires. But there were 2 riders who did manage to get across the line, the Richard Ronk group. One of them is in the yellow jersey, he raises arms as he goes over. And a mate of his was a little bit further back in the polka dot jersey. Now, first we thought they were mad spectators who were trying to turn the race into a participation sport. But as it turns out, there are 2 competing explanations. There's a Basque protest going on here at the race today, and they're claiming responsibility. But a couple of minutes ago, we bumped into Ed Merckx too, who says that there are some renegade filmmakers about who offered him over £200,000 to join them, put on kit, and ride up the line with them. I have to say, if I won't call my bluff, I'd be edging toward the Basque protest explanation. But if it is filmmakers, keep an eye out and see what's on shooting schedule over the next few days.
Amazing. Well, thanks, Harry. Let's have a look then at the overall damage done today. Lance Armstrong has increased his lead 7 minutes 26 seconds, and Yoshida Bolocki is only 2 seconds behind the German Jan Ullrich. Heras is up 5th, and Pantani continues in the ascension. He is now 6th. A great day in the Tour. Race director Jean-Marie Leblanc paid his respects at the memorial today on the Col de Galibier to the man who started it all in 1903, Henri de Grange. And Henri de Grange, I wonder if he realises what he did start. I'm sure he does, back in 1903. A week in yellow now for Lance Armstrong, a day off, and now he's back in the saddle again, heading on the road to Morzine. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of Tour de France. We're now on stage 16, the final day in the Alps. The riders continue from Courchevel, where they spent their second rest day yesterday, coming here to Morzine. And the big climber is back, Marco Pantani. He gave a hint when he narrowly went Mont Ventoux. He was a clear winner at Courchevel. And history says, he should have been here in Morzine, because when we last came in 1997, he put in a fantastic descent to Col de Jupin. That's on the itinerary again day, and came into Morzine alone. He went on finish in podium position in Paris. But there is a war of words between Lance Armstrong, convincing leader of this race, and Marco Pantani. Pantani was very unimpressed when Armstrong went away on the Col d'Ivoire and then seemed to wait for them all as they went over the top.
Avevo un po' di rabbia dentro perché mi sembrava un'azione un po' esuberante e anche se il leader bisogna sempre avere rispetto.
In hindsight, after the last few days, in his actions, his words are very disappointing to me because I thought he had more class than that.
Ieri mi era rimasto un po' sullo stomaco quando stavo tirando, eravamo rimasti lui e il mio partito.
I've been disappointed by his attitude and his declarations, let's say.
Overall, Lance Armstrong is now over 7 minutes ahead of Jan Ullrich, who is only in turn 2 seconds ahead of Yoshida Bolocki. David Miller lies in 67th position. And at the start this morning, a very sad start indeed, as all of the riders in the Tour de France organisation take a minute's silence here in respect of a 12-year-old boy who died on Sunday from injuries received after he was hit by a publicity car travelling ahead of the Tour de France on Thursday. How very, very sad. So in the end, 137 riders now continuing on the road through the Alps, 196 kilometres. This is the sprinter Albertville. McEwen are getting the better of Ed Zabel, but this rider also deciding, I'm afraid his tour is over. The abandon of David Plaza.
Well, this is going to be a pretty hard stage with 4 big mountain passes fitting over the Col de Jupin. Marco Pantani, Phil, he's decided today he wants to blow this race to pieces as he goes over the first climb of the day, the Col de Cézanne in first place. He's joined on the second climb of the day by Escartin and Hervé, and putting a serious amount of pressure on the rest of the race.
Well, this is a long breakaway by Marco Pantani, and quite what reason other than devilment, which is what Claudio Capucci used to do. There's no other reason to have attacked, and he's joined now by Pascal Hervé. It's going to force a reaction sooner or later from the yellow jersey and Armstrong.
Well, there's the hi-hats of Texas there coming out to support Lance Armstrong. But you know, this attack of Marco Pantani today, Phil, has put an awful lot of pressure on the main field, and it has forced the likes of Lance Armstrong to chase the whole of all of these mountain passes. We're now very close to the summit of Col de la Colombière, 131 kilometres covered, until 50 kilometres to go until the final climb of the day of the Jouplan.
Pantani, Escarty at last putting in a big appearance at the front on the mountains in this race for Kelme, who are leading the team race behind Pascal Hervé without his captain Richard Virenque yet again. And the crowd is enormous here. This race to the Alps has brought out the people in their tens of thousands. And Col de la Colombière, you know, is not the hardest climb of the day. That's the last one, the Col du Jouplan.
That is a very difficult climb, but racing as hard as they have done over all of these three climbs has made it difficult for everyone in a bike race. The only thing I can think behind the attack of Marco Pantani today, Phil, because of this little discussion going on between himself and Lance Armstrong. He's gone out there, doesn't care about Lance Armstrong. He's going to try and blow this race to pieces, and one of the victims is Lance Armstrong, so well be it.
Well, he timed it 1 minute and 40 seconds behind the three right now, and continued looking around is Pascal Hervé. It's almost to be expects Richard Virenque to come up and join him.
Well, he's a bike rider, proving to be almost as strong as Richard Virenque at the moment. He's always been on the attack in the mountains. We've seen him so many times looking over his shoulder, but they're not really working too hard. Marco Pantani, who's never really managed to have advantage of more than 1 minute and 40 seconds over the yellow jersey group of Lance Armstrong, which is now down to a very select group of men.
Heading up towards the top of the Col de la Colombière, and then they are facing 65 kilometres to the finish, but it's not an easy 65. They drop down to the bottom of the valley at Taninges, and then they climb out of it again to Morzine. And over the top, Marco Pantani, doing what he does best, goes over the mountain first. It's the third climb of the day rather, that he has stopped in first place. But going back here now to look at the Armstrong group, and they are a little way behind yet, because they're not at the top of the climb by any means. Richard Virenque dicing the new champion of the mountains in this tour, Santiago Botero.
Well, I think it's a little bit of a weak one, because, you know, he's trying to get himself minor points here over these mountain passes, and the two Kelme riders who are first and second in standings are riding all over him. First place over the front here for the man who was the king of the mountain on 5 separate occasions, but in fact first place is from the group, and there are 3 riders already going over the summit of this mountain pass.
And the Armstrong group has closed in a little bit. They were 1:11 down, 1:14. They've come back at just over the minute, so they've had a good steady climb there now. Good fast descent too off the Col de la Colombière, heading down to Châtillon-sur-Touze. This beautiful area here around Morzine.
Well, Richard Virenque is trying to get off the front on the descent here of the Col de la Colombière. He's a very good descender. He left the group of Lance Armstrong behind, and he may well be the sort of rider who can make the junction here on the descent.
Well, he's looking to bridge a 59-second gap here to the men who are setting the pace at the moment. Pantani's had a great day out, attacked on the Col de Saisy. Over the top of the Col de Sadevis, who is winning there too, and the peloton with Lance Armstrong at that point was 1:15. But look at this now, attack and counter-attack, and it looks like Pantani's teammates are trying to hit him.
Well, this is the Telecom riders on the front. That's Gary there, and Udo Bolt's trying to pull it all back. And I can't really figure out just now, Phil, why they are chasing so hard. They're not too worried about Richard Virenque, who at the moment has been joined by Santiago Botero.
Getting my pinks mixed up there, Paul, but yes, the Telecom boys are outnumbering Lance Armstrong and his team right now, as this group is still concentrating on holding itself together, at least until he gets across the valleys through Taninges and then on to Col de Jouplan.
Well, this is why they were chasing. Look at this. Christophe Moreau, in fact, come across a gap on the descent. 4 leaders now at the front of the bike race: Escarty, Pantani, Moreau and Hervé.
Well, heading down towards the start of the day. It's a big climb here now as we cross the town of Les Clous. And I must say now that it's the coming together of all of them here.
Well, the whole of the main group's coming back together, and it was really because Christophe Moreau got across the gap that we had this huge reaction coming from Team Telecom. All back together. Lance Armstrong's also comfortably in that group at the moment, and you know it's all going to go down to one big showdown on the slopes of the Col de la Jouplan.
Well, there's Pantani swinging off. He's been out front for so long today, and now all of a sudden he sees this rather large group come around him. There's a tap on his butt there by the guys alongside him, one of his teammates, to say keep in Marco. But now going to race out of this town, and this is the Châtillon, and then it's on then to the climb of the Jouplan. Udo Bolt's licking his lips, but I wouldn't think in intimidation more than expectation.
Well, they're trying to set it up. These 3 riders have slipped clear on the slopes before we get to the final climb of the day. Kilev is in there, so is Didier Roos, and on the slopes of the climb, Phil, as soon as we've hit this climb, it's absolutely exploded. There are bike rides all over the place.
Well, they're getting it together, but this, you know, Paul, you've ridden the Jouplan. This is the most deceptive mountain. You don't feel a height like you do in the Grand Alps, but it is such a hard climb.
It is horrendous. It's made more difficult, really, because of the fact that at the bottom there's an incredible gradient. On the front, this is Roberto Heras putting down the hammer. He's alongside Lance Armstrong at the moment. Richard Virenque is there as well. Armstrong looks very concentrated right now. On the back of the group there in pink is Jan Ullrich. These are the heads of state of the world of international cycling. They're going to fight it out on very difficult ascent.
And the man no longer here is the man who caused all the problems today since Col de Cézille, and that is Marco Pantani. He is in a little bit of trouble, and so too is Jan Ullrich.
Well, Ullrich has cracked again. This climb a little bit too steep for him. He's going to have to try and ride at his own tempo. He started the day a long way behind Lance Armstrong. In fact, he was almost 7 minutes and 26 seconds behind. The Tour de France almost over for the big German who's won this race before, but he must still try and stay in contact, Phil, if he wants to take second place up to Paris. Armstrong looking very good right now. Heras is the man setting the pace, and Richard Virenque is sitting back waiting for an opportunity to attack. But it's on the early slopes of the climb, Phil, that you can see how narrow the road is, but it is very steep in these corners.
Well, this is really something we never expected to see, but Jan Ullrich, who hasn't prepared for this tour, perhaps as he might have done, is now finding that his body is not lasting a full 3 weeks, and the second leg in the mountains is proving a little bit too hard. Look at the gap now to the yellow jersey.
It is so difficult for Jan Ullrich. He really needs to look at his preparation, Phil, because you cannot keep consistent form when you come in and out of form the way Jan Ullrich is doing, and you cannot keep consistent form when you put on weight and lose it rapidly as doing as well.
Further up the climb now, Roberto Conti, I think it is here. He's still on the attack as he continues. No, Guido Trentin just here now.
Well, it looks like one of the riders with him as well as one of the riders from AG2R, and that may well be Kivilev. A great fight by him to get up here at the moment. These two riders had a slight advantage at the bottom of the climb, but that's about to get reeled in at the moment. You know, Heras has gone, Bill, and Armstrong has not responded just yet.
He's just sitting there, keeping a tempo going, riding shoulder to shoulder with a man who's 5 times won the King of the Mountain this year. He thought it would have been a little bit of a preliminary. They've got 6 and equal Lucien Van Impe of Belgium and Federico Bahamontes of Spain. Not being the case because the Kelme team have had a wonderful tour, and now they're using Roberto Heras. This surprisingly is Heras' first Tour de France, but he's had superb results in Spain and in Italy.
Well, 3 times he's finished inside the top 5 at the Tour of Spain. He's a great bike rider. He doesn't look at the pressure at all at the moment now as rides away from Armstrong and Virenque. He started the day, Phil, in 5th place in the overall standings, and good ride day may well put him very close to a podium position in Paris. Armstrong now content to let Richard Virenque do all the pacemaking, the man who is doing serious damage to. In fact, it was doing serious damage to, because look at this. Jan Ullrich has recovered. He's coming back to the tail of the yellow jersey of Lance Armstrong. This man today from Germany, Phil, is riding on courage.
What we've seen in this year's Tour de France, all of the big names who normally appear to float around the Tour de France, they have all been put under pressure at some time or other. Ullrich suffered on the road to Hautacam. He's clearly suffering on the Jouplan today, but he's pedalled right back to the side of Armstrong, and it shows you no matter how great a champion you are, it hurts just as much as if you're not.
Well, that's what it's all about. Bike riding is you have to suffer, you have to learn to suffer, and I have to say today, Jan Ullrich has dug very deep into his reserves. Looking now at Trentin, he's gone off the front here, the Italian rider on the Vinny Caldarillo team. He wears 189. He's now currently the leader on the road. He's left that man from Kazakhstan behind Kivilev, and he now looks very comfortable, Phil, but there's a huge battle on the road behind.
And there's a huge crowd on the Jouplan. I don't they've all run across from the top of the Col de Colombia, but that's hardly possible. But the Guido Trentin is trying to do something here, but Roberto Heras is trying to do something even better. Heras is riding superbly now.
He's catching here Didier Roos. Roos took an advantage on the bottom road there to come onto the Col de Jouplan with an advantage of around about 1 minute. He's being left behind now. There is 2 riders on the road in front of this man, Roberto Heras. One is Andre Kivilev. He'll pretty soon be on his tail, and then that will leave us 1 rider in front of him, and that will be Guido Trentin.
So we're seeing here Roberto Heras. He probably sees this as his last chance in his first Tour de France to leave a lasting impression on the race, and he's trying to win this, and he's got to time on the climb as you plan. This is Kivilev he's bringing back now. He's just picking them off one by one. There were 3 riders clear at the start of the climb. There's only 1 of them left, and he's right in the far side of our camera lens there, and that is Guido Trentin. He's just around the corner, and once Heras gets up to him, he'll be the first rider on the road.
Well, what a good tour this has been for the Kelme team. They've already got 2 stage victories under their belt. Armstrong now is May going to try and put an end to that. Ullrich has come forward, and he is accelerating, but the man who blew up the rest today, Marco Pantani, is slipping away from the front.
And look at this, it looks as though Lance Armstrong is now in a little bit of trouble here. Look at that face. This is not the face of the man who has ridden Tour de France so far. At the bottom of the climb, Armstrong to me looked as though he was going to eat the field alive. He doesn't look that way anymore.
There was a double take there. You could just see Jan Ullrich looking over. He is probably somewhat surprised at this performance by Lance Armstrong, because earlier down the slopes he was left behind by the flying Texan, and now the tables have turned. Armstrong now in difficulty, Phil. This is the first time we've seen any chink in his armour since the start of the Tour de France, and we're going to have to see whether or not Jan Ullrich has got more power in his leg. I think, in fact, Armstrong has absolutely hit the wall.
Well, you know, every top cyclist has a bad day. It's up to the other riders to find out when and hit him when it hurts most. And it looks as though Ullrich is very surprised by the fact he is distanced Armstrong, because Ullrich himself was in trouble at the start of the climb. He appeared to be talking to Virenque, and he was certainly looking at him.
I don't think they can believe what is happening. Everybody thought this man was superhuman. Everybody thought that he was a man who was unbeatable. But right now, Phil, he is proving that he is immortal like any of us. You know, if you have a bad day in mountains, you can lose many, many minutes. And Armstrong, for the moment, is going to have to be relaxed, have to be calm, and have to try and make sure he doesn't lose too much time. Roberto Heras has been joined by Richard Virenque, and in fact, the man they have both left behind is Jan Ullrich.
Well, we never saw the move by Virenque. He just kept the pace going. Ullrich, as far as we know, is still ahead of Lance Armstrong. But now these two are clear here, and they have seen each one of the riders alongside them systematically destroyed. So Virenque and Heras are really as free as birds now. Once over the top of the Jouplan, it's a full-on descent right down to the finishing line in Morzine.
Look at this, the time difference between Ullrich and Armstrong, Phil, is almost 1 minute at the moment. Ullrich himself is very close to two leaders, Virenque and the man from Kelme, Heras. 28 seconds is the difference between them almost at the summit. But Armstrong is losing big time today. He must not panic. He has to remember at the start of the day he was 7.5 minutes clear.
Well, Virenque goes and takes out points for the King of the Mountains, and then immediately has to come to and work. I don't think he's got much of a hope of that right now. Virenque himself is a very, very good descender. And now look at this, Paul. He's over in third place, and he's taking a bike here. He's asking for a bike. Now, he's wanting a new bike. This, in fact, has his race number on, so it must have changed earlier.
Well, there must have been a better special plan here for these guys to have a special light bike for the climb here up to the summit of Jouplan. There is Lance Armstrong with Conti, with Trentin, with Botero and Christophe Moreau. But this must be, Phil, one of the worst days he's had so far in the Tour de France. Just getting onto the back there as well, the Seiko rider Daniel Atienza.
Well, he's a fair way down, you know. Virenque, Heras, Ullrich went over 28 seconds behind the two leaders, but then stopped. Now look at the clock here. And Armstrong comes over around about 2:10. Yeah, so 2:10, 2:11, behind 2:13 in the split time over the top. That is an awful big gap to make up now. For the first time in this year's Tour, at least since Armstrong got the yellow jersey on, he is losing time to his main rival.
His main rival meaning Jan Ullrich. Ullrich now trying to pull himself back up to these two, and the possibility of getting himself a stage victory. But you know, Richard Virenque has got the bit between teeth right now. He's working well with Heras. They now are trying to get the stage victory for Heras. He's trying to pull himself high in the overall rankings. A good finish by him today, Phil, could put him up into third place overall, and that is something that he was certainly dreaming about after a 5th and 2/3 at the Tour of Spain.
Well, the early descent of the Jouplan is a very, very helter-skelter style, switchbacks all the way. After that, it becomes a very fast descent right down to Morzine. Really, you descend till the last 500 metres of the stage today, and you race into the main street of this beautiful alpine town. I think it's lucky for the race today, Paul. They haven't added in the climb of Avoriaz just outside Morzine.
Well, it's very lucky for Lance Armstrong, because this is a bad day for him. If they did climb up to Avoriaz, he would be losing even more time than he is just now. Currently, he's around about 1.5 minutes behind Jan Ullrich and 2.5 minutes behind these two leaders. The leaders are Roberto Heras, number 24 for Kelme, and Richard Virenque for France on the Polti squad. Virenque, Phil, you can see urgently coming to the front. He's a great descender, and this man, not one of the best descenders in the world. Even though he's a much heavier man, doesn't really seem to negotiate the corners or descends as well as he should.
You can gain or lose so much time going down a steep hill. It takes a very special type of man who has no nerves to go down these mountains. They're not without oncoming traffic, at least the roads are totally closed. Although there was a nasty accident on this mountain a few years back now, when a spectator on bike was riding up and he was hit by a rider at the back coming down, and that rider is no longer with us.
No, in fact, that was a very sad affair. He was in a coma for many, many days, and when he came out of the coma, he ended being almost a vegetable. And a few years ago, in fact, he committed suicide.
But happy days now in the Tour de France. Well, not for Robert Heras, because he missed it. Our camera was cutting away. We are just on the run into the finish here. That was Heras on the ground at around the 2 kilometre point. Now look at the delay here.
Well, I don't think anybody would have expected that. He came into the corner. That's an unbelievably bad line. Straight into the corner there, straight into the barriers. And he looks as if he's not hurt himself too much, Phil, but you can see the front wheel of that machine is absolutely useless. He has to get a new bike, but this is going to give a chance to Richard Virenque, who is well inside the last kilometre now, fighting up this last incline. He's looking to try and get himself a stage victory here at the Tour de France, and it will be a sweet one for the Frenchman.
Well, it certainly will be. He's been looking for this. He's a popular man amongst public here in France. He won a Col Chevel last time where Pantani won. Pantani won here last time, and now he's done it, and he gets the victory in 5.5 hours and salutes the crowd. So he's won Luzardienne, Cotteret in the Pyrenees. He's now added more into Courchevel in the Alps. And this man here gaining time today on Lance Armstrong. He too, sadly for Heras, has picked him up.
Well, he's picked up Heras, and this man is flying now. He's pulling himself closer and closer to Armstrong. He will have had good morale at seeing Armstrong suffer. He comes across the line, 24 seconds behind Virong. Right on his tail is Heras. But the important thing now, Phil, is time to the Lance Armstrong group. Beloki, Hervé and Escartine have passed Armstrong as well.
So Lance has had one of those terrible days you hope never come, but usually does sooner or later. This is Escartine. He's had a pretty good journey through the Alps, which will now be behind them tomorrow as he sprints away for 4th place. He had a stage win in the race last year. Nothing come his way yet this year. And the sensation from Spain, Beloki over the line in 5th place, along with Pascal Avein. And the clock counts on.
Well, that's an important thing for Armstrong. He mustn't panic. He must try and make sure he limits his losses. He started the day with a huge margin. He's here right now. There is Botero with him, Christophe Moreau as well. The man in front is Trentine, the Italian ride on Vinny Caldurillo. It's already 1.5 minutes, and he hasn't got to the finishing line just yet.
Well, he's still looking at Brown about a half minute, I think, because it's a fair way into Courchevel here. Armstrong knows that he's going to reduce his overall lead tonight. We don't know yet by about how much, but Botero has gone to the back of these, and he has had another terrific day of racing for Kelme. He'll keep his lead in the King of the Mountains as well. Trenton has also had an excellent day out. Look at the clock, it's going to hit 2 minutes, I think. As they cross the line, it does. Armstrong will be glad that day is over.
Well, he's going to have to go away from here and try and recuperate, but the day certainly belongs to Richard Virong. This man has been chasing a stage victory in the Tour de France for an awful long time, and you can see the pleasure in his face as he comes across the line.
So there is the stages of Virong ahead of Ulrich, Heras, Escartine, Beloki, Armstrong finishing 8th and 2:01 down. That's a big loss for Armstrong. It's about 1.5 minutes plus on Jan Ulrich today. And so Armstrong really did have a tough time. Looking further down here, Christophe Moreau finished 9th in that same group. Marco Pantani in the end losing at 13 minutes and 44 seconds, and that was a lot of time for him to lose. He started attacking too early, it seems. But the man who really had a bad ride today, struggle, was Lance Armstrong.
That was, without a doubt, the worst day I've ever had on a bike. We all know I think most of us know what it's like when you run out of energy and run out of food, and you, in English, you bone. I had a lot of emotions. I was hungry. I was lightheaded. I was nervous. I was scared. These were really bad. I could have lost the Tour de France today. I don't know what Pantani is thinking, but he's just a shit start. So it didn't surprise me. I mean, that was actually very good for us. All the guys who had ambitions to win the stage, that was a perfect move for us. I mean, let him sit out there, have a couple teams control the race. He never had more than a minute and a half, so it was perfect.
Well, a day Lance Armstrong certainly remember. Let's have a look at the overall situation. There are changes tonight. Lance Armstrong has his lead cut to 5 minutes 37 seconds over Jan Ulrich, and Josiba Beloki holds on to 3rd place by just 5 seconds. Christophe Moreau falls to 6th, while Marco Pantani comes in and drops down to 14th overall. David Miller is still holding a good pace on his way to Paris. But just take a look at this crash again by Roberto Heras. Inside 2 kilometres to go, overshoots the bend and hits the barriers. He's now in 4th place in the Tour, and I wonder if the 5 seconds he has lost here will cost him a podium place in Paris. On the podium tonight, though, Lance Armstrong, a 7th yellow jersey for him, but what a day of racing it really was. So the race now ready to say goodbye to France, temporarily of course, and head to Lausanne. Well, Lance Armstrong is certainly still leader of the Tour de France. What a shot he got on that last climb in the Alps yesterday when he found his rivals had better legs than he did. I'm sure he'll enjoy today's day better. Hello and welcome now in Switzerland on the shores of Lac Léman in Lausanne. The riders in fact starting the other side of this lake, Evian-les-Bains, coming the long way through France and into Switzerland. Well, the Alps are now behind us, but what 3 memorable days they gave us. highs and the lows of the Tour de France, and there's still 5 more days to go. Just a reminder of the overall situation. Lance Armstrong, the 72 hours in the saddle, has built a 5.5 minute lead over Jan Ullrich. A great battle over 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th places in this race. Now on the road to Lausanne, 131 kilometres. The Telecom team, Paul, chasing down 3 riders if they can, 38 seconds back.
They are. It's Christophe Mongin, Massimiliano Lelli and Marco Bello. Bello going the attack after Marco Pantani did not start the stage this morning. They're complaining of being hampered by a diarrhea attack overnight.
Well, the mountain's behind him, so he probably gets a fright when he sees a flat road. Now these riders here are onto a finish circuit, and in the last 500 metres, and Decker has gone away here, and he's gone away in a big effort with Mario Urs to try and seal the day. He's gambling now because the field are coming back at a tremendous rate.
Well, they've been led up there by Vinokurov in the front there for the man from Zabel. You know, Zabel is right up there in 4th position. He may have left it just a little bit too late, Phil. Zabel is going to try and come out of the main field, but it's going to be Aert who leads the sprint out into the final straight with Decker right on his wheel.
Well, you know, I think they've upset Eric Zabel again. Here he comes in a green jersey, making a terrific run, but Decker's going to have a desperate run to the line, and Decker has still got some speed in the legs. Aert is swamped, Decker is not, and that is a triple Decker ball because he gets a victory.
Unbelievable, great move by him coming into the town with about 2 kilometres to go. He slipped off the front of the pack and it looked very much as if it was going to be a win for Eric Zabel. Not today.
No, and he's beaten Zabel, and Freddy Rodriguez got 3rd there, and Francois Simon in 4th place. But what a result there. 3 stage wins now for Eric Decker, and this, don't forget, is in 7th Tour de France. This is how he's done it, with his mouth wide open again. Mario Urt was almost there for 2nd place, and he got completely swamped on the line and finished only 6th. That's Francois Simon on the left of our picture. But Eric Decker does not believe the way the Tour has got for him. He won at Villeneuve-sur-Lot, he won at Revel, and now he's won in Switzerland on the side of Lac Le Mans. And there is the full result there. Mario Urt, I say, getting washed away to 6th place, and he won't believe that in the last 10 or 15 metres of the stage. So there's no change overall at all, as we're now in Switzerland. Looking further down, Lance Armstrong was 35th. And there is the man on the podium, and well, as you can imagine, it's been a tough day, but it worked out again.
I started the stage to escape with a group, and then see what happened at the finish, but nobody really got away until I control race the second half. And then we came together at the last time, and in the descent I attacked with Mario Urt.
Yeah, and you won again for the 3rd time.
Yeah, 7 years in a row you try and try, then suddenly 3 times in a row. Amazing.
Yes, a great finish, but it made no changes to the overall classification. Lance Armstrong keeps his big lead over Jan Ullrich with only 4 days to go. And so to race leader, here he is, meeting first of all Hein Verbruggen, the president of the International Cycling Union, and then Juan Antonio Samaranch, the president of the International Olympic Committee. He meets them as leader of the Tour de France for an 8th day. So the Tour de France now leaves Switzerland and head into Germany tomorrow on stage 18, a ride of 246 kilometres, and the weather we expect will still be very hot. And it was here where Eric Decker stood for a 3rd time in this year's Tour de France, and you know there's still time for him to come up for a 4th occasion. Well, yesterday the riders were in Switzerland. Today they are racing a long ride of almost 250 kilometres to here in Freiburg in Germany. At least a strong wind blowing, and it is behind them. Yesterday in Switzerland, though, it was a beautiful day. The sun shone, it was hot temperatures, the riders enjoyed themselves. We were left with many impressions. Field now making away from Lac Le Mans and Lausanne. I'm bound for Germany. 5 minutes to 11, and it's a glorious day. Now all the poor weather at all forgotten, and the breakaway has now got 2 survivors, Paul.
Inside 3 kilometres to go. The man on the front is Salvatore Comesso. The man in 2nd position, Alexander Vinokurov from Team Telecom. He may be from Kazakhstan, but the pressure of being the top German team Phil today is on his shoulders. He was a member of a 5-man breakaway group with Jackie Durand, Jens Voigt and Jean-Cyril Robin. At the moment, they're around about a minute behind these 2 leaders.
Well, it often happens at the end of a Tour de France. Vinokurov, 21st this morning, 40 minutes and 10 seconds down, but at one stage they were 27.5 minutes ahead, and they're still holding on to a massive lead of around about 17 or 18 minutes.
Well, if Vinokurov wants to win this, Phil, he's going to have to launch an attack, because Salvatore Comesso is a very good sprinter. There it is.
There it is, and you're absolutely right, because he's playing to the hands of Salvatore Comesso. Not a big winner is young Commesso. He got his first win in the Tour of the Cape a couple of years ago, but he's been national champion and he's also won a stage of the Tour de France here at Albi last year.
Well, nobody was going to catch him out. He knew that attack had to come, and it was the biggest chance for Vinokurov. No, Vinokurov is not a good sprinter, but Philly finishing here in Freiburg. It is in Germany, it's on Telekom soil, and they certainly had to have a man in breakaway date. I feel a bit sorry, though, for Jens Voigt, the German rider, the only German rider to make that lead group of 5, because currently he's trailing around about 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Yeah, it split up at 25 kilometres to go when these two got clear. The other three are still on their own and well clear of the field, but not going to catch these boys up now. A massive crowd here, Paul. One of the biggest we've seen throughout the whole tour, and this is a popular area of Germany for riding your bike too.
This is going to be a straight sprint here. These two guys are almost getting into a track-like position. They're following each other across the road. Commesso currently in first position. This is almost like watching the sprint at the Olympic Games. There's so much pressure on the shoulder of these two bike riders here. Commesso in first position. He's holding first position there, keeping close up against the pavement there, Phil, to make sure if there is going to be another attack, it has to come on far side.
Well, that's clever ride by Commesso. Just look at the crowd here as we now come towards the finishing line. And no, they are not interested in gaining time, just winning the stage. It's 50,000 French francs for the stage winner here in the Tour de France, 5,000 English pounds, and quite a few more $1,000 too. And Vinokurov, as they come up to the 1 kilometre to go bridge, is not going to come by this man now. There's an attack here. Of course, it had to come from Jackie Durand, but we've gone back down the road by more than a minute.
Well, Jackie Durand trying to get himself third place on the road. He, in fact, is the man who started this split, but given the advantage to these two cars. This is just like watching a track sprint now, and are they going to stop?
Well, a motorcycle cameraman can balance a bike as well, because, in fact, Commesso there almost did a track down as he's now waiting and trying to attract Alexander Vinokurov to come and make his move. Such an important time for young Alexander. It will be his first stage win in the Tour de France, and he's going to make it count, I think, because he knows really on a straight sprint he doesn't have the legs.
Well, he doesn't have legs. He may well try and catch out Commesso. Next time Commesso looks forward, just watch out. You see him start to wind it up a little bit now.
Yes, indeed, and as he kicks now, this is all or nothing, and Commesso now concentrating on that sprint. This man is a very fast sprinter, but he's got other things as well on the bike, Salvatore Commesso, but in the end he's made it a formality, much to the disgust of Alexander Vinokurov, who felt the pressure of the Telecom team there today, because of course they were hoping Eric Zobel would have come in, and Jack Durand has stayed away. He was the rider who started the attack today after only 4 kilometres, and he was joined by the other 4, and so our great escaper, who was last in the Tour de France last year, but it wasn't last through a lack of aggression, because he is always on the attack on this type of stage, and he's got clear and he's going to come home in third place. He'll be disappointed with that, because when he's escaped to create to succeed, he likes to win them.
He certainly does. There's going to be pressure on the sprint though for 4th place, because that's going to go down to Jens Voigt, the only German rider to make this 5-man breakaway, and he's being attacked on the line here by Jean-Cyril Robin of France.
And Voigt on the right, who has been the most aggressive leader on that competition on a number of occasions at this last 3 weeks, especially in the opening week of Tour. It's time trial day in the Tour de France, and the top 2 riders want to win. On the left, Lance Armstrong is heading for Paris without winning a stage. Realistically, this is his last chance. He's up against world time trial champion Jan Ullrich, and the German lives virtually on the course and wants to win for his fans. They're here in their thousands to cheer him on, and they expect him to deliver. Lance Armstrong knows the odds are in Ullrich's favour.
I think he's the favourite. I mean, it's his home, and should see the people out there supporting him, so I think he'll have obviously big morale to ride well at home.
Overall, Lance Armstrong leads Tour de France over Ullrich by 5 minutes, and that in any event is a big buffer. However, there is a great battle for the 3rd place in Paris, and Christophe Moreau is hoping to attain that. Our Dave Miller is 64th. And yes, David Miller may be more than 2 hours behind in the Tour de France. Let's not forget, though, the time trial is his speciality. He won stage 1 time trial of Churrasco and held the race lead for 3 days. He's also finishing the Tour feeling very, very strong. Hello and welcome now to stage 19, yes, the time trial. The riders coming away individually from Germany across the Rhine to here in Toulouse, and it's a beautiful day for it as well. Paul Sherwin was out early this morning checking out the time trial route, and after that he monitored David Miller's progress.
David Miller preparation for the time trial started in earnest 1 hour before his starting time. He got onto the rollers to warm up and get himself ready for what was going to be a very important 58.5 kilometre test. He was certainly the centre of attention, because after winning the stage 1 time trial, everybody knows the name David Miller now, and they even wanted a few press interviews during his warm up on the rollers. 10 minutes go, he emerges from the team caravan and makes his way to the starting house. He's wearing long sleeve skin suits this morning, make sure he's as aerodynamic as possible for this very important rendezvous. He already looks extremely concentrated. At 1:30 local time, David Miller rolled down the starting ramp and faced 58.5 kilometres of this individual time test. When he reached the first time, though, it was good news. Best time, 23:35. There were huge crowds all out on course, as they were yesterday on the roads of Germany. In fact, David Miller was inspired by the crowd because he even had time to catch the man who started 2 minutes in front of him, Fabio Sarci of Holti. The next man in David's sights, 25 kilometres to go, was Mark Zerberg, champion of Switzerland. He started the day 4 minutes ahead of Miller and would soon be left trailing in his wake. But the time trial is a long and lonely effort, and you can see by the position here of David Miller, he is going to turn out to be one of the top time trialists in the world. Approaching the second checkpoint of the day, 44 kilometres covered, and still the fastest time, 51 minutes and 22 seconds. Inside the final kilometre, David knew he had the beating of Gilles Lenier. The time of 1:09.53 was the time he needed to cross line inside. Coming down the finishing straight, he was still very low over the handlebar, and he pushed himself all the way to the line in that very stylish aerodynamic position of his. As he crossed the line, best time of the day for David Miller, 1:08.57, and immediately after the finish, Gary Imlach was waiting to talk to him.
David, another cracking time trial ride. The only difference being 3,200 kilometres after the first one.
Yeah, it felt a bit different. It was a lot harder, that one. But no, I'm pretty happy with it there.
Suffocating heat out there.
I didn't notice, actually. I wasn't hot, didn't get hot. Kind of used to it now.
You've never raced a time trial like that this late into a race. How was it?
Hard. Long. It was actually, I'd tell you the truth, it go by quite quickly, but it was daunting sitting on the start and knowing I had 58 k's in front of me. It's not my thing, but no, it went well. A good experience.
Well, it went very well. You're in like last time with best time. I'll ask you the same question. Do you think it'll stand up?
I don't think so, no. I think Ulrich and Lance will beat that, and no, I'm happy with it.
Well, you must be happy with it, especially when you look back to the injury and you know, you couldn't see too far ahead. Now you can see the Champs-Élysées.
Yeah, and it's looking beautiful. Can't wait.
Right.
Well, David, just 48 hours to go. When David Miller finished, it was the best time, 1 hour, 8 minutes and 57 seconds, a ride of almost 51 kilometres an hour. But it lasted for only 14 minutes. And then the former world champion Laurent Jalabert came thundering down the home straight and then crossed the line with the best time, 1:08.48, pushing Miller into second place. Gilles Magnan currently third, and he's a minute and 5 seconds slower, Jalabert, and Sebastian Canal, the early leader, down to fourth. Well, this is the arrival now of Tyler Hamilton. Let me remind you, the leading rider is Laurent Jalabert, 1:08.48. Robert Miller is second, but Hamilton is now running in first place here. This could be the start of a great day out for US Postal. This has been an outstanding ride by Hamilton, because this will be, by the time he gets there, third fastest time ever seen in a time trial with this distance in the Tour de France, because it will be the best time. He is still fighting his bike up towards line. He's got plenty of time, and he's in 1:08.02 and 51.592 kilometres an hour.
Well, that was a pretty good reconnaissance ride. It's a fairly featureless course. As much you can tell, Lance?
Well, I think I put some pretty good split times, so I'll have split times every 3 kilometers on me. So I think it'll be a good gauge for him.
Well, the third fastest in history. What do you think he might be able to do?
I think he's going to be a great ride today. He's really motivated. He's my favorite of the day.
5 seconds to go for Jan Ullrich online now. He gets the countdown. The world champion is underway. He knows that Tyler Hamilton has set the best time at the other end of the course of 1 hour, 8 minutes and 2 seconds with the third fastest average speed ever recorded in a time trial. This man is a proud man. He's racing on the home territory, at least for the first few minutes, Paul.
And is wearing our Concel jersey as well. That will boost his morale. That will give him the morale to show everybody else in the bike race that he is the world champion at this discipline.
So Lance now looking very cool, collected actually, and very calm for a race lead. Doesn't show the pressures of the day, does he? Because we know he wants to win this time trial, despite what he says. He's talked often enough of this is about winning the Tour de France, not winning stages. But believe me, he wants to win today.
He certainly does. The last few minutes preparation, Phil, as he gets ready for the countdown. The time now is counting down 4 seconds.
So Hamilton, his teammate, is top of the leaderboard as Lance Armstrong departs now, knowing under normal conditions he can beat Hamilton. The question everybody asking, can he beat Jan Ullrich?
Well, Armstrong, Phil, is out on course. He starts very rapidly indeed. You know, everybody in this Tour de France has been amazed by his cadence of pedaling. He pedals very fast, over 100 RPM, but he still has the power to keep that big machine of his going forward.
Well, yellow jersey is underway now, and I'm sure he tried to get a victory. He hasn't won a stage yet. Let's go to Gary Imlach, tell us more about Lance Armstrong.
You know, there have only been 4 Tours de France since the war, won by a rider who didn't actually win a stage. And Lance Armstrong won't thank me for pointing it out, but this is actually the 10th anniversary of the last time it happened. And another American rider too, Greg LeMond. 1990 was Le Mans' last Tour win, and for much of the race he was more interested in chipping away at the huge lead Claudio Chiappucci had taken an early breakaway than actually picking a stage win. In fact, only took the yellow jersey the day before Paris, the final time trial, where he finished behind Eric Breukink. Like Armstrong, Lond was the defending champion, and after winning the way he had the year before, probably felt no pressure ever to win a stage again. 89, of course, being the year he took the most dramatic stage in Tour history, the final time trial to Paris, to beat Lanfignon by 8 seconds. The other stageless winners of the Tour were all one-offs: Roger Walkowiak in 1956, Gaston Nencini in 1960, and Lucien Aymar in 66. Now, Aymar won the Tour before he ever won a stage. That didn't come until the following year. But Roger Walkowiak won the race without ever winning a stage in his entire career. Not the greatest claim to Tour fame, but it obviously pales into insignificance next to the achievement of actually winning the overall. And that's the tag that Lance Armstrong has been taking this year. Though in his own mind, of course, he already had a stage win and gave it away. Not just any stage either, but the most celebrated of the entire race, the climb up Mont Ventoux, where he pulled to one side at finish and let Marco Pantani across first. And the closer he gets to not getting onto a winner's podium, except the ultimate one in Paris on Sunday, the more that seems to be nagging at it.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed, especially based on a certain up to finish a few days ago. Yeah, I would be disappointed, but I still plan on trying to win a stage.
And it's not going to be the bun sprint on the Champs-Élysées, so today is it for Lance. Otherwise, he's going to bump the membership of the Stage Winners Society up to 5.
And we'll know soon he can break that duck. We are waiting for news now of Armstrong. He must be very close to the first check, 20.5 kilometres. He's just on under it, and we couldn't see what the clock said, so we'll have to wait a few seconds till they tell us. But Armstrong is now through the 20-kilometre check.
The time he needs to beat, the 22 minutes and 19 seconds, looks good on the course, but in a few moments the judges will be able to tell us whether or not he's close to the German.
And look at this, he's gone through 5 seconds ahead of Ulrich and 47 ahead of Moreau. This is a head-to-head battle now, Paul.
It will be a head-to-head battle all the way down to the finish line in Mulhouse. Looking at the shape of Armstrong there, Phil, he is very aerodynamic, his arms right out in front of him, cutting into the wind.
Well, this rider did so well in the first time trial block, he finished 12th. And his teammate Moreau was owned 30th. And yes, here we are. And last time out, Moreau seems to be riding that little better. You can see the strapping on his right wrist there, as Paul said at the start. He's suffering a little bit from tendonitis. Still looking as though he's not faltered at all, and he's very close now to going through the check at 44 kilometres.
Look this, in fact, it's not very long since Botero went through there, and we got his time check coming through, but the fastest time is going to be produced by Christophe Moreau. The time to beat, still out of Tyler Hamilton, 54.5, but you can see that already Moreau is well inside of that.
Now Armstrong was 5 seconds quicker at the first check. Now what will it be at the second check? It looks as though to me it has improved enormously. He's in there already.
Well, he has improved. Don't forget, at the start of the stage this man started 3 minutes behind Jan Ulrich, and 3 minutes has not gone by yet. So we've just seen the German. Look at the face on him. He's totally concentrated in this effort at the moment. He's still in that very low tuck position and he's looking very strong. There's nothing wrong with his cadence at all, and he's going to go through for the fast time. Look at that.
It certainly is. The clock is still counting, but 48 was Jan Ulrich's time. 5 seconds the difference. He's pulled more time here. That was short as he goes through the chicane here in line for the timekeeper's board. Armstrong is still going to be running very close to Ulrich, even so, but the 5 second gap I think will have gone out just a little bit more. Lance Armstrong is finding a match in Ulrich today, but 48.23 is a new best time, so that makes it 25 seconds now.
25 seconds he's on his schedule at the moment. You can see the face on. Don't forget, last year in the final time trial he actually faded a little bit over the last 5 or 6 kilometres. He's gone out on a very vicious schedule here, Phil. Keep his pace high, to keep his speed high. There's confirmation. 25 seconds ahead of Ulrich and 1 minute 40 ahead of Christophe Moreau. This is a man who is trying to make himself third place. He wears 102. Joseba Beloki has certainly been a great revelation this year Tour de France.
He's got sprint and not stop sprinting, this man, because look behind him, the world champion is coming on him for 3 minutes. Beloki tries to sprint to stay clear, but look at the solidarity of the man in white. He is just coming at him. His face a picture of pain. On the line they cross together. 1:8:27, so I guess about 1:5:27 for Jan Ulrich.
It's being confirmed to us right now as 1:05:26, and Armstrong is going to have to push himself to try and rival that.
Well, there we are now inside 1 kilometre to the end of the time trial in the Tour de France. He has got 1 minute and 36 seconds all to ride that last kilometre. Surely he can do that.
He should be able to do it. He should have been kicking off these kilometres around about 1 minute and 10 seconds for each one, but he needs to sprint for the line now. The time to beat is that Ulrich, 1:05:26. Look at his face. He's completely concentrated. He's taking a few risks coming into corners. He knows the time that must be beaten. He's going to try, Phil. He's going to push all the way to the line. The computer's gone down right now, but I can tell you Armstrong's time on the road right now is 1:04:30.
Well, what a performance by Lance Armstrong this has been now as he drives up the line. I think he'll just about get in, but he's aiming at the time of 1:5:27 of Jan Ullrich, who's home. We are watching probably the second fastest time trial in the history of the Tour de France. Armstrong sprinting the long straight here in Mulhouse. This will confirm him as winner of the Tour de France as well, and as winner of the stage of the time trial this year. Armstrong rocks and rolls his way home here now as he comes up to the line. His time is 1:5:01. He wins the time trial, and look at the speed, 53.9 kilometres an hour. That is the second fastest time trial ever seen. Well, Lance Armstrong is no stranger to winning Tour time trials, but this one was special. The Tour winner-elect won a stage and with some panache. First meet Lance Armstrong after his stunning performance, his wife Kristin. So to the result, Armstrong wins at near record average speed, beating world time trial champion Jan Ullrich by 25 seconds and Christophe Hérault by 2 minutes 12. Yoshida Beloki covered to finish 5th. David Miller was 7th, and I would think very content with his ride today. A stage in his podium tonight for Lance Armstrong, and he can now walk Tour to Paris on Sunday. This was important to him.
I needed to win a stage, and I felt good today. I mean, I felt good this morning going out riding, just warming up, and so I want to do a good one. I thought it was important that, like last year, I thought it was important that the yellow jersey do a good ride, do a respectable ride, and show the, maybe show the race and show the world that he is the strong man.
But it was a big challenge with Jan Ullrich. Did you get a time check out on the course?
It was a big challenge. I knew that we were in Jan's backyard, and you could feel that. I mean, it was like every one of his friends and family members and the whole town was out there cheering for him. But I got a lot of time checks all along the way. Jan had we've been using radios in the time trials now, so I get time checks probably at 5 or 10 kilometers, and then there was the race time check. So I knew where I was. And I felt good. In the end, I was dying, but I think we all did.
Paul Joe in there talking with contented Lance Armstrong, who now leads Ullrich by 6 minutes and 2 seconds. Beloki keeps 3rd place, and Christophe Hérault, his teammate, comes up to 4th. Well, it's an awful long way, and indeed, one day before the big fish in Paris, this is the longest stage of the race, Paul, 254 kilometres, Belfort to Troyes. Robin McEwen starting off with sprinting legs, getting in there ahead of Jacques Huron, but we're 63 kilometres here, and this is a great shame for Michael Bogart.
Well, this is great sass for him. Apparently there was a contact with a car that was trying to overtake the main field. For Michael Bogart, just one day to go in the Tour de France, and he's out. But coming into the town of Troyes, all of the field was together, Phil. What a remarkable sprint finish it's going to be.
So the Ullrich train was not Ullrich now, because on the flat it's the Zarb train, I suppose, for the rider in a green jersey, about 9 men down at the moment as we come into Troyes here, another famous cycling venue for the Tour de France. And now a flat finish. Can Erik Zabel at last the stage in? He's got today and tomorrow to do it, and we're inside the last kilometre.
Well, you see a lot of orange and red jerseys there for Team Pol there, looking after Jeroen Blijlevens. Robbie McEwen is right in there as well at the moment, but the control on the front is still Farm. This is Servais Knaven on the front, keeping the pressure on. Right up there is Richard Virenque as well, trying to help out his own team sprint.
And the big lead out of coming. Vinokurov is also leading out now, and he's going to move over, allow Fanini to try and bring Gazal up to the front. This has been a good lead up by Telecom, as Telecom's Vinokurov gets off the wheel now. Magnus Hagsted's in the mix today as well. So too on the left there is Robbie McEwen. Now a brilliant lead out by Fanini here. He's still got his charge in his slipstream. Fanini moves over now, and just look at the speed of Zabel as McEwen comes and challenges him. McEwen takes him on. Blijlevens is coming as well, but this is shoulder to shoulder here, and he gets it. That is his first win since 1997 in Pau.
Unbelievable, what a timed sprint, perfectly set up by teammates Stefanini. He's a great addition to the Telecom squad. Just look at this, Robbie McEwen coming up the outside. They're all full on here, but today, Phil, nobody was going to take it away from Erik Zabel. He's been chasing with this win for an all long time, and no one can now say that green jersey doesn't know how to win stages anymore.
Well, he'll be delighted with that one, because at last the green jersey is on course now for a record 5th in a row, and he gets a win, and that's like Lance Armstrong yesterday. He wants to win in a competition as well. Congratulations all round from the team helpers, and Zabel looking quite incredulous here. At last he got a win ahead of the top boys, and he's been looking better and better and better. And the congratulations do from his top lead-out man there, Fanini. Zabel wins ahead of Robbie McEwen. Jeroen Blijlevens at last, we might say, has got himself out the depth of the pack and looked pretty good up there in 3rd place. The rest of the boys all in the main field, and no change at all overall. But this man here, who is winning the sprint now in green jersey, is going to feel very pleased.
For me, personally, a big moment, this stage win. I think it's the sweetest.
I really wanted to win, but just didn't have it. Last chance to look tomorrow then.
It's a bit like last year. I was second in Bordeaux and I thought I was going to win there. Bit of the same situation. Feeling good. I'm going good enough. Just have to pull it off.
In the last years, I have also fun in the race when I was just second, but I'm still in a bunch to fight, and I'm a little bit like an adrenaline junkie, and I go in a sprint and I have fun there. That's the most important thing for me.
Winner too, Erik Zabel, a lovely man, 15th place he said before he finally won a stage again. Paris is now with us, and the Eiffel Tower, part of the scenery today. We start at the base of it, and then we race just down the road and back into the streets of Champs-Élysées. This wonderful city here, only the second time in race history. The race will stay completely in the environs of Paris. We will see all the famous sights of this city as riders now assemble, ready for the final stage. 128 survivors, the 180 who signed in Futuroscope. And one rider who's been on the Champs-Élysées on 5 occasions in his 7 starts is Paul Sherwin. He knows how they will feel today.
It's been a very difficult 3 weeks for every bike rider, but it's relief once they get onto the cobblestones of Champs-Élysées. I know what's going through their minds right now because I raced the Tour de France on 7 occasions and finished here on 5 of those. It's a special day for everyone in Tour de France, but if you're wearing one of the leaders' jerseys, it means an awful lot more. It will be a very special day for the former East German Erik Zabel, born in Berlin 30 years ago and a former student of the East German Institute of Sport. He began his quest 5 years ago to become the most consistent rider at the Tour de France and will ride to the Champs-Élysées in green, as he has done every summer since 1996. As speeds up and down the Champs-Élysées, witnessed by the previous record holder Sean Kelly of Ireland and his own family, he will know that the name Zabel will now be cycling history books forever. There will be more emotion for Santiago Botero, who hails from Colombia's most violent city, Medellin. Colombia is a land of climbers, and the King of the Mountain title will make him famous in his home country. He will now join the great climber Lucho Herrera as the only other Colombian to win this prestigious title. His aggressive style and climbing ability also earned him a brilliant solo victory over the Col d'Izoard and Inter-Briançon. He will surely be looked at next year for a top 3 finish. The introduction of white jersey for the best young rider revealed the 24-year-old Spaniard Francisco Mancebo to the world. Winning this title does not guarantee stardom, although Greg LeMond did win it and go on to win the Tour de France. Mancebo shows class in mountains and will return to Tour de France next year with bigger ambitions, a bigger contract and more responsibility in the team.
And now these 4 riders at Polonio, Voigt, Miller and Agneluto are going to be caught by the field and almost in sight of home.
Well, there was a good move. It looked as if we're going to put off, but the sprinters have got themselves organised for this last sprint on the Champs-Élysées. It could well make it 2 in a row for Erik Zabel, because the sprinting form, I think, is back.
What a way to go out of the Tour with a record 5th green jersey with a weekend of wins, and he's tried for so long to get them. Well, this is the breakaway, and Voigt riding on this last day as aggressively as he has done ever since the race started. But now it looks as though this attack is not going to work. Good show by David Miller too. Shows to us all that this man does have a great future as Tour rider.
Well, he started off with the yellow jersey, wore it for 3 days, and I have to admit, I did think he was going to walk away from the Tour after a very dramatic crash on the stage of the Mont Ventoux, but now he's back in the pack and is going to race on the Champs-Élysées, and that is after 3 weeks bike racing. The Bonjour team trying to move forward now, organised sprint there. That's François Simon very close to the front, but watch out for the green jersey. There he is, Erik Zabel in around about 7th position.
Down past the Rue de Tuileries, heading now towards the Place de la Concorde. A massive crowd here, been well entertained by the riders in the streets of Paris now for 3 hours or so. The Bonjour teams tried to get a stage in, so far none. Perhaps it'll all change right now, but watch out for the Farm Beach team. They're trying to get Robbie McEwen up here.
Well, Robbie McEwen's the man who got the stage victory last year here on the Champs-Élysées. He was second yesterday, and morale must certainly be very high. The Nesto riders are moving on the left-hand side there, and everybody now wants last crack at the sprint here on the Champs-Élysées. This is a great place to win a bike race, Phil. It has to be the most beautiful finish in the world. There's a few arms and legs coming off the bike there. That was Magnus Baxter. It looked to me as if he was getting a slip off Jens Voigt. The green jersey of Zabel still in the front.
So this is the turn right now. It's a long way up to the line. In fact, you can't afford to go too quickly. Mats Van Heeswijk, the Mapei boy, bringing through Fred Rodriguez. Rodriguez in front of Stefano Zanini. There are 3 men, and then they've got the green jersey who's gritting his teeth there to Zabel. And now Zanini come over to the right here. Max slows it down, and Zanini is coming up to the line, and it looks as though Zabel is 2 lengths on the line. Stefano Zanini ahead of Erik Zabel and Roman Vainstains. The Tour is over, and the winner is Lance Armstrong.
What a great ride by Armstrong. He didn't have to worry too much about the sprint on the final day, but Phil, that was a very good manoeuvre by the Mapei squad. They had it all sorted out. There's Fred Rodriguez, Max Van Heeswijk. The 3 of them were 1st, 4th and 5th, but this man has dreamed about winning on Champs-Élysées for a couple of years now. He finished 2nd behind his own teammate Tom Steele when Steels took up the final stage victory here, and this is what he wanted. He's got to say thanks to the team.
And look at the faces on the sprinters here. Vainstage close, but never quite close enough throughout this tour on flat stages. I've lost count of his thirds, fourths and fifths. This man, though, has got a win now. A win ahead of Erik Zabel, Romain Vainstage, Freddy Rodriguez also. The marvellous Tour de France. Max van Heeswijk in his first Tour too, up there in fifth today. They'll all be pretty happy with the result. Now they can all go out and have a good night out on the Champs-Élysées for the first time in more than 3 weeks of racing. But there's only one champion. His name is Lance Armstrong. He wears the yellow jersey at the end of his second successive Tour de France, and here he is now with Paul Schuring.
What's the difference between this year and last year on the Champs-Élysées?
Last year I didn't know what it meant to win the Tour de France. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what it would do to me as an athlete, what it would do to me as a person. I was confused, I was surprised. And it took me about a year to figure it out, and now I figured it out, and so I knew what it was that I was riding in here with on my back. I knew what the significance of the jersey, so fantastic.
Is it good enough to want to come back?
I will definitely come back. I will definitely be back next year. I don't know how many more years, but definitely be back next year.
Well, that's good news for us, but I'm not sure about the rest of the riders in the Tour. The big difference this year, it's a family affair for the Armstrongs now. Chris in there, his wife, and new baby Luke, already a win on the podium in the Tour de France. The other competitions, the green jersey won for a fifth time in a row. That's a record by Erik Zabel, the best young rider, Francisco Mancebo, and the king of the mountains, a Colombian this year, Santiago Botero. This has been a very memorable Tour de France. I hope you've enjoyed it. For Gary Mlack and Paul Sherwin, I'm Phil Liggett saying so long for now. Well, I hope you enjoyed yet another cycling video on World Cycling Productions as much as we enjoy bringing it to you. Now, many of you probably don't know is that I'm also the international editor of Cycle Sport, a fully international magazine which brings you all of the up-to-date news in the cycling world. It brings you profiles and reports of top bike races and also stories of the men that make the news. And it keeps you up to date too with the technical innovations in our sport. I think we produced the magazine using some of the world's best writers. I know we certainly have one of the world's best photographers in Graham Watson. If you love cycling, you should see this book, and here's how you go about getting a subscription. Subscribe to Cycle Sport and we'll send you a free WCP video. Just call the number listed or visit our website cyclesportmag.com for a complete listing of the free videos available and for other special offers too. Don't miss this chance. I'm sure you'll love the magazine, and I look forward to visiting you each month through my column. Colnago is one of the perennial favourites of riders on the pro peloton. Why? Because Colnago bikes win races. Over history, Colnago bikes have been ridden to victory in the Giro d'Italia, in the Tour of Flanders, and a record-breaking 5 times in Paris-Roubaix. In fact, they've won the last 5 out of 6 editions of this great event. Now that's one amazing bike. World Cycling Productions is the exclusive catalogue distributor of Colnago frames in America. To see more about these magnificent frames, simply call the numbers on the screen for a World Cycling Productions catalogue or visit our website at www.worldcycling.com. WCP is one of the largest Colnago dealers in North America, with selection and pricing to ensure that you can own one of these magnificent bikes.